together. As we initiate chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Napoleon another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Petty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Petty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
All right, you guys. Well, we are ready to watch this trial. I have started it at the opening statements. It did look like there was a voir dire before that, but the audio was kind of cruddy on it. So we are starting with opening statements. Now, we have heard that this judge is incredibly biased against the defense, and I do have my handy dandy notebook to try to at least figure out, you know, what is going on. I have heard that I will need all of the craziness. It's a good day. I get to have one since my kiddos don't have to go anywhere. I can break out one of my fun sodas because I don't have to drive. So this is actually kind of a good morning. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tree 9T. A juror wanted out of trial due to hardship, denied before opening statement. Of course it was. So we will get into this. I do have typically jurors are not allowed to write anything down because opening statements and closing statements or closing arguments are not evidence. But I do want to write down what the state hopes to prove so we can see if they actually did it through the case. Because this has been such a controversial case and, LawTube has been a bit aghast about it, definitely want to take notes and try to be a little bit more on top of it than I was with the last two cases, or at least the Canero case. The Uvalde case, I took notes, so I'm kind of on off. Come on. Well, this is good. I'm glad we're getting law and crime being on top of everything. I know this is a tismy thing to say, but why isn't she wearing a robe? I feel like she needs to be wearing a robe. Her lack of robe is already bothering me. Oh no. No, she does. Oh Lord. I almost wanted to invade Massachusetts and give everyone linguistics and enunciation diction classes. Oh gosh, we have a lip smacker. Oh Lord.
You all may be seated. Everyone is standing for you, but you all may be seated. Thank you.
Oh, we're going to have to speed this
Counsel
up.
and everyone else, you may be seated. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about ready to begin the trial of the state of Georgia versus Edric Faust, SU 24 CR 0547. I'm going to administer that oath that I told you about on Friday. So I am actually going to ask you all to rise, please, and raise your right hands. And when I'm finished with the oath, if you would please respond by saying I do. If you'll all please rise. Thank you. You shall well and truly try each case submitted to you during the present term, and a true verdict give, according to the law, is given you in charge, and the opinion you entertain of the evidence produced to you, to the best of your skill and knowledge, without favor or affection to either party, provided you are not discharged from the consideration of the case submitted. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Edric Lamont Faust, who is charged with malice murder, felony murder, felony murder, felony murder, felony murder, burglary, aggravated sodomy, rape, aggravated assault, aggravated sodomy, arson in the first degree, and possession of a knife during commission of a felony. And a true verdict give according to the evidence. So help you God, or upon your affirmation, please respond by saying, I do.
I do.
Thank you. You all may be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, everybody tends to sit in the same seat when they come back out from the jury room, but you all can sit wherever you choose so that you don't have assigned seats. If anybody is having difficulty hearing, please raise your hand, let us know. If anyone needs a break for any reason, please raise your hand and let us know. Is the state ready with regard to State of Georgia versus Edric Lamont Faust, SU 24 CR 0547?
State's ready, Judge.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now going to hear opening statements. And opening statements are exactly what they sound like. They are the opening remarks of the attorneys, where it is their opportunity to tell you what they believe the evidence is going to show you. I'm going to caution you now, and I'm going to caution you at the end of the trial, that anything said by the attorneys, whether it's the opening statements or the closing statements or arguments by the attorneys, are not to be considered as evidence. Mr. Yelenchili, you have the floor. Or Mr. Bolden.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we tested this earlier, my screen showed.
Oh Lord, they didn't have their tech person figure this out beforehand? Also, this man has the height of not only, Michael J.
Are you looking
Fox,
Very good.
but
You may proceed, sir.
Tom Cruise.
Start. Who killed Tara Baker? Obviously, by now, ladies and gentlemen, you know that's what this case is about. But before we get to know who killed Tara, it's important to know a little bit more about her. Tara Louise Baker was a bright, young, 23-year-old from Lovejoy, Georgia. And when she woke up on the morning of January the 19th, 2001, she had her whole life in front of her. She was a first-year law student here at the University of Georgia, and she had a wonderful circle of family and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, the next day, Saturday, January the 20th, it actually would have been her 24th birthday. And in the early morning hours of January the 19th, 2001, Tara's promising future came to a violent and abrupt end.
Yeah,
She
let
was
me send you an
sexually assaulted.
invite.
She was stabbed, she was strangled, and she was left for dead on her bedroom floor. Her bed was set on fire. A fire, ladies and gentlemen, that smoldered for a considerable amount of time before it finally erupted through the roof of the house that she shared with two friends at 160 Fawn Drive here in Athens, Clarke County. On that morning, Tara's life ended.
Okay, so she was a roommate in a house. Are any of the roommates going to come up in this trial? I do realize that this is a long time past. So were the roommates' statements taken at the time? Because it just seems very odd that you would be able to strangle and assault someone and then light the house on fire. Yes, Felanos. This is the one that has been getting a lot of, information and buzz around LawTube. So since we are done with the Canero trial, we are going to be watching this one. Now they are currently deliberating, I think starting at 12:30 today.
And what started was a 2.5-decade-long saga that has hung over the Baker family and hung over this entire Athens community like a specter. Ladies and gentlemen, this trial represents the final chapter in that tragic saga. The chapter where the state will prove to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, Edric Faust, is guilty of extinguishing the bright light that was Tara Louise Baker 25 years ago. where the state will show that he is guilty as charged of the crimes in this indictment. So you've heard the indictment a few times by now. Judge Lott read it in its entirety at the beginning of jury selection. The judge also just went briefly over what the charges are again here this morning. I'm not going to spend too much time going through the indictment itself right now. There will be a time and a place for that at the end of the trial. But again, ladies and gentlemen, you know now that the defendant, Mr. Faust, is charged with 12 counts. Count 1, malice murder.
Yeah, 12 counts. You done told me that. Are you going to wander anywhere near the evidence that led you to him? Because I really don't care about the 12 counts unless you can also correlate it with evidence. This man, you know what he reminds me of? It's like the kid that doesn't do a book report until the night before, and they're like, well, what can I say about To Catch a Mockingbird that hasn't already been said by my very, very intelligent classmates and many people who have already read To Kill a Mockingbird? To Kill a Mockingbird, according to some people, ChatGPT, is one of the greatest commentaries on our judicial process. He's reading like he did this last night, and yeah. To be fair, not everyone is comfortable with public speaking, but if you have a very old and very potentially politically important case, you would think that you would have someone comfortable with public speaking and the ability to translate legalese into, normal people.
Counts 2 through 5, felony murder. Count 6, burglary. Count 7, aggravated sodomy. Count 8, rape. Count 9, aggravated assault. Count 10, aggravated sodomy. Count 11, arson in the first degree. And count 12, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. All those charges.
So why is the grape not aggravated if the knife was potentially used? Because in order for it to be an aggravated crime, there has to be an increaser or an aggravating factor. So I'm guessing it was the use of a potential knife. So why wouldn't the SA or the sexual assault not be aggravated as well?
Stem from the morning of January the 19th, 2001. And I expect that that's going to become clear over the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, these are obviously heinous crimes. And in order to prove them, and to prove that the defendant is the person who committed them, the state is going to have to present some very grisly evidence. And that's going to come in the form of both testimony and photos. Ladies and gentlemen, some of this trial is going to be difficult, but it's unfortunate.
Oh God, he lip smacks too, but it's not as aggressively impossible because he's so far away from the mic.
But it's necessary. I just wanted to give you a heads up. On January the 19th of 2001 at 11:22 a.m., Athens 911 started receiving telephone calls in the area of Deer Park regarding a fire at 160 Fawn Drive. Now, if you're not familiar with Deer Park, just to give you a little bit of reference, if we head, make sure I've got my orientation right, down Lexington Road, away from downtown, heading out towards Oglethorpe County. When you get past, Gaines School, Tuxton United Methodist Church is there on the left, right off Lexington. And the road immediately past Tuxton United Methodist Church, before you get to the Walmart, is Cooper Road. So again, heading that direction from downtown, left on Cooper Road, past the church. And then actually Deer Park, which is where Fawn Drive is located, is just on the right. And so when they get this call at 11:20.
Were they not allowed to have demonstratives? Because, if any time that we could have used one of those big old poster boards with maybe a map of the town with a little red dot indicating where this house is,
2 in the morning. The fire department is immediately en route. The firefighters actually kick in the front door to Tara's house because it was locked. And when they did so, they encountered smoke in the main living room area of the house. And I'm going to, in just a few minutes, not yet.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that this random guy, the defendant, came in, did all this heinous stuff, set a fire, and then locked the front door after he was leaving? That just doesn't seem to be like, granted, I'm not a criminologist or anything, but you would think, "Okay, I'm here for a burglary. Oh, well, I'm gonna burgle. Oh, there's a chick here. Well, I'm gonna, crime against her." I wouldn't lock the doors after I leave.
Going to be able to show you what the inside of that house looked like. So these firefighters kick in the door, and the first thing that they notice, apart from the smoke, is back in the right corner, which is where the kitchen is located. Through the smoke, they can actually see the eyes of the stove. It's one of those old school stoves that has the circular heating element. They can see those glowing red. And so through the smoke, they go over there to the stove. They realize that the knobs that would turn on and off those eyes have actually been removed from the stove itself. And so the firefighters put those knobs back on and turn the stove off. They open the back door to the house to ventilate, to help start getting.
Okay, so that already strikes me as incredibly odd. So again, I'm a burglarer. I come in, I see a random chick, and I'm like, "Oh, random chick. Oh, I can't leave any evidence. Unalive her." Leaving the stove on and not a gas stove doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And also to remove the button seems like an act of someone who doesn't want their fingerprints found, and locking the door with a deadbolt also seems like an act of someone who is relatively familiar with the house, but maybe I'm a crazy person.
Smoke out of the room. To this point, I don't think they've completely ascertained exactly where the fire was coming from. The back left bedroom of the house, and there's actually a bathroom door right next to it, it'll make sense in a few minutes, are closed. And so they go over there and they kick those doors in as well. And when they kick open that bedroom door, they are immediately met with flames rushing out over their heads. Firefighters enter and extinguish that fire. And in that moment, ladies and gentlemen, they discover Tara. She's naked. She's in between the mattress and the footboard to her bed. The footboard had been ripped away from the bed frame itself. So she's in that little V-shaped space in between. They notice a computer cord, what appears to be a computer cord, is wrapped around her neck. And so realizing what they've seen, the firefighters back out and turn the scene over to the police. And law enforcement does arrive. And so what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is a sketch made by Athens Clarke County Police as to the interior of 160 Fallen Drive.
A sketch?
I'll spend a couple minutes going over it. The front door here is at the bottom with the arrow pointing up. Again, you see the kitchen in the back right with the stove, which is what the firefighters.
Now, I know this was in the, ye old days of 2001, but I do remember there being digital cameras. I can't rightly remember if, little, like my little razor. I don't remember that we had, but there were like digital or even Polaroid cameras. But no, we have a sketch.
Reported seeing glowing red when they came in the door. And what I want to focus on is what's in the top left of that diagram, what is referred to as bedroom 3. That was Tara's room. And you can see bedroom 3 has a bathroom connected to it, and then there's a door leading both from the bathroom, a door leading to the living room, and one leading into Tara's room. So that's the basic layout of 160 Fawn Drive. You can see there's a back door, which again has the arrow pointing down. And right next to that is a window that is situated right above their dining room table. You're going to see photos that will also help kind of explain the layout of 160 Fawn Drive. So that's the house as a whole. And this is Tara's room as the police encounter it. And again, I've tried to explain, but I think this does a better job showing exactly the orientation of her body inside that bedroom in the back left of 160 Fawn Drive. So again, you can see the footboard having been ripped away from the frame and her body lying in between. So upon arrival, Athens Clarke County Police starts processing the scene. I expect you're going to hear from a number of witnesses that Tara's body, despite having obviously been in a room that was consumed by fire, her hair was actually still intact. I expect you're going to hear that several witnesses actually recall the smell of shampoo still coming from her hair. Again, there was a printer cord wrapped around her neck. I believe the printer itself was there in the room. And there's one thing that the police noticed that firefighters hadn't, was that Tara actually had a stab wound to the right side of her neck. And I think it was on the diagram. The knife was right underneath her body with blood on it. Officers also noticed a clock on the wall in Tara's room. That clock had stopped at 9:32. In processing the scene, officers noted that it appeared as if the doors and windows had been wiped clean. There's a screen to the back, that back window, the one that's right next to the back door, that showed signs of having been tampered with. And I expect there's probably going to be some confusion about exactly where that screen was when the firefighters arrived and when law enforcement arrived, but we'll get to that. Ladies and gentlemen, at 160 Fawn Drive, I submit that the evidence is going to show that any physical evidence that could have conceivably been helpful was collected. As an example, I think you're going to hear they even took the drain assembly out of her bathtub. A little bit more about the fire. I expect you're going to hear evidence that the bed, Tara's bed, was the source of that fire. And a little bit more, actually.
Dear God, a narrative talk through of a case is not that hard. I can fabricate one within about 5 minutes when someone asks, "Hey, what's this case about?" You have a young college woman, a young woman who is, budding into adult life. She was away for law school, and she was savagely, not only assaulted in her own home, but then, unalived, then lit on fire. And you're like, well, so there was like a printer cord. This is my bitch about history. This is my bitch about history. History is full of some of the most dynamic, awful things and even great things that humanity has done to each other. And we reduce it down to a bunch of boring dates instead of teaching the true lessons behind that history, the scheming, the, moral difficulties, the, well, best of two terrible choices things. I always hated it because we were learning, like, the most epic things in history, but it was so boring the way my teachers taught it.
I expect you're going to hear that there was a blanket that had been in the living room on the back of a recliner. That blanket had been removed from the recliner, taken over to the stove, set on fire, and then thrown on Tara's bed. I expect you're going to hear that actually still some remnants of that blanket.
That is the most, like, Rube Goldberg, what the hell? There are such easier ways to start a fire than taking a polyester blanket, setting it on the stove, and then throwing said fiery blanket on someone. Did Mr. Faust smoke at the time? Because you would think if he was a smoker, why wouldn't he just use a cigarette? If he was a smoker, then feasibly you would think you'd also have a lighter on him.
On the stove itself. In learning about the processing of the scene, I expect you're also going to hear that there were no fingerprints of any evidentiary value that were taken in the house or off of Tara's body. I expect you're going to hear that hairs were collected from her body and from her room. And I also expect you're going to hear that her laptop was missing. The next thing I want to talk a little bit about, ladies and gentlemen, is the canvas of the neighborhood. By canvas, I mean police getting out and knocking on doors and seeing what if anything, people had seen that morning. That was obviously done in this case to a significant degree. I expect you'll hear one witness recalled seeing a white male running in the area, open area behind Tara's house and near Tara's house around 7:45 that morning. I expect you're going to hear multiple witnesses talk about describing a black male with an orange shirt or sweatshirt at various places in Deer Park around 8 o'clock to 8:15 that morning. I expect you're going to hear one witness who described smelling a faint odor of smoke as he was leaving for work around 8:40, 8:45 that morning. At the time, ladies and gentlemen, there's just not much to go on as it related to that canvas. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the autopsy. Tara's body was taken over to Atlanta to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Department of Forensic Sciences the next day, Saturday the 20th, her birthday. In an autopsy.
Oh my gosh, again, you have these compelling facts state. Could you not be reading this like you were reading at the Rite Aid receipt? You could say, and on the day she should have been celebrating her birthday, she was getting an autopsy. You are making this crime sound, I mean, legitimately more boring, and you don't have to go full thespian or anything, but it doesn't have to be so clinical the way you talk about this. Part of your job is to, again, point out that this is, a crime against another human that we don't want in society, that it is an affront to our social contract. Oh, good Lord, this man, it's like my TPS report was that
He was conducted by a medical examiner named Dr. Andrew Falzon. And here's where the evidence I submit may get kind of difficult. There were photos that were taken at that autopsy. And you're going to see some of those photos when Dr. Falzon.
Are you trying to communicate with chipmunks? Is there a porpoise outside that you need to contact? Because I swear, for all that is flipper and, tuna or dolphin safe tuna, what the hell is up with these clickings? I'm not going to make it through this trial.
Falzon testifies. It's going to be hard. You're going to see and hear about contusions surrounding Tara's vagina and anus. You're going to hear that stab wound that the officers noted when they got in to her bedroom had actually severed her jugular vein. You're going to hear about the ligature mark that was encircling her neck, and that her hyoid bone, which is a bone in your neck, had been broken. You'll hear.
Okay, again, you'll hear about the hyoid bone, and you might think, why is that hyoid bone important? Well, it's a bone that can indicate in a lot of times if there's been manual or, articulated strangulation. Oh, good Lord, he's making this. Oh.
About a subarachnoid hemorrhage to her head, which is indicative of blunt force trauma. You're going to hear about defensive type wounds to her hands. Dr. Falzon, after conducting the autopsy of Tara Baker, listed her cause of death as ligature strangulation and a stab wound, with another significant condition being blunt force trauma to the head. He ruled the manner of death, obviously, a homicide. As part of the autopsy, a sexual assault kit was taken based on the way Tara's body was found, based on Dr. Falzon's observations. So a sexual assault kit involved oral, vaginal, and rectal swabs of Tara and smears that were created based on those swabs. And I expect over the course of this trial, there's going to be a great deal made about how one of those swabs was mislabeled. I expect the state's going to be able to clear that up as this trial unfolds. As part of the autopsy, head hair and pubic hair was retained, and fingernail and toenail clippings were taken. The next thing of significance that I'd like to talk about is some of the early forensics that were done in connection with this case. You're going to hear from Jennifer Corsi. At the time, back in 2001, Ms. Corsi was a forensic biologist at the GBI Crime Lab. She actually now works at the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Laboratory. And she made a career out of this type of work. Ms. Corsi is the one who actually did chemical testing on that sexual assault kit, the one that we just talked about. You'll hear that her testing failed to reveal the presence of any seminal fluid, and that she took microscopic examinations of the vaginal smears and observed no spermatozoa or partially intact spermatozoa. And so, ladies and gentlemen, based on the existing technology and the existing protocols in existence back in 2001, there was nothing further that could be done with that sexual assault kit. I expect you'll hear that Ms. Corsi, then Fincher, so if I use both names, please forgive me, did confirm that the blood on Tara's fingernails, the only DNA in that on those fingernails belonged to Tara, that there was blood on the knife, and the DNA from that blood also only belonged to Tara. And there was no blood on the toenails that were taken. Not necessarily Ms. Corsi, but other forensics going on in the early days of the investigation. There were attempts to obtain fingerprints of any sort of evidentiary value, nothing to go on. I mentioned the hairs. Submit to you, there was nothing that would help in the investigation at that time. I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit more about Tara. In January of 2001, again, she's living at 160 Fawn Drive. She had two roommates, Ashley Peavy, now Ashley Hall, Valerie Lowe, now Valerie Lang. And I say that because, again, I might refer to them as both. Just wanted to get out in front and explain why that might be the case. So the three of them, Tara, Ashley, and Valerie, had moved into 160 Fawn Drive in August of 2000. All three of them were in grad school at UGA, but pursuing different programs. You know, Tara obviously was studying law. I expect you're going to hear evidence about Tara's morning routine. If she had a 9:30 class, which I expect you're going to hear she did that Friday, property law class on the 19th, then she's a pretty early riser, up around 6:30 in the morning. First thing she'd do is take a shower. Expect you'll hear she'd come out and eat her breakfast. Every morning, same thing, cheese grits. And she'd come out and eat those cheese grits, her hair's still wet. And then she'd go back into her room and sit on the floor in front of her bed to blow dry her hair. And that took a while, ladies and gentlemen, because I expect you're going to hear Tara had a lot of hair. I expect you're also going to hear about how Tara was trying to buckle down in January of 2001. As that new semester at the law school had gotten underway, she was spending less time at home and more time at the law library. But Saturday was her birthday. And on Friday night, she was going to go out and have some fun with some friends. They were going to go to the Winery, which is a bar downtown on Broad Street. I don't know if it's still there, but it was in 2001. But talk about Tara's last hours. Go through what we know about Tara on Thursday, January the 18th. We know that both Ashley and Valerie were leaving for the weekend. They were both leaving that Thursday. Ashley left late that afternoon. She and Tara had been at home together before Ashley left. We know that from approximately 7:30 to approximately 9:30, Tara was at the law library here on North Campus, not too far from the Arch. She's there with a friend named Katie Lonstein. Around 9:30 that night, Katie leaves, goes home. I think there was a discussion about, hey, call me when you get there, make sure you get home safe. And Katie indicated that she would do that, but she forgot. Why is that significant? Because Tara called her. Tara called her at 9:46 that night to make sure Katie had gotten home. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the last time that anyone is known to have spoken to Tara.
We haven't
Friday
gotten
again,
to
January
that
the
yet.
19th. I think it was kind of a cold, overcast, rainy day, kind of day that it seems like we've been having a lot of those lately. Again, expect you're going to hear evidence that the neighbor across the street smelled smoke, excuse me, around 8:45, 8:45 as he was going to work. Point out once again, Tara misses property class. It started at 9:30 that morning. The clock on the wall stopped at 9:32. And then again, ladies and gentlemen,
The clock on the wall has been stuck at 3 for days and days, sir.
11:22 is when the fire is reported at 160 Fawn Drive. I'm going to talk a little bit now about Chris Melton. Some of you have heard his name already in jury selection. Chris Melton was Tara's boyfriend. You're going to hear a lot about the relationship between Tara and Chris leading up to January the 19th of 2001. What I expect that you're going to hear is this was a relatively typical relationship between two very busy people in their early 20s. Tara and Chris met when they both attended college at Georgia College in Milledgeville. It's now Georgia College and State University in the late 90s. Tara and Chris were introduced through mutual acquaintances and hit it off, and they began to date. When Tara graduated from Georgia College, she went back home to the Lovejoy area. And for those of you who don't know, Lovejoy is off of I-75 south of Atlanta. And she got a job at a law firm there. Chris didn't finish school. He also moved back home in with his parents as well. That's in Covington. When Chris moved home, his mom told him he had to get a job. And so he got one. Chris became a plumber. And so at this time, Tara and Chris are in a long distance relationship because Covington, Lovejoy, about an hour and a half apart, maybe a little bit less.
Okay.
Tara moved to Athens, I believe in 1999, when she got a job at a law firm here in town. So at that time, Tara's in Athens, Chris is still in Covington, and so they're still kind of doing the long distance thing, right? Maybe not quite as long, but certainly not in the same town. And they found it hard to find time to get together. And so Chris moved to Athens. He got an apartment with a roommate at a place off of Millage Avenue. And he was commuting back and forth to work. Most of his work was in the Loganville, Gwinnett County area. But I expect what you're going to hear is that Chris and Tara were trying to figure out how to have an adult relationship when they both had a work life and other things going on that they had to manage. As I mentioned before, Tara started law school in August of 2000. I expect you're going to hear that during that fall semester, that first semester, Ashley and Valerie are going to mention to you that Tara was spending a lot of time at Chris's apartment. Now, that doesn't mean Chris wouldn't come over to her house too. He did, maybe just not as often. But when they did, they'd spend the night at each other's house, both at Millage Avenue and at Fawn Drive. This is normal relationship stuff. Moving into the spring semester, January 2001. Now, remember, Tara was trying to buckle down, more time in the library. Well, at that time, Chris also had good things going on. I mentioned that he had taken up plumbing. He was working for a company, but around this time, he started maybe thinking about going out and doing work on his own. You know, his business was mainly in the Loganville, Gwinnett area. And so at this time, you know, he's using his truck, not a company one. It's his gas, his time spent commuting. And if he's traveling back and forth from Athens to Loganville every day, he's not making.
I mean, I too think Chris is an awesome guy, but are we going to get to the part where we talk about the defendant and why you accused him after 25 years? I feel I'm having flashbacks to the Karen Reed trial where I'm like, are we going to get to the John O'Keefe part of this trial?
Money. And the reason why I point all that out, ladies and gentlemen, because I expect the evidence is going to show that at that time, Chris moved back in with his parents in Covington. So he could spend more time working and less time traveling to and from. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I expect that others might have thought that the relationship between Chris and Tara was starting to fizzle. Again, I think the evidence is going to show that this was just a relationship between two young people whose presence and whose futures were still being figured out, with some highs and some lows, but nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, I expect you're going to hear.
You know what gets my radar going is when the state says, yeah, there's going to be some shifty evidence about this person, but it's totally ordinary. No, no, no. I don't like it when the state's like, there's nothing to see here, but even if you did see it, it's all for your own good. Yet never again, government, are we going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
that Chris had gotten Tara a very sentimental Christmas present just a few weeks prior to her death, and it made her really happy. He was going to come to Athens Saturday to celebrate Tara's birthday with her. Chris saw the potential for a future between them. Others may have made assumptions otherwise. But the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is evidence will show you that there is nothing to suggest their relationship was in a bad place. Let's talk about what Chris was doing on January the 19th of 2001. As I just got done explaining, he spent the night before, Thursday night into Friday, at his parents' house in Covington. And from 7:15 that morning until long after Tara's body is discovered, his whereabouts are accounted for. At 7:15 or thereabouts, a coworker named Josh McCurdy came over to Chris's house, Chris's parents' house to be clear, and Josh was with Chris all day. There's a brief period of time around lunch, 1:30 to 2:30-ish, where they were not together. 1:30, obviously, after the fire at Fawn Drive. But other than that, they were together all day. Made numerous stops throughout the day.
Yes, but what was he doing the day before that? Because again, when did they find the fire? I have to go back. But you wouldn't be looking for what he was doing the day the body was discovered. You'd look for the day before that.
You're going to hear a little bit about some of those stops. What I expect the evidence is going to show is that at 9:08 that morning, Chris went into a Wachovia in Loganville. Wachovia, for those of you who don't know, now Wells Fargo. And at 9:12 that morning, he withdrew $480 from the teller. I expect you're going to hear about some visits that he made to a place called Truck Customs. Remember, Chris is starting to do his own thing. He's got a truck. He's in the plumbing business. He needs a pipe rack. He needs a ladder rack. So he'd gone to this place called Truck Customs. First stop time, I think maybe around 10 o'clock. Second time later in the afternoon. And it's at that second trip to Truck Customs, ladies and gentlemen, where Chris gets a call from Tara's mother. Something's happened in Athens. You need to come over.
Finally.
Ladies and gentlemen, all those facts were established fairly early in the investigation. Now, you're going to hear about Chris's reaction when he got the call from Tara's mom about something happening in Athens, how Josh actually had to drive him in his own truck to Athens. And even with all of this, ladies and gentlemen, with those facts being established early in the investigation, Chris was always under the microscope as it related to Tara's murder. He was asked to give blood. He was asked to give a sample of his head hair. He was asked to give a sample of his pubic hair. Chris was subjected to repeated interviews by law enforcement. Every time anything's ever been asked of him, his answer's always been the same: whatever you need. The evidence will show that Chris has been fully cooperative for over 25 years. I'm going to try and move a little bit quicker now because I think I'm taking longer than I intended. But there is a lot of other investigation going on in this case, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 20-plus-year-old case.
Could we talk about the investigation?
I'm not going to present to you everything that was done over the course of this 23-year investigation. From a period of time, several months after Tara's death in 2001 until 2024, we're going to talk more about that soon, there was a lot of work being done on this case. But there was nothing that would point the police in the direction of Tara's killer. There are tens of thousands of pages of police reports, records. There are hundreds of hours of interviews. It would take months to present all that in court, and we're not going to do it. And in so doing, we're not trying to hide anything. We're being mindful that it is an absolute impossibility to show you every lead that was chased down and every lead that became a dead end. About the dozens of persons of interest who are identified but ultimately ruled out. Hard work, frankly, just didn't result in any relevant evidence. One example, in 2010,
Now, this is interesting that he's getting ahead of these bad facts because as a juror, I'm guessing if the defense comes up after this and says, well, it's interesting that, you guys have had 10 potential suspects and you claimed that you were on the right track with them, but things fizzled out. So what again, don't tell me about he's getting ahead of bad facts, but what pointed you to Mr. Faust? Because I don't understand. Don't tell me how you got discombobulated with 12 other people. Tell me what led you to Mr. Faust.
Signature, the printer cord, and the knife were retested for DNA, not just the blood, to see if there was any touch DNA on those items. And once again, only Tara's DNA was found. I expect over the course of this trial, you're going to hear about some missteps and some unanswered questions. Remember that window frame I talked about earlier? Well, the window frame was obviously taken into evidence back in 2001, but now, 25 years later, it's missing. And that's unfortunate. But what is fortunate is that you're still going to hear about the processing of that window frame that was done back in 2001 and how, again, there were no prints recovered. You'll hear that Tara's laptop, the one that I mentioned had been taken from her room, has never been found. And lastly, as far as unanswered questions go, I'd submit to you, the evidence can show that no one investigating this case has been able to quite figure out exactly how the defendant got in and out of 160 Fawn Drive. Was it the kitchen window with the frame that showed signs of tampering? Was it the back door? To this day, ladies and gentlemen, there's no definitive answer. And the state's not going to be able to show you the answer to that in this trial either. That fact is not necessary to prove the defendant's guilt. And so again, with all this investigation going on and no leads being developed, the case goes cold. Something happened that changed all of that in 2023. Something called the Coleman-Baker Act was signed into law by Governor Brian Kemp. In case you hadn't figured out, the Baker part of that act is named after Tara. This is a law designed to address cases exactly like this one, where all leads have been exhausted and no likely perpetrator has been identified. What the law does is it directs new eyes to be placed on the file. See if all appropriate forensic testing and analysis was done in the first instance, or if additional testing might produce evidence or information relevant to the investigation. And so at this point, enter into our story Agents Liz Bigham and Jeremy Howell with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Agent Bigham, Agent Howell are longtime agents with the GBI, and they joined that cold case unit after the law was enacted. In December of 23, they started looking at this case. And one of the first things they did was a dogged re-examination of all the physical evidence in Tara's case, including
Dogged, you
the sexual
say?
assault kit that had been taken at her autopsy. That kit was resubmitted for testing in February of 2024.
Wait, no one had ever had the bright idea to resubmit this case as leaps and bounds were being made in DNA? A very high profile case, and no one thought, hey, DNA is kind of graduating. Not until 2024, there had to be a law enacted so that they could say, hey, you know that DNA stuff? They've made a lot of, new leaps and bounds in that. Dear Lord.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, lots changed about DNA and the way DNA is tested from back in 2001.
I used to look like a young Michael J. Fox. Now I look like an old Michael J. Fox.
I expect you're going to hear that the sensitivity of that testing has improved greatly.
I did.
And so in February of 24, the crime lab was able to find first male DNA and then obtain a DNA profile from item 2I. It's going to get confusing. We can clear all this up later about the names of those items. 2I is labeled oral swab B. It's pretty confusing. And so...
Or you could simply have told your narrative. Well, remember about those swabs? I told you to keep a pin in those. Well, years and years later, we took the oral swab. You didn't even have to say swab -1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good Lord.
Upon further testing of 2I, what they do is they separate the DNA into what's called fractions. I'm not going to get too much into the details of it now, but the idea is you're trying to separate the female DNA from the male DNA. 2I, the oral swab. B, the first fraction is a match to Tara Baker. In the second fraction, there's a partial major profile of male DNA. And that DNA is not Tara Baker and is not Chris Melton. In case I haven't been clear, when I refer to a profile, what I'm, for lack of a better term, talking about is a DNA fingerprint. So when I talk about profiles, that's what I mean. But that profile, that partial major profile from item 2I, was eligible to be submitted into something called CODIS, C-O-D-I-S. That stands for the Combined DNA Index System. CODIS is a national database of known DNA profiles. I think that as of November last year, there are about 26 million known profiles in CODIS. And once that profile from item 2I was uploaded into CODIS, the way it works is it is routinely compared against the 26 million known profiles to see if any leads could be developed. On April 30th, 2024, there was a hit. And it was that DNA, again, matched from item 2I, and that hit was to the defendant, Edric Faust. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first time in 23 years and tens of thousands of pages of this law enforcement file that Mr. Faust's name shows up. So what do we know about Mr. Faust? He lived at 350 Cooper Road, and we talked about Cooper Road earlier. You can see it there. It's actually at the top of this picture. The star represents 160 Fawn Drive. I'll get more into that in just a minute. Cooper Road, again, at the very top, going horizontally in the picture. If you were to go left on Cooper Road, that's where you're going to run into Lexington Road, just to give you some orientation. Mr. Faust living at 350 Cooper Road. 350 Cooper Road, ladies and gentlemen, is literally 585 feet from 160 Fawn Drive. So, next, what happens? Agents Bigham and Howell obtain a warrant to get Mr. Faust's buccal swabs, cheek swabs. And the purpose of that is to get a known sample of his DNA. CODIS, only a lead, you got to confirm it. And again, the first fraction from oral swab B, Tara's profile, it's always Tara's profile, vaginal, oral A, oral B, we'll clear that up later. Always Tara's DNA in that first fraction. And in that second fraction, you're going to hear about there being two profiles, but the major profile, the partial major profile from item 2I was a match to Edric Faust. And that match, I might mess up the wording of it, was 1 in 800 quadrillion.
I have objection, Your Honor. And I have a motion. Outside of first.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go back into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. Thank you.
Ooh, she's drinking Bally water. She just looks like head of HR. I really like my judges to wear robes. She looks like the major cat lady. Wait, do we not get to see the arguments? Okay. Okay. All right.
Obviously, when it occurs, I'm going to get up and move for a mistrial again to preserve the record. But I would ask the Honorable Court to instruct the state to use accurate evidence that will come into, accurate descriptions of evidence that would come into evidence. This slide is not accurate. And the next two slides that involve true allele won't be accurate as far as the match language, Your Honor.
Anything from the state before I make a comment?
I disagree with every assertion Mr. Cruz just made.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz, your comment is you used the word evidence. And I've already instructed the jury that anything said by the attorneys, including opening and closings and arguments by the attorneys, are not to be considered as evidence. This is not to be considered as evidence. It is part of the opening statement. I'm going to deny your motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you heard from them? All right.
Well, Tammy, we were in the state's opening statement, and the defense said that some of the information on the slides that they were using was not correct and motioned for a mistrial. Now, the judge seemed to be fairly dismissive of the defense, and the state pointed out they disagreed with the defense's assertions, and the judge basically ruled that she was not going to call for a mistrial and that nothing, there's nothing that, basically she went with the premise that it's not, and nothing is evidence in opening statements. So even if it is wrong or they perceive the information as wrong, the jury will not be in taking any of this as evidence per her order, so it's okay.
Mom.
All right, very good. You can bring the jury out now. Thank you very much.
Oh, good Lord, how long does it take them to get into their seats?
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was saying, 1 in 800 quadrillion. That is, if I got it right, an 8 followed by 17 zeros. That's not all that you're going to hear about as it relates to DNA testing that was conducted in 2024. You're going to hear a great deal about something called true allele. I am not going to go into it too in depth this afternoon, but basically, true allele is this high-tech software that uses something called probabilistic genotyping to decode.
So think star mix. So the thing that basically we had to hear a lot about when they broke down mixtures, basically what they're doing is they're doing the exact same thing. It's just a different name brand.
Very small or mixed samples of DNA from a piece of evidence. And again, I'm not going to go into all the nuts and bolts of true allele here because frankly, I just don't think I do a very good job. But you are going to hear from Ashley Hinkle. Ms. Hinkle is a forensic biologist at the GBI Crime Lab who is an expert in true allele. She'll give you a good explanation of what it is and how it works. And ultimately, you're going to hear that all 3 swabs from the sexual assault examination of Ms. Baker were analyzed using true allele. Again, that same swab 2I, this is oral swab B.
Okay, things that are already not making sense to me. And I've started, again, prosecution, defense, lawyers of any kind, when you are truly analytical and you realize you will not be getting any relevant information from the speaker, you'll basically start wondering. So my mind is already kind of going through different things. Uh, does Eric Faust have a history for robbery? Is there any evidence that he was stalking her at any time? Because you've got to think if he was that close to her house, he would have been aware that 3 people typically live there, and if he was going to rob them, do you think that maybe he stalked it a bit to see if, only one person was going to be there? I don't know. That being said, if he does have a propensity for burglary, were there burglaries in the area that he's been associated with? It just seems very odd that he's going to, upgrade it to, not only, essay, but sodomy, and then red rum, then arson, then go back to these kind of really petty crimes and not leave town immediately after. Maybe he did. I don't know. Like I said, I'm coming in kind of without any information, but it would seem like you're in a college town. If there were, a rash of break-ins, that would be news. People would know about that. Maybe the police officers. This seems very it seems very shocking, which means that it wasn't part of a string of robberies or that I can tell. So, don't give people who have analytical minds time to wander.
Again, the second fraction, separating male from female DNA, at least 2 individuals, we'll explain more later. Again, the major contributor based on the TrueCrimeCommunity results was Edric Faust. The way TrueCrimeCommunity reports, ladies and gentlemen, is that the wording is significant. It's called a likelihood ratio. What Ms. Hinkle, I expect, is going to tell you that the likelihood of a match between Mr. Faust and the partial major profile in 2I
No, not
is
yet.
30
The oral swabs.
octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. 30 octillion. Again, if I counted right, that is a 3 followed by 28 zeros. Good. Next one. So 2J is another swab that was collected at the sexual assault kit from Dr. Falzon way back in 2001. And we're going to explain more about what 2J is throughout the trial. First fraction, again, Tara, always Tara. The second fraction of 2J had the profile of at least 3 individuals. There's a match to Chris Melton. Make sure I get it right. 30 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match. And there's also a match to Edric Faust. Likelihood ratio there.
I would renew my request, my objection.
Your motion is denied.
Yes, ma'am.
You may continue.
The match to Mr. Faust here is 70 billion times more probable than a coincidental match. Then also, ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear about TrueCrimeCommunity's analysis of the rectal swabs. Here, the second fraction had at least 3 individuals. There's a match to Chris Melton, a much lower number, 60,000 times more probable than a coincidental match. Going back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2J, the last one that I mentioned, it's a very important fact that I almost overlooked. Why would Chris's DNA be present in 2J? Well, I expect the evidence is going to show you that he and Tara had been intimate the weekend prior to her death. I expect that you'll hear that it's not uncommon for DNA to be found that far in the past, or when sex was known to have happened that far in the past. I expect you're going to hear that current guidelines for collection of evidence in cases like this is 120 hours. So that's 5 days.
Oh.
And again, Chris and Tara.
Was that a laugh, a wheeze, or what have you? I don't even know what.
Had been intimate the weekend before her death. So the rectal swabs, I don't want to spend too much time on it. Obviously, only Chris's DNA is found there. It's a very small amount. That's significant. You'll hear more about that later. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to be very clear that Chris and Tara.
Well, again, I don't mind, but if Chris and Tara had sex and it's possible, why is he more why is his sample more prevalent than either Edric or Tara? Because, the higher concentration usually means the higher number. So you didn't have enough to even come back as Tara or Edric, but you had enough to come back as Chris? My brain is already hurting.
We're not engaging in anal sex. You're going to hear about a phenomenon known in the forensic community known as drainage. I guess an easier way to think about that is gravity. This is a known fact. Semen, just like any other physical object, is subject to gravity. And the vagina and the anus are in pretty close proximity. And remember how Tara's found in the floor.
Oh, dear God. It's a well-known I have watched trials for nearly 4 years, and you want me to tell you how many times I've heard drainage as a forensical, you know, word of term of art? Never. Drainage? Graph drainage? I give up, y'all.
Of her bedroom. All right, so I'm nearing the end of our story. Armed with their investigation to this point, Agents Bigham and Howell interviewed the defendant. That took place on May the 9th of 2024, and it happened at the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. Mr. Faust had been placed under arrest for the murder of Tara. He was read his rights, and he agreed to talk with him. Now, I'm not going to go into everything that was said over the course of that interview. You're going to see and hear the relevant portions of that interview. But just a note, Mr. Faust said that he'd been living at 350 Cooper Road, off and on, for 40 years. To include the time frame back in 2001, 350 Cooper Road was actually his stepmother's house. During the interview, Mr. Faust denies ever dating anyone in Deer Park, ever knowing anyone in Deer Park, or that anyone from Deer Park ever came over to his house. All that was said in this interview before he was actually told what the charges were for. And you're going to see, frankly, during this interview, the evidence is going to show that this is pretty conversational nature between the defendant and Agents Bigham and Howell. And then at the end, they tell him what the charges were for. Agent Howell actually says, and he's referring to Tara here, "Don't you remember? It's kind of a big deal." Agent Howell offers, "If you can help us understand why your DNA is in that house, help us. I'm here to exonerate just as much as I am to hunt." And you'll hear the defendant's reaction. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of my opening remarks, I talked about how this trial represents the final chapter in a long, sad saga for both the Baker family and for the Athens community. For decades, everyone who loved Tara wanted to know who killed Tara Baker. Ladies and gentlemen, Edric Faust killed Tara Baker.
You could have explained, "Oh, well, we found his DNA. It looks like you didn't do anything, but we found his DNA and he done it." You didn't look where he was, where he associated with, if he had a history of burglaries, if he was known to frequent that area, if it was a known area where there were burglaries. Again, we have seen where a defense challenges an incomplete investigation with the Canero trial. The state doesn't look like it did a complete investigation here, just based on how they're going to gloss over things. Now, I understand this is an opening statement, but I would like you to be very precise and detailed about what you did to make sure Eric Faust was the person, not just the DNA.
Edric Faust sexually assaulted Tara Baker. Edric Faust set her house on fire. And now, the final chapter begins today. But the last few pages of this story haven't been written. At the end of the trial, we're going to hand you the pen, and you, the jury, will write those last few pages. And when you do, you'll have the evidence to write the correct ending to this horrible saga. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't say the happy ending. That's not possible. The correct one. You'll have everything you need to know to write the ending that the facts support and that justice demands. An ending that finds, beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant, Edric Faust, is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Counsel for the defense, opening statement.
May we use the monitors, please, Your Honor?
And howdy, Miss K. Griff. Interesting.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz, and I have the privilege and the honor of standing beside Mr. Edric Faust during this case. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for your sacrifice and taking time away from your families, your jobs, and your very important matters to sit and listen to the evidence the state presents in this case. We intend to get you all home as quickly as possible. Once you have all the evidence that you need to make a decision and not a moment before. First off, you can see on your screens, I'd like to tell you what happened. You all sat through 5 days of jury service and no one ever explained to you what happened. Then we're going to talk about how this is a crime of opportunity, the evidence that you were here supporting that this is not, let me put it this way. You'll hear evidence supporting that this is a crime of opportunity. Then we'll get into Chris Melton's and Tara Baker's relationship and what the evidence will show there. That is going to be very important in this case to understand what was going on with Miss Baker and Mr. Melton before she passed. Then we're going to talk about then I'd like to talk about with you the initial investigation in this case. This investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, that isn't the initial investigation, but this investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, you may decide that this is one of the most thorough investigations in Georgia history. In fact, you will learn that this investigation reached a level of desperation. And at the end of this trial, you are going to have questions that the state is not going to be able to answer. And I believe during the state's opening, they admitted one, which is they cannot present evidence to you, or they cannot answer the question of how Mr. Faust would have gotten into Miss Baker's home. They also can't answer the question of when did Mr. Faust's DNA get in Miss Baker's body? They don't know. They won't be able to answer the question, how would Mr. Faust get away from Miss Baker's home unseen at the time of the morning that they said he committed this crime? The evidence will show that in Deer Park, Black people simply walking were reported. In fact, on January 19th, 2001, the day Miss Baker passed away, there were 3 individuals reported, two, but one person was reported twice. It was a Black male. He had a afro, and he was wearing a bright orange shirt. And the witnesses say, hey, he's just walking normally through the neighborhood. Is he looking around suspicious? No. Is there anything unique about him? No. Actually, when I pulled out my car to get out the driveway, he stopped for me. So the state won't be able to answer if they're reporting individuals walking through the neighborhood. How did Mr. Faust get away unseen in the middle of the morning?
That does make sense.
And the last question that the state won't be able to answer for you. If Mr. Faust killed Miss Baker, why was the hair that was found on her body, around her body, in her hand, and on the murder weapon of Caucasian origin? You will hear evidence in this case that there is not a shred of evidence that puts Mr. Faust, let alone a Black person, in Miss Baker's home. All of the evidence, including the gift Miss Baker left in her hand, for police, it's Caucasian hair. Now, the state, these questions have to be answered with evidence, not speculation, not with sensationalized media coverage, and not with unsupported conclusions. These are questions the state must answer for you with evidence and proof. The state may spend a lot of time talking about Mr. Faust's DNA. That is not an issue in this case. DNA is not an issue in this case. But they may spend a lot of time talking about Mr. Faust's DNA being present among, as they presented to you, the multiple DNA profiles that were found and identified. But you may find yourself asking this question at the end of the state's presentation of evidence. How does Mr. Faust's DNA simply being in Ms. Baker's body, along with someone else's DNA profile, establish that he is the person that killed Ms. Baker? And this is why you all are here today. This is why we are here today. We're not here to talk about, and the state is going to present this type of evidence. We are not here to talk about how bad of a person Mr. Faust may have been, how horrible of a boyfriend he may have been. That's not evidence in regards to what they must present to you to prove that Mr. Faust is the individual that committed these acts that they've chosen to charge him with in the indictment. We're here to talk about and find out whether the state's evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust committed the crimes that he's charged with. That's it. That is why we are here. And in this trial, the question is not who killed Ms. Baker. That is not the question that anyone is asking you to determine. But again, the question is simply, does the state's evidence that they present to you prove that Mr. Faust, proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person responsible for burglarizing Ms. Baker's home? He's charged with burglary in the indictment, sexually assaulting Ms. Baker, and killing Ms. Baker. That's the sole question you have to answer. Not who did it, just does the state's evidence support beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person that committed this crime? And that's the key issue in this entire case. And you may get distracted by emotion in this case. You may get distracted by your dislike of Mr. Faust's life choices. But you cannot lose focus, and you cannot forget why we are here today. You are here on a murder, a rape, an aggravated sodomy, and a burglary case. You're going to learn that this is not a case of stranger on stranger violence, but rather a case of interpersonal violence. Interpersonal relationship violence. But you cannot be distracted. You can't be distracted. The reason we all chose you is because we thought you were the best jurors to sit on this case. You would not be distracted by emotion, and you would let the law guide you and come to a just decision. The death of a person is a horrible, horrible tragedy, and no one in this courtroom would tell you otherwise. We are not the media. We don't have the opportunity to speculate and draw in viewers. We don't have the opportunity to sensationalize this case of Ms. Baker's life. And that's what we're going to talk about during this trial, is Ms. Baker's life. We're going to show you what Mr. Faust looked like in the year 2000. This is Mr. Faust in the year 2000. He looks completely different than he looks now. What we put an emphasis on, and what you'll hear in evidence, is this is how Mr. Faust carried himself. He was a very well-dressed, clean-cut individual. He wore jewelry. He drove nice cars. We expect the evidence to we expect the evidence to show that.
Okay.
We're also going to show you a picture of Mr. Faust on February 8th, 2001, which is about 2 or 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. This is Mr. Faust about 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. Without a haircut, obviously, without his jewelry in, but this is a picture of Mr. Faust. And the evidence will show this is how Mr. Faust looked after Ms. Baker's death. In 2001, the evidence will show that Mr. Faust was a 25-year-old bar-hopping playboy. You will hear for some of Mr. Faust's ex-girlfriends, particularly the state will call Miss Brenda Sweeney. And you will learn in this case that the state, Miss Elizabeth Bigham, she will testify that she's reviewed every single document in this case file. And based on her review of that information, what you will learn is that Mr. Faust did not stay at 350 Cooper Road. Mr. Faust actually stayed in Knollwood Apartments with his girlfriend, Miss Brenda Swinney at the time. And this is information that the state has had before today and during the entire pendency of this case. So what happened? That's the question that we're here to figure out. What happened with Ms. Baker? This is Ms. Baker shortly before she passed. This is her law school photo that she took while she was a student at the University of Georgia. And these are Chris Melton's hands after Ms. Baker's death. So Ms. Baker was killed on January 19th, 2001.
Now, look, I'm trying to give Mr. Milton grace. We do know from the state's opening that he's a plumber, but you have to be a pretty crappy plumber to have your hands that ate up. It was not a plan. I wanted something comfy and I knew I didn't have to go out. Yeah, that's a little sus. I mean, not gonna lie, that's a whole lot sus. And I would be willing to, give him some, calluses or, injuries on his hands for being in a, blue collar work, but that doesn't look like plumbing injuries to me.
These photos were taken on January 21st, 2001. This is Mr. Melton's left hand. This photo, these are Mr. Melton's right hand. During this trial, you will learn the nature of Ms. Baker's death. It was an overkill. And what we mean by that, it was terrible. That's the best word I could use. It was terrible. It was a horrible death. Ms. Baker was not only unalived, but the person who did this is Ms. Baker.
Sir, you are a lawyer. You don't have to say unalived. You can say murder. You're not monetized. And I was.
They beat her. They punched her over and over and over again. And you will hear from the medical examiner the injury she had to her face. Her eyes were swollen and blackened. And then this individual, and we don't know the order, but this individual, this sick individual, then took Ms. Baker's printer cord and wrapped it around Ms. Baker's neck. And he laid on top of Ms. Baker as he pulled the opposite ends of that printer cord, strangling her. That individual, at some point, again, we don't know the order that this took place, but these are the things that took place. This individual at some point walked to Ms. Baker's kitchen, pulled out a knife out of her knife block, and then stabbed Ms. Baker in her neck. And you'll hear that Ms. Baker was stabbed on the right side of her neck. This wasn't enough for this individual. This individual then went into the living room of the home, took Ms. Ashley Hall's chenille blanket off of the couch, went and turned on the eye of the stove. They put the blanket on the stove. And when this blanket caught ablaze, what occurred was this person walked back into Ms. Baker's room while Ms. Baker laid on the floor, still grasping for air. You will hear that there was a shoot in her lungs. He places this blanket on the bed. And then this person takes your laptop. And you will hear back in 2001, laptops, cell phones now are like laptops. Back in 2001, laptops were like cell phones. They would have all your personal information. But this person takes her laptop, he then closes her door, locks it, goes to her bathroom door, and you saw a picture of it in the state's opening, closes the bathroom door, locks it, and takes his time to clean up Miss Baker's house. As the state mentioned in their opening, this person wiped down the door, this person wiped down the stove handles, this person wiped down the back door, this person wiped down the window sill. And when firefighters obviously fired a couple hours later, the fire burst through the roof, you will hear from firefighters that in order to get in this home, they had to kick in the door. And it was deadbolt locked. And the type of doors you'll learn that Ms. Baker had, the top lock has a key that you can put in. You have to unlock it to unlock the deadbolt. The bottom lock from the inside, you can just twist it. They had to kick in the front door. It is deadbolt locked. And the back door. There's so much smoke, and the state said this in their opening, there's so much smoke in the house The firefighter goes to the back door to unlock the door, and the deadbolt.
Also, another question that I had, so did the roommates have anything else stolen? So you go through all the trouble to get in this house and you find one person, you take care of that one person. And the roommates get anything taken from them? Uh, Then why are we calling this a robbery? It seems like someone got sent an email or probably okay. Yeah, this is making total sense. It seems like someone didn't want the police finding an email that was sent or possibly notes that she wrote if she was into blogging.
It's locked on the back door. But what you will hear is that when firefighters found Miss Baker, the individual that did this to her, this was somebody she was comfortable being naked with. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were ripped off her. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were found near her. The state is not going to present any evidence that a towel was around her. She was completely nude, no clothing around her body at all. Now, while this individual was strangling Miss Baker, you don't leave her like this or you bring her like this. The evidence we intend to present is that Miss Baker was scratching at this individual's hands while he was trying to strangle. While he was choking, Miss Baker was trying to get him off. While he was choking, Miss Baker was grabbing his hair, trying to get him off. And the forensics evidence, and we'll get into the forensics, I won't go there now, but forensics evidence will support that Miss Baker was fighting for her life. Now, I mentioned the back door, that the back door was deadbolt locked. You will hear from a young lady by the name of Miss Kishana Armstrong. She's Miss Baker's neighbor. Okay? Miss Baker stayed at 160 Fund Drive. Miss Armstrong stayed at 140 Fund Drive. So if you're looking at this map, Miss Baker's home is here where the blue tarp is. Miss Armstrong's home is right there. 2 houses up. And what Miss Armstrong can tell you, and this is the same thing she told law enforcement 20 plus years ago that they ignored, was that, hey, it was 7:45 in the morning. I was going to my car because I had classes. I was getting ready to go to school. And to my surprise, I found it odd that a white guy was running through my backyard with a white t-shirt on and light blue jeans.
Mm-hmm.
And Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you, you'll see a photo of it, but Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you, she's going to testify. What she'll tell you is this person, I can't remember the face because it's been 24 years ago. And you'll learn police never followed up with it. They never showed her a photograph of Chris Melton. And as the state said, Chris Melton was the center of the investigation, right? But they never showed her a photograph of Chris Melton. They never gave her a photo lineup. They said, hey, do you recognize anybody in this photo lineup? So what she'll come in and testify to is, hey, I don't remember the person's face. I can't really remember the person's hair, but I do remember the person having the exact same color hair as Chris Melton. That's what Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you. This is Chris Melton, back in 2001. Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you that she can't remember her hairstyle. I can't remember her hairstyle, but I do vividly remember this person's hair. And what you'll learn is
What in the Timu, Josh Hartnett, and that oldest brother from Home Improvement?
police never even asked her the hair color. They don't even ask her. When they interviewed 20 years ago, they don't ask her about the hair color. Only thing they ask her, how tall is the person, what age group does he look like he was in. And she'll say he looked like he was in his 20s. He had kind of like a medium athletic type of deal. And they're aware that Miss Baker is dating Chris Melton. They never show her a photo of Chris Melton. You will learn in this case that law enforcement ignored Miss Armstrong for 25 years. We had to reach out to Miss Armstrong. Once Mr. Faust was arrested, Miss Armstrong was no longer needed. Crime of opportunity. I told you that I would talk about how this crime is a crime of opportunity. During this trial, one of the most important facts that you all will learn is that Miss Baker did indeed have two roommates. One of her roommates is Dr. Valerie Lowe. I believe you heard about her from the state. Then she went by Miss Valerie Lane, who's at school. And also Mrs. Ashley Peavy Hall. At the time of this case in 2001, she went by Miss Hall. You will learn that each girl had a boyfriend. We were counting Miss Baker and Mr. Mel. So at any given time, you will learn that you have 6 people in the house. And it was very rare, your testimony, very rare that someone would be at the house alone. However, on January 18, 2001, being great roommates, Dr. Lowe tells Miss Baker, hey, I'm not going to be home. We can tell, I believe she was going somewhere with her boyfriend, so she was going to be out of town. Miss Ashley Peavy Hall tells Miss Baker the exact same thing. And you will hear testimony about Miss Baker's response. What you will know is that Miss Baker was home alone. What you will also hear is that Miss Baker and Chris Nelton spoke the day before her death 5 times. There was a 22-minute call. There was a 5-minute call. There was a 19-minute call. And there was 2 other short calls the day before her death between Miss Baker and Chris Nelton. And when law enforcement asked Chris Nelton the day of the crime, or the day close to the crime, hey, did you know that Miss Baker was going to be by herself? He said, of course not. He said, of course not. I didn't know that. She wouldn't have told me anything like that. But I do remember me telling her that I wouldn't be able to come down to Athens to spend the night with her. A couple of years go by. And police do this as part of their investigation tactics. Police asked him again, hey, do you remember if Miss Baker told you that she was going to be home alone by herself the day before she died? Chris Nelton then tells law enforcement, I don't remember. So a question that you will have to ask, maybe a question that you will have, is if your future fiance told you she was going to be by herself and died the next day, is that a fact that you will forget? You will also learn about the nature of their relationship. Dr. Lowe will tell you that Ms. Baker and Mr. Melton, the person that's your law school like this, they're really tight, really close. Mr. Melton will probably testify that if there are 7 days in a week, 5 of those days, him and Ms. Baker would be together. And this is first semester. But you'll hear from Dr. Lowe that on New Year's Day of 2001, she came home, and to her surprise, Ms. Baker was home alone. And she talked to Ms. Baker about it, she asked her about it. Ms. Baker gave her son, I don't get into that. But Dr. Lowe would say there was a change in relationship from that day up until the time Tara had died. They were not spending as much time together as they used to. But you'll also hear from Ms. Baker's best friend. And I say best friend because Chris Nelton stated, and that may be his testimony, that Mrs. P.D. Hall was Tara Baker's best friend. She described the relationship to law enforcement as it's pretty much like watching the normal ending of a relationship. But when law enforcement asked Mr. Melton about the relationship, Mr. Melton says, oh, everything was fine. She was my borderline fiance, we were about to get married. It wasn't until 5 months later in June when law enforcement approached Mr. Melton and said, Chris, we heard about a fight that you and Tara had a week before her death. Do you know about that? And for the very first time, he admits that there was trouble in paradise. He says, oh, yeah, I know about that. It wasn't a big deal. It was something minor. Now, in the evidence that was provided to us, it wasn't provided to us. You'll learn that we don't have any information on what that fight was about except what Chris Melton said it was about. But it also matches up with Chris Melton's time. Chris Melton, when he interviewed with police in 2024, he told law enforcement that he had not seen Tara Baker in 10 days. Okay? That's a very important number. He said that I had not seen Tara Baker in 10 days. That 10 days lines up with their last fight. And Chris Melton said, 5 months later, I remember this fight. That is an important date to remember. Because in 2001, when Chris Melton was asked, or as a matter of fact, he wasn't asked, Chris Melton was told that there was DNA evidence in this case in 2001. When they told him it was DNA evidence, Chris Melton volunteered. I was just here 6 days ago. She was at my parents' house, and we had sex 6 days ago. And then he asked, did y'all find semen or anything on her like that? But this is the issue. Law enforcement failed to follow up. They met with Chris Melton's parents, and you would think it's a significant piece of information that you saw a young lady that died at your home the week before she died. The parents never mentioned or confirmed seeing Tara Baker at her home two at their homes the weekend before. What's verified based on Chris Melton's own words, twice, 2024 and 2001. He started 10 days before she died, and they had a fight the week before, which will line up with this. I promised you that I would talk to you about Chris and Tara's relationship. So this was a relationship where these individuals met at Georgia Military College. Chris was in school as a pre-med major. So pre-med is pretty much an individual going to school to become doctors. Tara was in institution. Miss Baker was in school to become a lawyer. So these individuals were equally yoked. Miss Baker graduated school, and of course, as you know, she entered law school. Mr. Melton dropped out of school. And what happened when Mr. Melton dropped out of school? Miss Baker, she moved to Athens to attend law school. And I'm sure Chris Melton knows he had an amazing woman. He followed. And he didn't follow and move in with Miss Baker. What he did, he followed and moved into a room with someone else that Miss Baker introduced him to. And you will learn that Mr. Melton, to stay close to Tara, was traveling back and forth every day for work from Athens to Covington, Loganville, Gwinnett County, Georgia, every single day while Miss Baker was attending law school. You will hear that towards the end of 2000, as I mentioned, that Miss Baker was distancing herself from Mr. Melton, and she was developing a friendship with another individual, an individual that was in her profession. Her roommates will also tell you that the relationship with Mr. Melton was coming to an end. Now, this is the biggest thing I want you to focus on during the closing. During the evidence. It's Chris Melton's behavior after Miss Baker died. This is going to be extremely
Microphone.
evidence. Miss Baker dies on January 19th. On January 25th, Mr. Melton goes to Miss P.D. Hall's home to spend the weekend with her and her boyfriend, the family. On the 25th, he calls a girl by the name of Lisa Tucker and invites her on a lunch. He goes on a lunch with her. I'll say that. He goes on a lunch. I don't want to mistake it. We're talking within a week of his borderline fiancé dying. Then on this next day, after he set up a lunch with Miss Lisa Tucker, he then calls a woman by the name of Holly Hufford and sets up a lunch with her as well. And Miss P.D. Hall went to this lunch with Chris and Miss Holly Hufford. She took her boyfriend at the time, Chris Hall. And what she'll tell you, or what the evidence will show, is that during that lunch, Miss P.D. Hall witnessed Mr. Melton flirting with Holly Hufford and even rubbing Miss Holly Hufford's back a week after his girlfriend has just died. And when Miss Ashley P.D. Hall says, all right, me and Chris are leaving, Chris Hall, her boyfriend's Chris Hall, me and Chris are leaving, Mr. Melton explained to them that he was going to stay and hang out with Miss Hufford. And this, again, is within a week of his borderline fiance being brutally murdered. You will learn on January 27th, after hanging out with Ms. Hufford, he called her around 10 o'clock that night and told her she was on the town to give him a call.
And welcome, Baker Raiders. We are at the opening statement. So we're on to the defense in the, Georgia versus Mr. Edric Faust case. Now, I am kind of coming into this, as uninformed as I generally jump into everything. We are on the defense, and the state didn't give us a whole lot of evidence. I do like facts, and I will say that also the defense has been much more engaging, much more. He seems to have a much more command of the facts and able to get them without looking at his notes. So I do very much like his style. The only thing I don't like about this particular attorney right now is that he wanders away from the mic.
Again, this is a week after his girlfriend has just been brutally murdered. Ms. Hufford did not give Mr. Melton a call. We'll also learn that there was a candlelight vigil for the woman that Mr. Melton claimed loved, that you experienced death, death like this, losing it in instance. There was a candlelight visual held for Ms. Baker. And instead of going to that candlelight visual from Ms. Baker for his girlfriend, Mr. Melton told law enforcement, because they had to confront him with this information. This is nothing that he told law enforcement. They confronted him with this information. Mr. Melton told law enforcement that, yeah, I knew about the candlelight visual. I knew about it for about 4 days. But, you know, Lauren, she already had these tickets to this country concert at Turner Field. And, you know, she told me that, she talked me out of going. She said that, you know, Chris, that isn't somewhere you need to be. So instead of going to his girlfriend's, if they were still together, his girlfriend's candlelight visual, he went to.
Now, look, does it look shitty? Yes. But I am of the firm opinion that do not perform grief so that it will be publicly acceptable. Now, does it look all the sus? Yes. Going out on dates and missing your girlfriend's, you know, vigil. But that in and of itself doesn't make it a shitty thing. Now, again, if you don't like that or you're just too emotional, but this sort of grief has to be this, that, and the other thing and performed in public, I'm firmly against.
Country concert at Turner Field with 2 other couples. It was him and Laura Sherling. It was Laura Sherling's mom and dad. And it was also another guy and gal couple. You, the jurors, will have to decide if Chris Melton's actions after Ms. Baker's death were consistent with someone who had suddenly lost their future wife. Next, I'd like to talk to you about law enforcement's failures. And there was a lot of failures in this case. During the trial, you will learn this case is not simply about my client, Mr. Faust. This case is not simply about Mr. Melton, nor is this case simply about Tara Baker. You will learn that this is a case of law enforcement neglect and failure. The evidence will show while this entire community was in dread and fear, law enforcement had enough evidence supporting that the person that killed Ms. Baker was right in front of them. But because of the cameras, because of the media attention, and because of the sensationalism, they had Mr. Faust sitting in that chair. The evidence will show that law enforcement knew, this is information they're aware of, law enforcement knew and ignored, as I mentioned, that all the human hair found on her body that did not belong to Ms. Baker was of Caucasian origin. You will not hear a shred of evidence that there's an African-American man's hair on Ms. African-American's hair on Ms. Baker's body. And the reason we showed you a photo of Mr. Faust with the afro is because he had a lot of hair. The evidence will show that law enforcement conducted a DNA test. A DNA test was done. This isn't the first DNA test. A DNA test was conducted on a pubic hair found on Ms. Baker's butt. Now, in this case, and the state has already told you this, so I'll follow up with it. In this case, it is undisputed that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally. A piece of evidence that law enforcement had was a pubic hair was found on her buttocks. They conducted a mitochondrial DNA test on this hair. And the results of the test was that Mr. Melton could not be excluded as the contributor of the hair. This is information law enforcement had. Law enforcement knew, and this science is now not good science. I do want to be very clear with you. So we're not talking about it because of its scientific purposes. We're talking to you about it because they knew this information and ignored it. There was a hair found on the murder weapon, Ms. Baker's murder weapon. So on the cord that was used to strangle her, the cord block was next to Ms. Baker's head. I'm sure you'll see photographs of how Ms. Baker was found. On this block, they found hairs, human hairs. And one of the hairs, they did a test. It's not good science anymore. I want to make that clear. But at the time of 2001, law enforcement knew that that the scientists had determined that this hair was similar to Chris Melton's hair. Law enforcement ignored it. Law enforcement knew and ignored, and the state has already told you this, there was no evidence of forced entry in Ms. Baker's home. They talked about a window. This is what you will see in the evidence.
Yeah, I guess that's the other thing that doesn't make sense to me with the fact patterns that I know with the opening statements. If you're a random person, you don't ever expect to get caught for this. Why did you spend so much time cleaning up and using the deadbolt locks? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Can we? This is the window that the state talked to you about. It's not the best picture, but what you'll see is there's a screen in this window. Because they could not figure out how the person got into the home, they started going around the house and they saw a bent screen. You will hear they saw a bent screen. And because the screen is bent and in the window, they assumed, hey, maybe this person broke in the house by taking the screen down, lifting up the window, lifting up the blinds, climbing into the window, committing this crime. Then because the doors are locked, they climb back out the window, let the blinds down, close the window, then put the screen back in place. And I'll show you a closer picture of what you'll receive in evidence of that screen. That's a closer image of it. And this is one more image of that screen as well. And it's just showing the shape it was in when law enforcement saw this screen window. That's the outside. Now we're going to show you the inside, and this is what you'll see in evidence as well. This is the inside of that window. Chair in front of the window, blinds down, unruffled, but this is how they're alleging.
Oh, hell no. Look, if you have had these blinds, and I'm guessing if this is a college town and this is a roommate house, these are contractor special blinds. Now, my cats can destroy those in less than 5 seconds, and my children just about the same amount. So if they were at all disturbed, yeah, no way. No way in hell. Also, who in the name of God picked this wallpaper and then put that up with it? I have so many more questions. This wallpaper was a choice that someone made voluntarily.
Mr. Faust entered into Ms. Baker's home and exited Ms. Baker's home to commit this crime. The law enforcement ignored that there was no signs of forced entry into her home. They ignored that both the front doors were deadbolt locked and the back doors were deadbolt locked. Law enforcement knew and ignored, and this is very important too, because Mr. Faust is charged with a burglary. Dr. Lowe tell you that in her room, I think she had a candy jar with money, she had jewelry in her room, she had electronics in her room, and nothing was touched. Nobody had rambled in her room. You would also hear from Miss Ashley P.B. Hall, who will tell you, maybe you see images, but you will learn that she had jewelry in her room and she had electronics in her room, and nothing was touched or taken. Nothing was rambled through. Then you will hear about Miss Baker's room. Miss Baker had heirloom jewelry in her room. Heirloom jewelry.
Heirloom, not heirloom. Although, don't give people on Etsy any ideas. If I see a hair loomed like a human hair sweater, I'm blaming you, sir. And you're an attorney, but I'm pretty sure that's emotional damage. So it's heirloom, not heirloom, which is also something that I really hope doesn't exist.
She had diamond earrings in her ears. And the only thing that was taken is a personal item, which was her laptop. Police ignored that fact. Law enforcement also ignored, and well, let me say this. So we don't have to prove anything, right? We don't have to present evidence. The state has to answer the questions when it comes to this case. There are no questions that we have to answer. But something that law enforcement knew and ignored was after Ms. Baker's death, a young lady volunteered. She called in to law enforcement and said, hey, I believe Ms. Baker was out at a Mexican restaurant with me the night before her death. This young lady's name is Jessica Gann. And we're either get it through Ms. Gann or we get it through the law enforcement officer she told it to. But she said, hey, Ms. Baker was out with me the night before she died. She said, we're at a Mexican grill, and, I don't know if it's her, but I believe it was her. One girl, she was talking about law school. I think I heard her. Law enforcement never followed up on this information. Law enforcement never showed Ms. Gann any type of photo of Ms. Baker. Law enforcement never followed up on her to figure out, okay, what more information do you have? They never even confirmed whether or not it was Ms. Baker she saw. They just ignored it. So the state cannot present evidence to you supporting that Ms. Baker, after she left the law library the night before she died, that she did not go out. They don't know. They don't know if Ms. Baker went out. They don't know if Ms. Baker went home. They just don't know. and they don't have any evidence to show one way or the other. Now, they mentioned Chris Melton's alibi. On January 21st, Chris Melton's parents told him, law enforcement, they are after you. They are coming for you, Chris. And that is a quote from Mr. Melton. That his parents told him, Chris, they are coming for you. This was January 19th, 21st. It was in January 2001. Police wait 4 months to go speak to Mr. Melton's parents after they've already told him 4 months prior that they're coming for you. And mind you, Mr. Melton is staying with his parents now. So he's in the house every single day. They asked the parents, hey, can you tell us what your son was doing 4 months ago on January 19th, 2001 at 7 o'clock in the morning? Can you give me a rundown? Surprisingly, Chris Melton learns their only son, unless they've had children since then, but he was their only son at the time. They say, oh, he was at home. He was here. I remember seeing him. He was walking around, we were mulling around that morning. And then he left our house, and we know exactly where he went. How would they know that information? How would they know where Mr. Melton was going 4 months prior? But this is law enforcement confirming Mr. Melton's alibi, speaking to his parents. 4 months. 4 months after Ms. Baker's death. Law enforcement failed to verify.
I mean, it wouldn't be so weird because I think as a parent, if I knew if the cops came to me and said, look, we're eyeballing one of the Farrells in this possible homicide, I'm sure the very next time I saw said Farrell, I'd be like, I'm gonna need you to look me in the eyes. Did you do this? If not, where the hell were you? Because I swear, if you make me look like a moron to the police, like you were at a strip club or something, and I tell them that you told me you were at a book club, I'm not going to be looking I'm not going to look stupid. So you better tell me the truth of whatever shenanigans you were doing, because I refuse to look like a perjurer. So you better have a good lawyer and not me as a mom if you do a crime. Because I will not get no. But it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility that a parent would talk to their child if they are possibly suspected in doing something to look them in the eye and for their own personal sanity and well-being, say, I've looked in their eyes, I've asked them this question, and they say they don't know anything about it.
Verify Chris Melton's alibi thoroughly. They just start taking words. Well, he was here. Okay, perfect. He was with you. Okay, perfect. And this is the important thing in this case. The most important time in this case is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Whatever happens after 9 a.m., it doesn't matter because the murder has taken place. So 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Remember, Ms. Kashana Armstrong at 7:45 said she saw this guy running. 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. is the most important window in this case. Law enforcement also waited 4 months to try and get Mr. Melton's phone records. They waited 4 months after Ms. Baker's death to try to get the phone records for his apartment phone, and that may or may not be important to y'all, but to get the records for his apartment phone and his parents' phone call records, resulting in those records being lost forever. So what the state will not be able to present to you in defense of Mr. Melton is that, hey, we have these phone records showing where he was.
Yeah, you would think that, again, let's go with the state. Let's give the state every bit of grace. If you have said, like the state said, that this was your primary suspect, why didn't you pull his phone records? Why didn't you pull his parents' phone records if you know that he was there? Why wouldn't you pull those immediately if he was always your prime suspect?
Laws because law enforcement did not act to get those. This is the most important thing. So they showed you all a map of Miss Baker's home at Cooper Road, and they showed you where Mr. Foster's home was located. Y'all remember that in the box? Okay. This is what law enforcement, this is what you want. They did a neighborhood canvas. They had roadblock, all this great stuff. Things you won't hear. One, they did not talk to the residents on the other side of your apartment. They could have simply went to 350 Cooper Road and knocked on the door. And they would have had all the information they needed about Mr. Foster because, as they mentioned, 350 Cooper Road was his stepmother's home. So she could have gave them all the information they needed. Two, law enforcement was aware, because you would hear Ms. Stevens say that, hey, I looked at every document in this case. They were aware that Mr. Faust or his grandmother, if they notated, I don't know how good their notes were, but those were not two individuals that were notated as individuals that they spoke to around the time of Ms. Baker's death. But this is a failure of theirs, because if they're saying that Mr. Faust stayed a block away, they're basing that on him saying, hey, I stayed at this address for a year. But again, they didn't go and interview those. They interviewed people in Deer Park, in the neighborhood that Ms. Baker stayed in. Chris Melton, another important fact. After Ms. Baker's death, Chris Melton comes to the police department with his hands covered in plumbing. You will hear from law enforcement that there was a shirt that Ms. Ashley P.D. Hall, she's an amazing friend. She did everything she could to try to figure out what's going on with Ms. Baker. When Chris Melton came to her house, there was a shirt that she washed, and it was a substance. She called police and said, hey, we believe there's an issue with the shirt. And what law enforcement determined was the substance on the shirt was the exact same substance Chris Melton showed up to the police department with his hands covered in the day of her death. Now, you may hear the audio is ringing. I'm going to try to play it for you all. But you may hear law enforcement. I'm going to play it. I have to play it a couple of times. But you hear law enforcement ask him, and this is a quote, do you want to watch them things? And Chris Melton says, no, this is neat right here. They never searched Chris Melton's apartment. They never searched Chris Melton's car for blood. There's a gentleman you'll hear about by the name of Lindsay Baker. He begged, you'll hear, he begged law enforcement, search his car. Did you search his car? Did you search his car? But what you will learn is, and the state already told you this, when Chris Melton came to Athens, he didn't bring his truck back. He rode in Josh's truck. And law enforcement never searched his car for blood. They didn't care. You won't hear evidence presented by the state that they searched Mr. Melton's car. You won't hear evidence by the state that they searched Mr. Melton's apartment. You won't hear evidence from the state that they searched Mr. Baker's parents' home.
Then how did you clear him?
In regards to the claim that Mr. Melton made that he saw Ms. Baker 6 days before her death, law enforcement never attempted to confirm that. They just took his word for it. Parents didn't confirm it. No one confirmed it. They just simply, well, Chris said it, so it must mean it's true. Let's talk about the forensics. I've already talked to you about the hair. There's no, and I'm gonna talk about this twice. When law enforcement met with, and the state told you this, when law enforcement met with Mr. Faust in the interview, what they told Mr. Faust was that your DNA was found in the house in Deer Park. You will hear no evidence that Mr. Faust's DNA was found in any place other than Ms. Baker's body. His DNA was not in the house unless you're saying in the house because it's in Ms. Baker's body. There's no DNA of Mr. Faust ever being present in that house. And you will hear he is adamant. I have never been to, I don't know anybody over there. He's going to say that. What law enforcement did not do, matter of fact, before I get into that, there are no handprints belonging to Mr. Faust. There are no fingerprints that the state will present to you belonging to Mr. Faust. There is nothing inside of the house that the state will be able to present to you to connect Mr. Faust with Ms. Baker's house. The state wants you to believe that Mr. Faust is smart enough to enter Ms. Baker's home, fight with Ms. Baker, kill Ms. Baker without leaving a trace of evidence behind, sexually assault her, right? Because they're charging him with aggravated sodomy based on the allegation that he sexually assaulted Ms. Baker anally, but sexually assaulted her without leaving any identifiable DNA behind, then escaped Deer Park just unseen. But he is dumb enough to leave his DNA in her body and commit the charged crimes at the busiest time of the morning. And I don't think the state ever told you what time they are alleging that Mr. Faust committed this crime. Their window is between 8 a.m. and probably around 8:45. And you don't leave your common sense at home. You know what's going on at 8 in the morning and 8:45 outside your neighborhoods. But you have to decide as the jurors, does that make sense? That's the question you have to answer. The DNA. I think this is the most important part of this case that I would like to talk about. We talked about the DNA test conducted on the pubic hair found on Ms. Baker's butt. But I would like to talk about the sexual assault kit that the state talks to you about. So the sexual assault kit, as I explained to you, came back with multiple DNA profiles. Mr. Faust was one of the identifiable profiles. Mr. Melton was one of the identifiable profiles. Mr. Faust's DNA. If I understand the DNA correctly, and I may not, the testimony would be much clearer to me, was found in her vagina and her mouth. Chris Melton will tell you that Ms. Baker engaged in vaginal and oral sex. That's a very important fact in this case. However, as you know from the charges in the indictment, Mr. Faust is charged with aggravated sodomy. for anal sexual assault. Chris Melton told law enforcement when they asked him, do you all engage in anal sex? No, never. She doesn't do anything like that. We just have normal sex. Well, lo and behold, when they get the DNA results back, the only identifiable profile in Ms. Baker's anus is Chris Melton's profile. Now, something the state mentioned, they told you in opening that gravity could make the DNA go into that area. Well, what the state says isn't evidence, but what Dr. Falzone says will be evidence. He is the medical examiner. He's the person that did the autopsy.
Gravity.
And what he's going to tell you is that it is clear that Ms. Baker sexually assaulted anally based on the injuries. Well, let me use the right language. She's going to say it's consistent. That's the proper language. That her injuries to her anus are consistent with sexual assault anally. And the only identifiable DNA profile is Chris Melton.
Why?
The state will not present any evidence to you supporting that Mr. Faust ever engaged in anal sex with Ms. Baker. It is important that you focus on the evidence that is presented. He is charged with aggravated sodomy, and his DNA is not even identified in her anus. There's no evidence supporting that Mr. Faust had anal sex with Ms. Baker anytime or anywhere. The state will not be able to present evidence supporting that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker engaged in that act. Now I would like to talk to you about what I call directing the investigation. You will learn that once law enforcement became aware of Mr. Melton's DNA in Ms. Baker's body, they learned that information that Chris Melton had previously told them was false. Okay? You heard the state tell you that DNA typically in certain places only lasts about 5 days. I left out a place. Mr. Melton's DNA was also found in her vagina as well. So his DNA was found in her vagina, anus. Mr. Faust's DNA was found in vagina and mouth. Okay? But you will learn that this DNA, Chris Melton, as the state said, only lasted about 5 days. When law enforcement interviewed Chris Melton, they asked him when was the last time you saw her. He said 10 days, which I said was in line with their fight that he was approached about in June of 2001, the week before, the week before death. Law enforcement says, well, look, and I'm going to make sure I say this correctly. Instead of interrogating Chris Melton and confronting him and saying, hey, you've been dishonest with us, something's not right here, we've seen the picture of your hands, what law enforcement tells Mr. Melton is they sit down and meet with him. And you're going to hear from the lead detective in this case, Elizabeth Bigham, that she asked Chris, and this is a quote, so was there ever a time in those 10 days, whatever leading up into her death, that y'all just had a quick booty call or met up real fast or anything like that? Chris Melton responded, no.
No
She
booty
knew
call.
what the DNA evidence was telling her. Ms. Bigham then tells Chris, I need you to be 150% honest with me. And I know that what I'm about to ask you, and I emphasize this language, is not what has been said for 23 years. And that may hinder you from wanting to be honest with me. But you've got to be honest with me. She then tells Chris Melton, look, your DNA would only last in her body 2 to 3 days. And that she needs to, and you'll hear this, she needs to separate Chris Melton's DNA from bad guy's DNA. She says this. I need to be able to explain it. I need to be able to explain it. Jeremy Howell tells Chris Melton, and you'll hear Jeremy Howell testify, that the timeline needs to be correct. Everything needs to make sense. And if we know that this window is here and you're over here, I can explain this gap. You need to be here. But Chris Melton, and you have to decide if he sticks to his story because he knows he's lied before, continuously denies being with Ms. Baker for her death. They asked Mr. Melton, well, were you with her the night before? You had a booty call with her at 12 o'clock? He says no. They said, well, how about 2 days before? No. Well, how about 3 days, Mr. Melton? Were you with her 3 days before? No. And eventually they get Mr. Melton for the first time to say in this interview, for 23 years, he changes his story to, you know what? Well, we maybe did it on Sunday. We might have did it on Sunday. And then Elizabeth Bigham tells Chris Melton in this interview, not an interrogation, in an interview, I think we just have to be able to explain it. I think we just have to be able to explain it. And that is our job, is to explain it. So we can then go after the one that we think did this. She laughs. I mean, you know, and evidence will show Mr. Faust is the individual that she was referring to. My client. When Chris continues to refuse to put himself and Miss Baker together, Miss Bigham, she says, if you're like, you know what? I effing lied about it 23 years ago because I was a scared, terrified kid. And you're right. I had a booty call with her that night. I left at midnight and I don't know what happened after that. It'll be, thank you. Have a nice day. We'll let you know what happens. Like, that's it. We just want to be able to explain it and make it make sense so we can focus on this, you know? So they can focus on this. You'll learn the lead investigator in this case, Elizabeth Bigham, told Chris Melton it was okay if he changed his story or changed his timeline of when he was with Miss Baker. And if he admitted to lying to police for 23 years so that she could explain away his DNA and put the focus on Mr. Faust and the responsibility for Miss Baker's murder on Mr. Faust, everything would be okay. She would explain it away. When Mr. Melton would not help Miss Bigham explain away his DNA, despite the 23 years of conflicting statements from Mr. Melton, and evidence, and you have to decide, but evidence pointing away from Mr. Faust's involvement in this case, the allure of being a hero, the allure of being on TV, being the officer to solve the 23-year-old Tara Baker case became too strong. And we ended up in the courtroom before 12 jurors to decide Mr. Faust's fate. The allure of being on TV became more powerful than following the evidence. And on May 9th, 2024, while Mr. Faust had just finished working, he's at Walmart buying a Simply Lemonade, police cars swoop in on him and put him in handcuffs and arrest him. Solely because, and this is very important, and follow the state's timeline, solely because his DNA was present in this case. At the time of Mr. Faust's arrest, what you will learn is not, and this is not a DNA case. We didn't come here to fight with DNA. You will learn Chris Melton's DNA is present, unidentified DNA is present, Mr. Faust's DNA is present, and based on his DNA being identified, he was arrested and charged with burglary, based on DNA alone. He was arrested and charged with aggravated sodomy in the anus, even though his DNA isn't present. He was charged with 4 counts of felony murder. He was charged with malice murder, and every other count in this indictment solely based on his DNA being present, along with Chris Melton's DNA. Let's discuss the state's evidence against Mr. Faust, and I thank you for your patience. Do you all need a break?
Oh, I like this.
Let's discuss the state's evidence against Mr. Faust. To meet its burden of proof to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust killed Ms. Baker, the state is going to rely on, they're going to present evidence of Mr. Faust's DNA being present. Okay, that isn't anything we're fighting with. As I told you, Mr. Faust's DNA profile was not the only DNA profile present, but these are the questions you have to answer, or the state has to answer. Mr. Faust's DNA profile being present does not tell you why this crime occurred or how this crime occurred. You have to ask for that evidence. It does not tell you when the contact happened. And we don't know. It's been 24 years, 25 years. They've charged him with rape. They have to present the evidence that it was rape. The only thing that we could possibly say that you're here in the testimony in this case is that maybe when she was out in the Mexican restaurant, we don't know because they never followed up on it. They came into contact. We don't know. But that's a question the state has to answer. If you're saying it's rape, explain to us why his DNA is there. If you're saying it's rape, prove it. It does not tell us how the contact between Miss Baker and Miss Baker and Mr. Faust took place.
We can approach.
May I
Oh no. Sidebar, 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 sidebar.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you go into the jury room for a few moments. Please don't discuss the case. We'll be with you shortly.
Doot, doot, doot.
Do you have a motion? Mr. Yamamoto.
Yes, Judge, because I think this relates to our ruling as to 412 evidence, which I just think Mr. Cruz violated in a manner that borders on placing him in contempt, quite frankly. Mr. Cruz just intimated about the possibility of prior consensual contact that resulted in Mr. Faust's DNA being present in Ms. Baker's body outside of the complained of contact, which would be previous sexual contact that requires 412 notice, Your Honor. So I think Mr. Cruz has quite intentionally actually violated the court's order, which court has made clear to him after multiple hearings on the issue. And so I'd like the court to instruct Mr. Cruz that that's, again, I guess for the third
Thank
time
you
now,
for that.
that's a wholly inappropriate suggestion to raise in any manner before the jury without having given notice, which he has repeatedly failed to do during the deadline set by the court, or from the point at which the court reiterated the fact that he had failed to procedurally give notice prior to today's date, which would be, well late of the time period in which he would have to do it. It would be 10 days late if he gave it today, but he has not. I would say further to the court that Mr. Cruz has represented to the court that he has no evidence other than what's in the state's file. Now, I guess he's making reference to this random tip that was received that Ms. Baker may or may not have been in a Mexican restaurant, which again doesn't say anything about her alleged contact with Mr. Faust. So there is no evidence supporting this, which is a finding the court would have to make, even if Mr. Cruz had provided proper notice, which he has not done.
Yeah, that's
and now,
what.
in opening statements after a week of jury selections, has intentionally violated the court's order. So I'm asking the court to instruct Mr. Cruz not to engage in any further statements regarding that type of allegation, as the court has already instructed him, and to refrain from engaging in any questioning after opening statements, as is prohibited by Rule 412. So that's the state's objection that Mr. Cruz has intentionally violated the rape shield law, and the instructions of the state is asking the court to give Mr. Cruz again for the third time.
In just a moment, sir. Yes, of course. Ms. Satterfield, are you able to read back the question prior to the objection? Are you able to do that?
He's not at a question. Is there like an entire department store of Walmarts burning?
Would you mind reading that to the court? Thank you. Of course.
Bush, beyond the DNA, it doesn't seem like they have much. So beyond his DNA and not specifying that it's semen at this point was found in her mouth and in her, well, vagina. So other than that, I don't know. Why are you rubbing your not mustache? That is a weird tick. That makes, well, sadly, sense. Ew. Oh, good Lord, for the love of Mosey.
If you can't, that's fine. I'll go ahead and ask the state for something. I'll let Mr. Cruz respond. If you can't find it, that's fine. I am going to go back on the record when you're ready. You good? Thank you for trying.
Your participation award is in the mail.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Yalmanchili, please tell the court exactly what you feel, the words that you feel Mr. Cruz deliberately said to violate the order that the court gave.
Yes, Your Honor. So Mr. Cruz initially said the state can't prove when it is that Mr. Faust's DNA entered Ms. Baker's body. Mr. Cruz then said the police didn't follow up on this tip about the Mexican restaurant. Mr. Cruz then said it's the state's burden to prove that, and then said something to the effect of it could have gotten there when they had contact at that Mexican restaurant the night before the incident, essentially. Now that's paraphrasing, but Mr. Cruz stated that there was a separate time when Mr. Faust could have had contact with Ms. Baker in a manner in which DNA would have been found in her mouth and in her vagina that is a match to Mr. Faust, which they are not contesting, Your Honor. So I think that is pretty clearly a violation of 24-4-412 when no prior notice has been made and no showing of competent evidence showing that would.
Well, so I understand that different localities are going to have a procedure, but when did we start putting in procedures to bring in exculpatory evidence or potentially exculpatory evidence? Like the Dalbert hearing that you have to have in Michigan for the Zachariah Anderson case, or was it? It just seems like there shouldn't be these many barriers on the defense or no, it's the Denny motion in the Zachariah Anderson case. It's a Dalbert motion to test science. But having, hurdles and hoops for the defense to go through to add a third party defense, I think is a bit maddening. Now, I am sure there are perfectly good reasons that myself as a layperson and not a lawyerologist, that this kind of procedure was brought into place. But it seems to have the effect of being much more burdensome to defenses.
Past 403 examination has been presented to the court as required by 412. So that's the actions that I think that Mr. Cruz has taken in order to intentionally violate the court's previous instructions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz.
So part of the state's case, Your Honor, is that Mr. Faust and Ms. Baker doesn't know each other at all. Like I was telling him, that only time, they could have had contact with each other at this restaurant. The court explicitly told me, or explained to me, or me, that I could not make an argument about consent. So I'm not making an argument about consent, but a big part of their case is there's no way possible that these people bring to you. I'm just addressing that fact. Nothing in regards to non-course word regarding 412 or in regards to argument of consent. Now, I am arguing as the court has heard that it's the state's burden to prove that no people occurred. That's as far as I understand that I can lawfully go, considering non-course words being onto arguments.
Mr. Cruz, what would be the purpose of even mentioning the possibility of prior contact if it wasn't to violate the court's order?
Because the state's position is simply that these two would never run into each other. We're disputing that fact.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, since this is my motion, that is a complete and total misrepresentation of what just happened. Mr. Cruz was talking about the DNA and the fact that the state's contention is that the DNA came into Ms. Baker's body when his client was raping, sodomizing, and then murdering Ms. Baker, and then said, alternatively, that could have happened if they had run into each other at this Mexican restaurant the night before in the context of where the DNA came from. So the idea that this is just an attack on the idea that Ms. Baker and Mr. Faust could have randomly run into each other in some other social setting and that it has nothing to do with intimating that there was some kind of prior consensual sexual contact, something that Mr. Cruz seems to want to create the impression of with, as he says it himself, no evidence existing to support, is a violation of 412. And I don't see how it could be possibly interpreted as anything other than an intentional act on Mr. Cruz's part after repeated instructions from the court that he hasn't followed the proper procedural rules in order to introduce such evidence, and his own statements that would support a finding by the court, even if he had given notice, that there isn't any evidence, much less sufficient evidence under 403 to allow that allegation into the trial of this case.
Thank you.
First,
Yes, sir.
I
And
don't
Mr.
want-
Yamamoto does get the last word. It's his motion, but go ahead.
I think the prosecutor is taking my statement to feel and is breaching. Your Honor, if there's evidence in the case, if one of their positions is that, hey, these people have never came into contact with each other, we're allowed to rebut that evidence by saying, hey, they had contact with each other. I am not speaking of sexual contact, I am speaking of proximity. The state's position is just simply judge object and unlike for the state to get up and say, hey, this attorney should be held in contempt because he made statements about the DNA and saying that, hey, they could have had contact with each other. And I didn't say they had sex at the Mexican restaurant. All I'm doing is saying, hey, there's a chance that these two are around each other. I understand the other court's rules, but to get up, object, and say, hey, this attorney should be held in contempt and intentionally violate the court's order, that is not this. I have not said one time in this open, consistent with the court's order, consistent with my understanding of 412, that Mr. Faust and his figure have had sex. What I've said is the state may charge them with this offense, so they have to present evidence to support their allegations. And I've stated those different ways, but that's exactly what the position is now.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Your Honor, Mr. Cruz just said that it was about the DNA in his response. There is no other way to interpret DNA that is taken out of an oral sample and a vaginal sample that is male DNA other than claiming some sexual act. So I think not only
Possibly oral again, sharing a straw, taking a bite off of food he ate. I mean, there are a lot of ways, even a kiss. Now, is this law to, because I could understand how the state would want to not allow, let's say that they were working on an essay case and the victim was a lady of the evening. I mean, I'm sure that, laws like this, the third party were brought in on good intentions to maybe leave out the, sexual history of the victim. But I don't think he did anything inappropriate. Again, the state hasn't answered these questions, and DNA, not semen, which I find, again, to be, you would think you would say semen just because it's a funny word, first of all, but to be very accurate, and if you're lawyers, my mind automatically goes to why are you saying DNA and not using how or what kind of DNA it is?
only is Mr. Cruz intentionally violating the court's previous orders, he's also being disingenuous in his representation of what just occurred in the courtroom, which the court saw for itself.
All right, thank you. That's all. All right. With regard to this particular moment, Mr. Cruz, we have had discussions about this issue. And I am finding that your comments were deliberate, that you are deliberately trying to circumvent 412. I'm not going to find you in contempt because this moment is very similar to an argument you made about the state's comments about a word that you did not agree was appropriate. Attorneys' comments, attorneys' arguments, openings and closings are not to be considered as evidence. But I am offering this to you, Mr. Cruz, as a warning that it is imperative that you follow the court's order. I've made several rulings with regard to this case. You are not allowed to talk about any issues of consent. You are not allowed to circumvent 412 without a proper motion. You have not filed a proper motion with regard to 412. If you do, the court will hear it. The state is correct. Even if we do hear a 412 motion, you have to have evidence supporting your motion. It can't just be something that you throw out there and assume that is something that could be properly admitted. But until a motion has been filed by the defense regarding 412, my order stands, and you are not allowed to go down that road. Am I clear about that, Mr. Cruz? All right, thank you. You may bring the jury. You may bring the jury back in. Thank
Oh
you.
no, how did you get another lip smack in? You barely said 2 words. Yeah. Also, why didn't they go across the street to Cooper? It doesn't make sense if they did such a thorough investigation, why they wouldn't go across the street. Not to mention that statistically, most offenders will stay within their race group. So that means that, if I was going to go attack someone, it would most likely be another white person. Now, that doesn't mean in every case, but statistically, you are more likely to, if you are going to be, well, criminal, to engage with your own racial group.
All right, you all may be seated. Thank you. Mr. Cruz?
The state's evidence includes, we mentioned the DNA, but what they also intend to introduce, and this is a question you have to ask yourself with anything they introduce, how does this support that Mr. Faust is responsible for death, burglary, rape, and escape? They intend to bring in a long-term girlfriend of Mr. Faust by the name of Miss Brenda Sweeney. Okay? Now, the thing is, Miss Sweeney and Mr. Faust were in a long-term relationship. They are not strangers. Okay? The state won't present any evidence of strangers coming in, saying Mr. Faust broke in their house and did these terrible things to him. But what Ms. Sweeney will testify to, you may get three different things, but I believe we've gotten two. Okay? Police go to Ms. Sweeney's house when Mr. Faust is first arrested. The news is broken. Right? She's getting phone calls. You'll see this. She's getting phone calls from people saying, hey, did you, I don't know what I'm assuming. Pretty much she ends up saying that I just got a phone call that Edric has been arrested. So what happens is law enforcement goes to her house, and the way they find her, based on what the officer said, is police reports. Mr. Faust and Ms. Sweeney had a tumultuous relationship. They fought a lot. Okay, there are police reports of Ms. Sweeney calling the police on Mr. Faust and saying he beat her up, and she gets arrested because there's witnesses saying no, it's the other way around. She was jumping on him. You're gonna hear testimony from Ms. Sweeney where she says, "Hey, Edric hit me, and I beat him so bad I threw him into a DJ booth one time. Edric took my car without permission. I went to his grandmother's house and I beat him so bad he was trying to get me off of him, so he was scratching me. And other people had to come take me off of him." And she's gonna give you multiple stories like that. But during this interview, it gets to a point where you'll see that this interview stops. And she says, "Hey, the worst thing I can say that Mr. Faust has done to me, he's hit me, and when the relationship is over and I'm with somebody else, he just stops. Won't leave me alone." Police don't take that as true. When they didn't get this scandalous story from Ms. Sweeney about how terrible of a person Mr. Faust is, and it's terrible to fight with your significant other, what they say is, a young lady has been killed. And we want to get justice for this young lady. And we know, he's a terrible guy, and he's done terrible things to you. And just like we want to get justice for this young lady, we also want to get justice for you too. And she says, "Wait, guys, I don't know anything about a cold case. I don't know anything about a girl dying. All right, are you saying Edric did it?" "Yes, we believe he did." "And Brenda, you were involved. You were with him at the time." And you'll see her, she misinterprets, and she said, "What? How am I involved?" And he says, "Well, Brenda, you were with them, so forth and so on. We've seen police reports with you too." And then she pauses for a second, and she says, "Edric used to force himself on me." And the officer says, "Oh, tell me more about it. Tell me more about it." And he says, "Did he punch you?" She says, "Yeah, he punched me." "Was he violent?" "Yeah, he was violent." "When he would do this to you, was it vaginally, orally, anally?" She said, or you would hear, she says, "I don't know. For me, that." Right? And they continue talking to Ms. Sweeney. And it gets to a point, and they may present it, they may not present it, but I want you to know this is evidence that may come in this case. It gets to a point that Ms. Sweeney is under so much pressure. And forgive me, I forgot these. Ms. Sweeney tells law enforcement that she's had multiple strokes, by the way. So she's physically suffering, and she also says it affects her memory. But it gets to a point where they get Ms. Sweeney so worked up, she says, "Y'all, God just gave me something." She said, "I'm very biblical." She said, "This one time, Edric went to this house, and there was this girl, and I don't know what he did, but he set the house on fire." And they say, "Well, did he hurt the girl?" She says, "I don't know." Says, "Was anything taken?" She says, "Yeah, he probably took the TV. He probably took it to his stepmother's house." The officer asks, "Well, how do you know this? Did he tell you?" She says, he must have told me. I knew too much." And police at that moment, they don't take it like, "Oh my goodness, she may not be in the best space to talk." Right? They continue talking to her, tells them all types of fantastical stories. But what ends up occurring is, once I found out about Ms. Sweeney's interview, you'll hear this too. That's why I say it's two sides. I speak to Ms. Sweeney. She comes to the court in front of the investigators that interviewed her, in front of the prosecutors, in front of Mr. Faust, in front of myself. And she says, "I felt like they led me into those answers." She says, "The only thing that I can remember from my relationship with Mr. Faust is that there was one time that we had unconsensual sex, and it was not violent." The state will introduce Ms. Sweeney not as evidence supporting that Mr. Faust committed these crimes against Ms. Baker, but to get you emotionally riled up. And that's why we chose you as jurors, because we believe that you will focus on the evidence. They are also going to bring in an individual by the name of Mr. Cedric Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries is serving a 105-month federal sentence. You will learn throughout this case, multiple people, since 2001, I know at least one officer has testified that there's been people from prison call with tips, like, hey, I have this information, can I get a deal or something? Now, what you'll learn in this case, Mr. Jeffries is going to testify that I don't have a deal. I don't have a deal. But what you have to admit is that after he testifies in this case, he doesn't have a deal now, because it'd be terrible for him to have a deal now. Of course, we're talking about his deal. What happens after this case, after he testifies and says Mr. Faust told him in 2003 that he committed this crime, I'm getting into the details for you. Federal prosecutors are going to meet with him. They're going to review the transcript. And if they determine that Mr. Jeffries assisted the state in this case, he is going to receive an interview. Okay? And you have to consider that information in determining his credibility. But this is what he says. He speaks with, he sees the news. The news breaks of Mr. Faust's arrest. He's in jail. He says this. So you'll hear this. He admitted it with their recording of it. He's sitting there watching TV. He sees Mr. Faust get arrested. Okay? He doesn't call police. He doesn't say, hey, correctional officer, come here. I know something about a crime. He calls his lawyer. You'll hear that he reaches out to his lawyer.
I mean, to be fair, that's what I would recommend, and that's what LawTube would recommend you do. So, defense attorney, to be fair, that's what you should do. Have a lawyer.
And of course, we don't know what the conversation is with his lawyer, but he ends up meeting with the lead investigator in this case, Miss Elizabeth Bigham. When he meets with Miss Bigham, she says, hey, tell me what you know about this case. He says, well, when I was 14 years old, Mr. Faust came to my house, and he was saying, oh my goodness, I'm about to get into it with police because they know that I killed this girl in Deer Park. Okay? That's what he's going to testify to. So police ask him, why did you wait 20-something years to say that? And Mr. Jeffries says the most important thing, and the reason why he's testifying in this trial. Mr. Jeffries tells him, jail helps me.
Hello?
Hey. How are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm trying to figure out what the state told me in an hour.
Yeah, I remember the state's opening. It
I'm
was
like,
words.
yeah, it was always my biggest thing against history. Here we've got incredibly bloody, violent, battles, and it's so boring. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
ooh,
just
ceiling watch.
yeah. So we hold on while I there. Sorry, bottle over there.
No problem.
I'm just going because on my channel this is going to be Verdict Watch.
Oh, okay. That actually works because I was like, yeah, we are on Verdict Watch. I was actually shocked that they're working today. But also,
Yeah, but they started 12:30, which is now. The jury was told to come in at 12:30.
that's odd. Like, just an odd time to start, too. Maybe it's just me, but it's like a half day. So we've gotten the first objection, and I'm guessing we're cruising toward the second objection.
Let's see. I'm almost done.
I am very shocked because in the state's open, other than the DNA, I haven't heard what else points to Edric or Mr. Faust or Faust.
Mr. Faust. Well, what may or may not be shown, I will try to not spoil because I know you're going to speed run through this, but everything the state said they were going to do in opening statements and everything the defense thought the state would tell them in the trial during their opening statement, everything did not come true.
My shock. A Georgia trial in which things don't come true?
Yeah, isn't it amazing? And I think we are. Yep, I'm live at my channel. Hello, folks. This is Verdict Watch. I hijacked Mo's speedrun.
Yeah.
So we are going to watch the trial while waiting for verdict. And I have. So Mo is playing this. I have shared my screen so we can watch live on our little downstairs screen
Yes.
if anything happens.
Yes.
If anything happens. So hello, folks, and welcome to
I
Verdict
don't
Watch.
like I don't like this judge not wearing robes. She just reminds me of a mega Karen, like head of HR.
Mm. Yeah, and so something I also I don't know if it's not really spoiler, but at the point of opening statement, the defense had 12, I believe, 12 or 13 outstanding motions that she had not responded to.
Oh, so
Or,
she is a judge goal.
or a Judge Bev or a Judge Gull. I mean, there's somewhere in between there because with Judge Gull, she wouldn't let us watch. Now, this judge seems to believe, oh, I'm the best that happened since unsliced bread. I'm going to show the world. She doesn't have this. She actually believes she's doing okay. And Judge Gull knew absolutely that what she was about to do, she had to conceal.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I asked over at X a couple of hours ago. Let's see here. Where is it? Where is it? If you can share my screen.
Oh, sure.
Do I need a 10-pound jar of pickled everything?
I don't think so. I mean, that's a lot of hoagies.
Of
And
course I
thank you
do.
so much, MLS. I mean, you never run out.
Of course I need a 10-pound jar of pickled everything.
Who doesn't?
I think it's more than 10 pounds because it is, yeah, or maybe exactly, it's like 4,900 grams, 4.9 kilos. It's maybe, it is exactly 10 pounds of pickled everything. Thank you, Dave. Because
Wait,
now I
you
can.
have
What?
is that lasagna flavored Pringles? What's on top of that? Because I can read lasagna or something that's looks
No,
like
that's
lasagna.
that is lasagna mix in a jar. As in the thing you pour over the lasagna
Oh, so
pasta.
sauce. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Who's paying $80 for the 10 pounds of
No, that's 80 Swedish krona, which is about $7.50 for 10 pounds of pickled everything.
I mean, it's a bargain, but I still don't know what I'd use it for.
But the store I'm in is called Lidl. It's one of these stores. It is a mini Walmart. You can buy
Okay.
clothes, tools, food, more like, and they have the Christmas theme, and they have
Oh,
spring,
yeah.
and stuff like that, which they sell. And sometimes things like this show up as limited in the store right now, and probably because it's a surplus from somewhere else.
Yes.
Now I have this, for instance, if I'm only want to fry up a few hot dogs, yeah, and a big of pickled everything on the side.
I
Yes,
mean, you wouldn't
Yakety,
run
but
out.
I suppose. See, what's the best before date here? I have to eat this before June 15th, 2027. I think I'm good.
You know, we're gonna know when it's getting close to the expiration date because the wheel of regrets is gonna be pickled everything on every other slot.
Yes. A spoon of pickled everything. Now, so I haven't opened it yet, but at some point after, I haven't tried it. I want my pickles quite, what do you call it? Zesty. And
You're supposed to be. The whole thing is to preserve them. I don't think they get better with age. I don't know. I've never heard like this is a 20-year aged pickle and this is a 50-year. Would you like our I'm not a
yeah,
pickleologist.
but at some point I will throw down a habanero or something in it to make it a little bit more kick to it.
Good idea. That's it. We need a Runkle and Nick pickle off.
Yeah. I mean, me and Ian beside each other on a table, and we have this jar and either a spoon or a fork. The zest is called bacteria buildup. No, it's called taste.
Botulism, the season that keeps on giving.
Oh. Yeah, so I did buy a 10-pound jar of pickled everything.
Well, I bought the Aldi wine advent calendar, so I guess I can be tempted too.
Oh. I mean, folks, this trial is horrific in the bad. I mean, what happened to Tara Baker is absolutely horrific. And what made it worse was, besides that the DNA didn't show up until 20 years later because it was just trace amounts of it, of everyone, because there were no hits on the DNA test back in 2001. And so, yeah. So every piece of, what would you call it, DNA in here, the
Yeah.
trace amounts,
Wait, is it?
nothing was known back then about the DNA. Not Mr. Melton's, which, well, Mo is going to find out when she sees him testify sooner or later.
Well, I guess that's the other thing. So you're trying to get me to believe that this random guy in the middle of the morning decided to rob a house that typically has roommates and stuff. He just happened to stumble in
At the
and,
exact moment, the day.
yeah.
Yeah, according to the state, that is what they claim. And also, something you will find out later in the trial when they have Tara's best friend and roommate on the stand on cross-examination. She said back in 2001 to the investigators, it's almost as if whoever did this knew she was home alone, because they were always together.
Well, that's the other thing. And then this random person decides to take up time to clean up the thing and then start a fire in the oddest way I have ever heard of a fire being started.
Yeah, that is what they claim from the evidence back in 2001. And they never re-examined that evidence to see with modern technology if they could reach another conclusion.
Interesting.
Yeah, And Mr. Melton, he made interviews with a podcaster a few
course
years
he
ago.
did.
Yeah. I haven't actually watched it.
Yeah, those will be interesting. But you would think, again, if this has been hanging over your head like a cloud,
Yeah.
you would.
Mm.
Yeah. So a lot of this hasn't started adding up to me. And it really, again, the DNA would be part of it. But as a juror, I'm wanting to know, okay, well, once you got the DNA, how did you link him? Because you wouldn't think that, a guy who has kind of a long rap sheet for kind of minor crimes would intersect with this woman. So how did your DNA get here? Were there crimes that linked him? Were there a series of robberies? Nothing else. It just said we found the DNA and we charged him with murder. And I don't like that. It didn't seem like there were anything else that was tested once they found the DNA.
It's hard I mean, you are going to see it sooner or later, and it's hard because I don't think I can explain it good enough. And
Well, that's the other part of why we picked this case to look at, was because everyone was losing their mind, and I was like, "Oh, we have to look at this trial, even though
yeah.
we're probably gonna miss miss
Mm.
the verdict watch and or at least miss,
Yeah. Now, there's a lot of breaks and a lot of pauses and stuff like that. So even though it seems like 8-hour days, no.
That's
The
also
1
what I've
hour
heard.
lunch, that is 90 minutes. The 10-minute breaks, that are 20 minutes. And then they are up on sidebars, and there are objections. Well, you saw one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the motions for mistrial,
Yeah,
plural.
it just seems like odd if you want me to buy that this was a burglary and you luckily into a house that has 3 different people, you would steal from 3 different people. You wouldn't just steal from one.
Yeah, and at the time, Tara Baker had diamond earrings. They were still on her.
Yeah, so the whole burglary thing just doesn't make sense to me
No,
at all.
yeah, but they have to invent a way to get somebody in there, and the only way is
Yeah.
to say, well, they had to do the breaking and entering and burglary, but there is literally zero evidence except what the state claims is he, as in Mr. Faust, got in there through some sort of coercion or violence.
And yes, they are deliberating. They just started about 17 minutes ago.
Yeah.
All righty, let's get back into the opening.
But you were here from Mr. Jeffries. That is the state's evidence. Not a single shred of evidence will place Mr. Faust in Miss Baker's home. And the state has told you themselves, they've admitted it. We don't know how he got into the house. The evidence will show that Chris Melton admitted that Miss Baker had a key to his house. You have to decide if it's reasonable that Miss Baker.
I'm going to sustain that.
Yes, ma'am. But the state will rely on Cedric Jeffries, who, when he walks in this courtroom, he is serving a federal sentence right now, 104 months. And this isn't the first case Mr. Jeffries has testified on. Now, he may admit it, he may not admit it. But Mr. Jeffries at this time has testified on 2 other cases. He is a witness that gets in on cases and comes and testifies for the state.
That witness was never called.
Something that's important,
prison
you're going to
snitch.
hear the interview of Mr. Jeffries, or he may admit it, so it may not get into the interview. So now here, Mr. Jeffries, one of the things he says is that I've never heard of this case before. Okay, and the state brought it to your attention that Mr. Faust stated that, in his interview, he made statements about Ms. Baker, and we're going to get into those statements. But before I get into those statements, I want to talk to you about sketches you'll see. the state is going to present sketches to you. Okay? And what these sketches are of African-American men walking through Deer Park neighborhood, right? Police does a canvass after they found out about Ms. Baker's death. And during this canvass, they're talking to neighbors saying, hey, what did you see? The person that stays directly across the street, hey, Your Honor.
About 17 minutes.
Yeah, they came back 12:30 today. Now they did technically start on Friday, but that more or less they went in probably just shows a jury foreman and then went home.
The house with Plutarch is Sarah Baker's house. The house across the street, I believe that is Mr. Matthew Owens, Mr. Jay Anderson. I may be mistaken. I think Matthew Owens definitely stays there. Mr. Jay Anderson and another individual. And when police come and talk to them, what they're going to tell you is that we see a guy in a bright orange shirt. And as you know, in UGA country, you don't wear orange if you're trying to be here. But we see a guy in a bright orange shirt. He's wearing khakis or jeans, and he was walking in front of, down the street in front of Miss Baker's house. And the officer asked, can you describe him? He says, yeah, he has like small afro hair, black male, orange shirt, jeans. They said, well, how's he walking? He said, he's just walking regular. Just walking. But he says, I leave to go away. I walk away from the window for a second. He says maybe 5 or 10 seconds he walks away from the window. And he says, when I come back, that person is gone. I don't see him anymore. He said, there's no way they could have made it to the end of the street because he says, I can see both sides of the street. He said the person had to cut through the houses. And then you will hear from Miss Tiffany Riker. And that individual, I think it's Jay Anderson, but the evidence will show the proper name. He doesn't do a sketch, just to be clear. But you will hear from Miss Tiffany Anderson, Tiffany Riker, who stays right here, this house here. She's going to say when she's coming out of her house to get in her car, she also sees a black guy. And she gives the same description. Wearing an orange shirt, blue jeans, khakis, he's walking down the street. And that's again what I said. She backed up. She said, you stop. You get out of my car. Now, what you'll learn in this case is on the other side of your park.
Okay, did anyone stop and ask these witnesses if they were white, what they mean by a small afro? Because with the picture that they showed of Mr. Faust in the beginning of the defense's opening statement, I would call that a kind of grown out fade. But what do they perceive as an afro or a small one? Because it can be very different culturally.
Yeah, and exactly, and it may or may not. I mean, we are talking about a neighbor across the road who was alerted by his roommate, hey, there's something going on. And that something that was going on was a black man walking by.
To be fair, we get a lot of those in my very rural Indiana neighborhood. Like, y'all, Amazon is a thing. The amount of neighborhoods we get on the old biddy, neighborhood thing, like, I don't know if you guys are aware, but there is a suspicious vehicle with someone with a darker complexion. And I'm like, y'all, it's called Amazon delivery.
Yeah.
They're going
Does
to
it also
houses.
say DHL on the side? I mean, we have those things over here too.
Yeah.
Hey, did somebody see that van? Well, and I just more or less screamed back. No. Somebody saw there's a new vehicle. I mean, it's wow. We haven't seen that vehicle before. And I just waited an hour. It's mine.
I'd have never admitted to it.
I mean, this is like when I changed from my prior car to the Saab. And apparently among all the farms out here, that was an event. What's this new car? Is it suspicious?
Yeah, from what I'm getting from the state, they didn't do a very good job investigating. They found this DNA and then they made the case fit the DNA, not the evidence fit the case or anything else.
Yeah. When we get to those witnesses, you're going to be so pissed off.
Oh, I probably will.
There's another photo you'll see during this trial. There's a Walmart. There's the Walmart on Lexington Road. So people travel from this neighborhood up here at the top through your park and around here. I think somewhere around here to cut through and go to the Walmart on Lexington Road. Okay. And Chris Melton will tell us that African American foot traffic was coming. Tiffany Riker would tell us that she didn't think anything of it because African American foot traffic is coming. She thought the guy was walking to Walmart. But when police get this information, despite Ms. Kashona Armstrong saying we saw a gentleman running through my backyard, police say, okay, let's do a sketch of this person. So you're going to see a sketch of a guy who may not even know his picture involved in this case. But they're going to show those sketches. But they're also going to show a sketch from a young lady. She was the wife of a tow truck driver. Okay? And the state may, they may change it, I'm about to say it, but the state may try to make this one person. Okay? But it's two different people. She says, hey, I see a guy. I was out with my husband. We're picking up a car. I saw a guy walking down the street. She says this guy has a heavy set face. He's kind of heavier looking. I can't really tell his body because of the jacket he has on. She says it's a bright jacket, but she says it's long sleeve, which is different from the individual that Ms. Riker and the individuals that stay across the street from Ms. Baker. Different from the individual they saw. They say, well, how was he acting? She said, well, he was just walking down the street. She said, I actually watched him in my mirror the entire time he walked, and he was just walking. They say, well, did he have on a hat? No hat, no hood, just a jacket, just walking down the street. The state is going to present those pictures to you as Mr. Faust. They're going to say, hey, it's a black guy in the neighborhood. This is Mr. Faust. But again, the only evidence they can present
It's literally what they claim. And they have two sketches where they put beside a picture of Mr. Faust at the time. I'm the whitest guy on the planet Earth, and I saw differences. But according to the state...
Well, let's be very real on a very objective. The picture that they showed of Mr. Faust, he has a very symmetrical face. So when the defense admitted he was a bit of a playboy, I wasn't too shocked. I mean, that would be a face that you would say, "Oh, that's an attractive person," because symmetrically, and face wise, it's a very attractive face. I wouldn't ever say heavy set. Heavy facial features. That wouldn't be what I would say at all to that face. But there we go.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, the same color palette, same people.
I mean, the prosecution is living testimony to the joking prompt that white people can't tell black people apart.
Yes, but the other prosecutor is either Indian, Bangladeshi, or Pakistani. So
he's Indian.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know because you could look Indian but be Bangladeshi or Pakistani also, and still look. I'm not getting canceled this year, at least for that. I want to do something more epic. I'm going to be canceled.
Right? But those are the sketches they're going to present to you. One of the sketches, and it's up to you to decide, does not fit the description given at all.
No.
And you will hear evidence, you will see those sketches, you will hear the information given by those witnesses about what the person looks like. But the photo that I showed you, Mr. Faust with the hair, they're going to say, hey, this is Mr. Faust with his hair, and these are the sketches. Ask questions about the sketches. Look at the sketches. Listen to the information that the state gives you about the sketches. And just make sure I'm clear, the person that was reported walking in front of Ms. Baker's house, our position would be this is the same person that Ms. Riker saw coming down this way, just for clarity. Lastly, you're going to hear Mr. Faust's interview. You're going to hear what Mr. Faust himself said about this case. You will learn, contrary to what the state has told you, that Mr. Faust was told when he was arrested, we're arresting you for murder and aggravated assault. They hadn't asked him anything. That's what you're here for. Murder and aggravated assault. Mr. Faust is confused. He talks to him. He chooses to talk to him later this right because, of course, he's trying to figure out what the heck is going on. While they're talking to Mr. Faust, they didn't tell him whose murder. You will hear Elizabeth Bigham and Jeremy Howell ask Mr. Faust, did you hear about a cold case from 23 years ago? And that's how they asked him. Did you hear about a cold case from 23 years ago? Mr. Faust tells him, I vaguely remember, and this is a paraphrase, not a quote, but I vaguely remember it. I think I saw something in the paper about him. You will learn. Jeremy Howell, nor Elizabeth Bigham, show Mr. Faust a photo of Ms. Baker. Jeremy Howell, nor Elizabeth Bigham, tell Mr. Faust Ms. Baker's name. They don't say, Taylor Baker case. They just say, hey, you heard about the photo case from 23 years ago. They don't even give Mr. Faust the opportunity to explain the DNA, because what they tell him, and this is very important stuff, they tell him, why is your DNA found in that house? Mr. Faust said, house? I've never been to a house in Deer Park. My DNA in the house? Your DNA is in the house. And just as much as I'm here to exonerate, I am here to hunt. But the truth is, as I've told you, the evidence will show there is not a shred of evidence putting Mr. Faust in the house. They didn't have that evidence. They misled Mr. Faust, and of course, here he's charged with murder and aggravated sodomy. He's probably freaking out, and he says, I don't know anything about the house. I don't know that woman. But again, they never gave him an opportunity to confirm who they were talking about. No name, no photo, just the cold case from 23 years ago in Deer Park that your DNA was found in the house. What you're learning in this case, one person lies to police over and over and over and over and over again. One person simply said, I've never been to a house in Deer Park. Whatever you're talking about, I don't know. And the person that's in that chair is Mr. Faust. Now, Miss Baker, as we all know, is a very beautiful woman. They showed us a photo, or the photo that Mr. Faust was aware of, the disclaimer shot. The photo that you all saw was not a photo that was shown to Mr. Faust. I do predict that the state, they may change this, I predict that the state is going to attempt to play for you an audio version of Mr. Faust's interview. Because the video version will show that Mr. Faust was given no information other than that he was charged with murder and aggravated sodomy for a cold case that occurred 23 years ago. On the video, you will see no pictures shown to him, as I mentioned. The state's evidence may get you emotionally riled up, but those are not answers. I think this is significant for everybody to know. So in 2001, Mr. Melton is told, as I told you before, that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted. I may not say the sexual assault, but he knew. They told him in 2001, and that's when he came back with, I saw her 6 days before she passed away. When he was meeting with Elizabeth Bigham and Jeremy Howell, they told him, hey, we found another person's DNA in her body. And Mr. Melton's response was telling. Mr. Melton himself said, sounds like she was with someone else. Objection again. This is evidence in the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go into the jury room for one more moment. Please don't discuss the case.
Yeah, without the robes, she just looks like my high school teacher that's mad at me for not being politically correct again.
Your Honor, Mr. Yalamanchili and I had talked in anticipation of us getting to this point over the weekend. Since I had made opening statement,
I'll pull that microphone towards you. Thank you.
that I would object since I had made the opening statement, but since Mr. Yalamanchili had made the 412 arguments in the past that he would handle.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, as the court's aware, as the state's aware, if Mr. Cruz wasn't aware before we started all the pretrial motions in this case, he ought to be aware now. Making reference, whether it's a statement made by some other witness, whether it's elicited direct examination, cross-examination, or any other method to a relationship between Ms. Baker and anyone else that was not noticed by the defense as a 412 act.
This is
prohibited
the
by 24
Grape
4
Shield
412.
law they are talking about. And in order, you cannot bring up a rape victim's schmectual history.
I
As a
can
defense.
understand. Well, I can
Yeah.
understand that it was maybe used in questionable ways, but I think there has to be. Why do we make statutes when common sense could be used?
Yeah, but this is a specific law in Arizona. A specific, not just statute. It is a law that, regardless, which also in this court's interpretation means that the defense can't even suggest that it was consensual.
I'm not sure how much clearer the statutory language could be. Not sure how much clearer the court could possibly have been in its instructions. But whether it's Mr. Cruz making reference to a statement that some witness made during an interview with law enforcement, or whether it's Mr. Cruz eliciting the testimony on direct examination or cross-examination, it is all prohibited by the rule, which Mr. Cruz has violated now for the second time in his opening statement. It does not matter. It does not matter one bit whether or not Chris Melton said that in an interview to law enforcement for the analysis of whether or not it is admissible and the methods that must be adhered to if the defense intends to admit it in any way, shape, or form, Judge. And so this is the second time before we've called the first witness to the witness stand that Mr. Cruz has violated 412, and what seems at this point to be an intentional pattern to try to work his way around the laws and rules of the state of Georgia as it relates to admissible evidence in cases involving allegations of rape and aggravated sodomy, Your Honor. So again, at this point, I don't know what the remedy is that the court wants to enact. But obviously telling Mr. Cruz not to do it isn't
in this
effective
case,
because he's
they are
not
using this both as a sword and a shield. They use her history by saying, Faust DNA inside her, that's grape. Melton's DNA inside of her, that was consensual. And the reason is, well, he was her boyfriend. It's supposed to be there. As if nowhere in history a boyfriend has ever done bad things to their girlfriend.
Yeah, it would just seem that if it's a totally random person, like the state wants me to believe, then that random person, would they have thought to clean up all the blood? Would they have thought to start a fire? Would they have thought to lock both of the doors with the deadbolt?
Yeah. How did, if the key is still on her keychain, how did the door got locked?
Yeah, and if you're the state and you've had 25 years to build a case, we can't tell you how he got in there. We can't tell you this. You should be able to tell me something other than DNA was found.
And we went through this on Friday. The state claims Chris and Tara Saturday night, Sunday morning. This was Friday, 6 days later.
Yeah, there's just no way. And then from 5 days later, when whoever decided to go in the back door, there was gravity and drip it. And
and everything. And here, remember, these are trace amounts. You would imagine if the DNA deposited at that point in time, there would be more than trace amounts on either of them. Of either of them. And when they got to the DNA testimony, the DNA match for Faust was in the billions, which is a lot, but the DNA match to Chris was in the octo something. So there was a larger presence of Milton's DNA than of Faust's DNA.
Yeah.
And it's so stupid.
And he's not following the court's orders.
Thank you. Bruce.
But here's the thing. Her sexual history is the entirety of the state's case. But they are, through this grape shield law, precluding the defense from arguing. Because the moment they say Chris Melton That was consensual. This was great. They are actively saying we are bringing in her sexual history in this. They
Yeah.
already opened the door, but not according to
Yeah.
this court.
Well, especially if, again, the whole case is based on consent. How can you, as an outside party who is not Tara, say whether she consented at all to either of them?
Yeah.
DNA doesn't tell you, yes, I'm consensual DNA, and then the, bad guy DNA wears little, like, robber
Yeah.
outfits.
Yeah, but according to the lead detective, Chris was her boyfriend. It's supposed to be there.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm actually blown away and in shock that the state is taking this statement to the 412 argument. Our theory of this case is that Chris Melton committed this crime. Chris Melton stated that when he's confronted with DNA that he already knew was present, that she was with someone else had. It has nothing to do with us trying to get around 412. That statement is for the sole purpose of showing his consciousness of guilt. He knew this information in 2001. He told the exact same information in 2024. And his response isn't, oh, my girlfriend, I can't believe this happened, you guys better ponder. His response is just simply to say, oh, well, let's do it. He was with somebody else. There is no evidence that I intend to present that Chris Melton knows about Ms. Baker's sexual history. There's nothing I can intimate that Ms. Baker knows, that Mr. Melton knows about Ms. Baker's sexual history. The purpose of that statement has nothing to do with her character, under 24/412, her sexual character. The purpose of that statement is to show Chris Melton's response. When he's presented with some evidence, he gives a response that's inconsistent with the person that is innocent. So this isn't a 412. I understand the state may not like what I present, but that does not mean I have to preview every single statement I have to them so they can prepare their case.
And
This is
especially since the state will call Chris Melton to the stand.
Yeah. And why are we going with all of the degradation and fire injury, are we even really sure about the time of death? Could this have been something that happened?
She had soot particles in her airways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but we don't know when everything else happened.
Fair point.
So sadly, it seems as Tara, sorry for saying this, hopefully she was unconscious
Yeah.
with just a breath of air left in her.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
You know I respect the right of anything in this court. I told the court that multiple times. This is not a 412 argument. This is Chris Melton, who knows nothing about his Baker's sexual history, being confronted with a piece of evidence and making a statement that shows consciousness of guilt in our. This has nothing to do with sex.
As this court has stated multiple times, this is the second time today, multiple times during hearings, that there is a process that must be adhered to in order to get the appropriate permission from the court to introduce statements, evidence that another party objects to. In this particular case, it is a 412 motion. We have talked about this over and over again. What I have said over and over again is that the defense has failed to file a motion under 412. The state did. The defense has failed to file a motion, and I've said many times that if the defense files a 412 motion, even though it's not timely, the court will consider it. There has been no motion filed. Mr. Cruz, you've been made aware many times that you are not to bring in this kind of statement. I mean, I realize I have said several times today that opening and closing arguments of the attorneys and arguments are not evidence, and I'm going to say it again when the jury comes out. But you've been told many times that in order to, I'm talking now, Mr. Cruz, thank you. You have been told many times that in order to present statements like that, ask for the admissibility of evidence like that, you have to file the proper motion. And the court may consider it, even though it's not timely. As I just stated 10 minutes ago, I do find your statements to the jury to be avenues to circumvent 412. And it is not appropriate. I'm finding you in contempt of court. You have had the...
Listen to this first.
Okay.
opportunity to explain yourself, and I'm finding you $1,000. And you are to present that $1,000 tomorrow morning by 9 a.m. put it into the registry of the court. And that is my sanction for continuing to not abide by this court's orders. I don't know how many times we're going to have this, but it really can't happen.
Okay. Here is where I believe the judge made a crucial mistake here. Yes, they have not filed a 412 motion because they're not seeking to introduce it under a 412 exception. They are introducing it under the exception of consciousness of guilt, as he explained to her. In order for her to make this judgment, she has to make that analysis. Because this is, as she said, oh, they are just trying to circumvent. Well, of course they are.
Yes, because
if you don't want it, if you don't get it in through the 412 motion, okay, let's try this or this. And then the judge still has to make that analysis because there are different sets of rules, court rules, and then she has to weigh them against each other to see which has precedent over each other. And this judge does the same thing about third-party culprits. When the defense brings up other possible acquaintances of her during the time that Milton says they had a relationship. They are not doing it for the truth of the matter. They are doing it to show that the relationship between Chris Milton and Tara Baker was nowhere near as loving as the state makes it out to
couldn't
be.
it also be, to establish that there wasn't a good investigation done at all? I mean, if
That as
the
well.
state,
Yeah, that is one of the arguments they used when this is later on, is we are not saying this because we are for the truth of the matter that these guys are either suspects or lovers or anything. No, this is we are asking the investigator this because to show to the jury what a botched investigation it is. But she wouldn't have it. She again said, you're trying to circumvent it. And I'm losing my mind on my streams. Because no, judge, you have to weigh the exceptions against each other and then determine which has precedent over the other. And she did none of it. None of it.
no, I mean, it sounds very much like Bev asking Hank what we should do and then saying, okay, well, Hank said we were going to do this. I think the state said it the best.
Yeah.
Happen again. $1,000 tomorrow morning by 9 o'clock. You may bring the jury up. Thank you.
Yeah. And did you see, back up a few seconds. Back up.
Oh, crap. What did I do now? Oh, as per usual. Just.
Now that this is.
I can't remember if it was.
I wish I could.
I wish I wouldn't have touched them. Oh,
Yep.
here we go. Right here, I think.
Files a 412 motion, even though it's not timely. You are not today. That opening and closing arguments of the attorneys and arguments are not evidence, and I'm going to say it again.
Forward.
When the jury comes, many
Forward.
you do find avenues to circumvent the opportunity tomorrow morning. It really can't happen again. $1,000 tomorrow morning by 9 o'clock. You may bring the jury up. Thank you.
Look at him. He's staring right into the camera. Just yeah. This is his Kodak moment. He's just told you so.
Yeah, but it also, again, part of law is if we can't get it in this way, let's see if case law supports it another way. As a judge, you should understand that there can be multiple ways that you can use a piece of evidence. So it shouldn't be shocking that if you've told a lawyer no, and this is pivotal to his case, yes, Bush, he was found guilty on all charges, and the verdict came in with about 5 hours approximately. Okay, well,
Did X crash again?
I don't know.
No, there it is. It was. Or. Yeah, X crashed again.
I had nothing to do with that.
Me neither. Me neither.
The attorneys, whether it is in opening statements or closing statements or during arguments, any statements by the attorneys are not to be considered as evidence. Mr. Cruz?
Thank you. At the end of this case, when you go back home, you're sitting around the dinner table, and someone says to you, "Why did you find Mr. Faust not guilty?" You're going to say, "Well, I was fed a wealth of information. All this information came and it boiled down to one thing. The state couldn't prove that Edric Faust was the person that killed Tara Baker. The state could not prove or present evidence that Mr. Faust was in Miss Baker's home. All of the hair found on and around Miss Baker's body was Caucasian hair. Mr. Faust is an African-American man. And that's why we voted not guilty. The prosecution in a murder case is required to prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Not a forced doubt or a speculative doubt, but a reasonable doubt. They have to present a case from you from A to Z. If A is Mr. Faust's DNA and Z is law enforcement's investigation, they never answer the question at G, at H, at I, at J, K. They don't answer the questions about his melon. They don't answer the questions about the hair, even the hair found in her hand. If he did it, why would she have somebody else's hair in her hand? Why would she have non-African-American hair in her hand? If Mr. Faust did it, how did he get in and out of the house unseen? Why didn't anybody see a black male running through the neighborhood? If he did it, why would he take so much time cleaning up her apartment? He doesn't know who stays there. There are 3 bedrooms. If he's a stranger, why would he take that time to clean her apartment? This was a crime opportunity. You all swore to uphold the law, to hold the state to its burden. There is evidence here of reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust did not kill Ms. Baker. And it is not just sprinkled through this case. Reasonable doubt lives in this case. When you all have heard the evidence in this case, we're going to ask you to render a verdict of not guilty. In this nightmare for Mr. Faust, I am asking you individually and as a body to find Mr. Faust not guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel, for both parties. Ladies and gentlemen, we started a bit late today. It is certainly late. I am going to give you a lunch break, even though it is certainly late. I'm going to ask that you return here at 4 o'clock. We're going to try to get into
Lunch break? What is this courtroom?
Yeah.
Do we even courtroom in this courtroom? I mean, look at this. Like 90% of it is break.
Yeah. I know.
That's it. If I ever become a lawyer, I'm doing it in Georgia. This courtroom, to be exact. I want banker hours.
Yeah, sorry, folk. I said Arizona first. I meant to say Georgia. My apologies to Georgia and Arizona.
Oh, come. There we go.
back on the record. State of Georgia versus Edric Lamont Faust, SU 24CR0547. Is the state ready to proceed? Is the defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Statement call its first witness.
Freeman.
Could you get David Freeman, please?
Yeah, they're asking about statute of limitation in chat. This is the statute of limitation was there for the grape and because since it's in a connection of another crime, the statute of limitation gets pushed away or pushed back. That is called the Baker Act. So they actually did the law due to the Tara Baker cold case around the time of these podcasts a number of years ago.
Yeah, it just again, it seems like there was a podcast and then there's a trial, and we've seen this happen several times
Yeah.
with the Michael Turney case in Arizona, with the
Yep.
Chris Wolfenberger case in Georgia, and now this particular case. And I think people and prosecutors aren't you would think prosecutors would understand that there's some things we cannot get
Mm.
into a court, but they
Yeah.
seem pressured to bring
Yeah.
these very unstable cases.
Yeah, but here, and this is what makes this judge worse than Judge Bev. She actively tells the attorneys at one point in this trial that since this is a cold case and highly circumstantial, and she then implies that the burden of proof is lower because it's a cold case. When they come to I want one of these things to be a surprise for Mo, but when they the slides where the hair and samples are on, when they unpacked them, or I believe day 5 or 6 or whatever's, some of them were cracked, meaning the samples at some point were mishandled to the point that they cracked.
Yeah,
And it's still admitted into evidence because according to this judge, we have to lower our standards because it's a cold case and this was 25 years ago. Fuck no.
No, I mean, even in the Canero case, there were DNA samples because it happened in 2018 that
Sorry.
they couldn't get any readings on. So then in 2024, they reran them again and they found different results. And they still had Paul pretty much dead to rights, but they went on and tested these and got more results. So no, you don't. If chain of evidence is broken, if things are mishandled, then you can't tell when the contaminant. Why am
Yeah.
I the voice of reason?
Yeah. Why are we the voice of reason? Watch us on Fridays and
Yeah,
tell
have you
tell
met
us.
us?
Have you met us? Especially on Fridays?
We should not be in charge of stuff.
We should not be in the same vicinity of each other because things get weird.
Yes. Are we even going to get to a witness? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we will.
I'm just telling you, when I used to work retail, I avoided this woman. She was going to ask me a question or ask me for my manager.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a seat. Sir, I'm going to ask you to state your name and spell it for our court reporter, please.
David, D-A-V-I-D, Freeman, F-R-E-E-M-A-N.
Sir, I'm going to ask you, back in 2001, how were you employed?
I was a firefighter at Athens, Clark County.
Can you tell the jury, please, just a little bit about your firefighting career with Athens Clark County Fire Department?
I was generally assigned firefighting or driving the truck. I did both. When I say firefighting, I mean actually pulling the hose off and, fighting fire.
How long did you do that, sir?
26 years.
Was there a primary station that you worked out of in those 26 years?
I worked in all of them at one time or another. I worked at all. We had 6, then we had 7, then we had, I think they got 8 now, but I worked at all of them at one time or another.
Do you recall where you were working in January of 2001? Which station?
Station 5.
Which one is that?
Whit Davis at Whit Davis Road.
Mr. Freeman, do you recall being dispatched with other Athens-Clarke County police or Athens-Clarke County firefighters to a call at 160 Fawn Drive?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is that address in Athens-Clarke County?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you recall approximately what time of day that call came out?
Generally, we clean up the station in the morning, check the truck, you know, do household stuff, and it was before lunch. I can't tell you exactly what time.
Okay. Mr. Freeman, if you could please describe what you observed as you approached 160 Fawn Drive.
The call came in, I believe, as a structure fire. Me and another firefighter were on the back of the truck, which means we actually have the nozzle. We pull up to the front of the house, or front of the apartment, and you could see the left side of the apartment. It had broken through. You could see flames. So as a firefighter, you're taught to go in the front and push the fire outside. So I had the nozzle. We went to the front door. I was putting my mask.
Push the fire outside. I mean, maybe that's how they teach. I've never been to fire school, but okay.
Mask on, and I reached up and tried the door, and it was locked. And I believe the lieutenant on the truck is who actually kicked the door in. When he kicked the door in, I mean, it was almost like a training fire. You could see smoke had come down about head high, and we're taught to crawl. But that day, the smoke wasn't all the way down, so I could see a glow in the right side of the back of the room. Which
I'm going to stop you right there. So just to clarify a little bit, did you go in the front door of the house?
Yes, sir, we did.
And as you enter the front door, where in the house are you situated, if that makes sense?
When I go in the front door?
Yes, sir. Like just kind of generally
The best I can remember, because when we pulled up in the truck, you could see the fire in the left back of the house, and you could see the flames shooting through. So I had in my mind that when we went in, I was going to go to the left. Well, when we kicked the door in, you could see in the right back of the room, you could see red glowing.
And what did you do when you saw that red glowing?
We actually went to that area, which turned out to be the kitchen, which turned out to be all the eyes on the stove are on.
You say eyes, what exactly do you mean?
You know, the old coral type electric stoves.
Okay.
They were all on and glowing red.
Did you notice anything about the knobs to the stove?
Did not have knobs on the stove.
Where were the knobs?
I can't, they were either on the counter. I don't think they were on the stove, but I think they were on the counter. They were taken off.
Okay. Did you yourself turn the stove off?
I believe I did. Yes, sir. I had to, I mean, I don't know if they were in the right place, but I put the knobs back on there and turned the stove off. And then, well, you go ahead.
Okay. What'd you do after you turned the stove off?
Lieutenant was over. He was walking across the room back towards what now we know is the bedroom, but he told me, said, open the back door to let some of the smoke out. So I had on my gloves. So I reached up to open the door, and it was locked. So it was pretty warm in there. So I took my glove off and I opened the door. I believe it had a deadbolt and then a regular lock. So I opened the door.
Locked from the outside.
At that point, the lieutenant said, come over here. Yeah. So I had the nozzle.
You had the nozzle. He said, come over
here. Well,
it
could be locked from the inside as well.
I went from the stove kitchen area across what was the
where
living
did he
room.
go? Where did he go out?
To what?
Yeah, but one of the doors could, but the other door is going to have to be closed from the outside.
Yeah.
So, and who would go through the trouble of taking off the knobs?
Well, we have over here in Sweden. Now he died a decade ago. He was a very, very known arsonist, and one of the things he did was, if he was in a place with a gas stove, put it up to max, remove the knobs, because then it would be harder to turn it off.
That makes sense.
But that is an extremely conscious decision. I mean, I've never seen it outside of arsonist cases that somebody does that.
It just seems like a weird thing to do when you're, let's say, it's early
Robbing a
morning,
place. Yeah.
robbing, and you just got done with a heinous crime. You know, you
Yeah.
thought she was dead, you strangled her, she wasn't dead, so you stabulated her. You know, you decide to take the laptop, ignore everything else, put a blanket on the stove, and throw the blanket on top of her.
Yeah. I mean, not opening any drawers looking for matches or a lighter.
Well, I know it would have been, so 2001, it would have been in its infancy, but you think that since the laptop was taken, they would have looked at her DNA stuff, or not DNA, digital footprint. You know, was there an email that someone didn't want seen? Was there, was she on MySpace, talking to other guys?
Excellent question. Why the laptop? That's a very, very, it's almost as if it's personal.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm getting to, but it does seem like those would be things that you would have to say. We give the state all the credit in the world, and they totally know Chris is not the guy, the boyfriend, not the guy. Wouldn't you want to have all the answers to these questions a smart defense attorney is going to ask? Well, did you look at the Chris for this? Did you look at his emails? Did you look at their text messages? Did you look at this? You would think you'd have all those things answered so you don't look like a dumbass.
You would imagine so.
Obviously, they are not afraid of looking like a dumbass. It's actually one of my phobias, which is odd considering what I do on the internet.
We now know was her bedroom, and that door was closed also.
What happened next?
We tried to open the door, and it was locked. So the other firefighter that was with me, I think Doug actually kicked that door too. And, I said, when he kicks the door, it's going to roll out, because I knew it was what we call rolling. It was
When you say it's going to roll out, what are you?
the fire. The fire's going to roll out, because when we rolled up, we could see it burning through the roof. So I knew it was pretty intense. So when he kicked the door, I opened the nozzle, what we call Z'd it. I Z'd it down, knocked the fire down. And then they said, I hit it one more time just to kind of cool it down. And I had put my hand, we were just sitting there kind of watching it, make sure it didn't flare back up or flame up or whatever. And I always kept a big rubber band on my fire helmet, and I had a light stuck, up there in it. And I had my hand down on the floor, just kind of sitting there watching to see if it, it was smoke had banked all the way down in this room. And then I turned the light. When I turned my head, I looked down and I saw her at the foot of the bed. And
Can you describe in detail what you saw?
there was a nude lady laying there. Almost looked like, you could tell she'd been in extreme heat. And she was also like a mummy, like she didn't look real. Her hair looked like her hair was intact, but it was.
So I know you said that she's on the floor. Do you recall how she was positioned?
She was positioned with her feet towards the door. Best I remember, we'd go in the door, the bed was to the left, and then she was at the foot of the bed, and then looked like the flames or the fire was on the bed.
Do you recall how her body was oriented up, down, otherwise?
She was face up.
Upon discovering the body, what did you do next, sir?
Like I said, we were trained just to make sure it doesn't flame back up or anything. And so Steve and I were still in the room, on the floor. And the lieutenant, which was Doug, he was standing at the door behind us. And he said, y'all don't touch anything, just make sure it doesn't flame back up and back out. So that's basically what we did. We got it cooled down, and then we backed out.
And after backing out, did you, and when you say Doug, is that Doug Whitehead?
Yeah, so he was a lieutenant on the seat that day. He was a supervisor, you might say.
And you mentioned Steve. Is that Steve?
Steve, yes, sir. He was a firefighter also. He and I were on the back of the truck. We had a driver of the truck. We had Doug was a supervisor, lieutenant, and then we had two firefighters, Steve Shellnut and myself, were on the back of the truck.
And after y'all backed out of the room, did you turn the scene over to the police?
Yeah, we called, I guess they called the chief and the assistant chief anyway. The shift commander was already there. So I guess they notified police, and, you know, it just kind of become chaos at that as everybody started showing up, and they wouldn't let us go anywhere. We had to stay there.
At any point, did you take notice of a screen to the back window in the house?
Yes, sir. When we got it cooled down, and I guess I was in shock. I just went to the back door because I had two small daughters. I went to the back door kind of trying to collect my thoughts and whatever. And there was a window to the left side of the door, and the screen, I can't say if it was laying in the yard or if it was leaned up against the house, but the screen had been tampered with. You could tell where it, like if you take a screwdriver and try to pop it out, you can tell where it had been bent. It had been tampered with.
And we don't know that happened any other day.
Yeah, any other day, or when the firemen tried to get in, or get to air out the smoke. And here you know what would have been excellent is to bring that screen and show it how it was bent, but they lost it. It was entered into evidence back in 2001, and then it is gone.
Well, also logic it out, Nick. Why would you ostensibly you've created the fire to not only destroy evidence but to possibly take the whole house out? Why are you scrubbing the floors? Why are you leaving the oven on? Why are you putting the screen back in? You think this is all gonna go. Why take extra time to do this?
Well, this would have made everything here would have made perfect sense if it happened before daylight.
Yeah.
But the state have to have it happen between 8 and 8:30 a.m. because then they can take into account the supposed alibi of Mr. Melton.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that might have happened in a, graduate house with approximately 6, young adults there at any given time. I'm guessing someone might have been inebriated, left their keys at.
Everybody went out to have a drink, and then when they came back, okay, unlock the door. I thought you had a key. No, I thought you had. Not ashamed to say, it may have happened during my university days. Several times.
If at first you don't
Didn't you have a key? I thought you had a key. No.
All I'm imagining is Winnie the Pooh, where he gets stuck in the tree. I know that sounds terrible because it's younger Nick, so I'm just imagining lanky
younger
Nick
was lanky.
But still just stuck there, and you're like, "Oh, hello, officer. I was just here to say hello, but I forgot my keys. So as we do, I'm going in through the window."
Yeah, as Jens says, sounds like the killer knew no one was coming back to the house sooner. Yeah. How about that?
Mr. Freeman, those are all the questions I have for you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am. May I move the podium,
Of
please?
course.
Ooh, a mobile podium.
Good afternoon, Firefighter Freeman. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the back door to the home. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this point. When you opened the door, did you have to unlock the deadbolt and the bottom portion of the door?
With no glove on. Yes, sir.
Would it be fair
You
to say
don't push
that
the
based on
bottom thing into place without being inside.
No, and I do like that he has such a retention of detail that he's like, yeah, no, had they, you know, oh, and John Jackson says that the jury has a question, so if we get any movement, we can pull it up. I haven't seen any movement on the verdict watch screen, but when you do see movement, just yell at me and we'll pull it up. But I do like, again, and you would think in a very thorough.
John Jackson jury has a question, but I have everything. Let me check. Oh, I can't check X because I know that Sylvia is in the courtroom. Infamous Sylvia.
Let me
is
see
in
if
the
I
courtroom.
can.
Let's see here. No, all I have there, maybe Kathy has.
I'm not seeing it, but
Yeah.
okay.
6 minutes ago, jury question in Georgia v. Faust. But I have it here live.
It might be taking them a little bit to get
Yeah.
everyone back in the courtroom.
Yeah.
So we will keep an eye on it when they show movement. We will bring it back up. And I do feel bad for the first responders that have to see this, regardless
yeah.
of whether I think the state has proved its case or not. It is the state. This is what pisses me off about these old cases. The state has one chance at this. And like Uvalde, like the Chris Wolfenberger case, and like this case seems to be shaping up, they seem to give a rat's ass about the investigation. They found their conclusion and they don't care.
Yeah, there's an unexpected DNA here. Instead of going, okay, first of all, Melton said first on the 19th or 21st, he said, we haven't seen each other since the weekend before. And then he changed that over the years to at least 10 days before. And then he went back to the weekend prior with the added details. Yeah, we had schmecks at my parents' house, even though he had an apartment and she lived in, yeah.
Well, Nick, you know the thrill you have of being in your twin bed at your mom and dad's house.
But his parents was home. Yeah, no.
Yeah, nothing turns a lady on like the fact that your parents might overhear.
Yeah, because we all know that the American homes are very, very well insulated, so nobody hears anything.
No. Jeopardy and squeak, squeak, squeak.
your examination of the home, the doors were locked and there was no evidence of forced entry?
Yes.
That would be correct. No forced entry to the doors. Now, like I said, the screen on the window, it looked like it had been tampered with, but but no, there was no forced entry to the doors. No, sir.
Sure. Do you recall completing a interview with firefighter report from January 19th, 2001?
The report that that I had to write?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree, and if you don't know, you say you don't know, and I can show you. Would you agree that you were asked the question 29 in that report, were the doors locked when the first units arrived? Do you remember that question?
I really don't even remember the report you were referring to. I had to write a handwritten statement of what happened that day. Usually the supervisors make out the fire report.
Yes, sir. I am going to show you what I am marking as Defense Exhibit 1. Yes, sir. Is it okay if I approach you?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not on my bucket list. I can
Oh,
say
hell
that.
no. Jen, there it's also weird to start the fire in kitchen and then close the bedroom door.
Yeah, I mean, so the one thing that comes to mind, and I'm only an armchair psychologist, but in Delphi, they were trying to make a big deal about the branches, the very scant branches being cover or like an undoing.
Hmm.
Now, it would strike me that if you wanted to do an undoing, put a flaming blanket over someone and moving her to the bottom of the bed. So, a place where no one's going to naturally look might be one of those undoing kind of things.
Yeah. Or enough knowledge about house and stuff. And Chris Milton was, according to himself, a contractor plumber. That, yeah, it's very, very strange
Yeah.
because the fire was set to buy time, in my opinion. Buy time to get an alibi, maybe.
Yeah, or, maybe it will go unnoticed. I mean, a lot of actually Joel Guy Jr., kind of calculated when he was planning his perfect crime of premeditation that if you do start a crime or start a fire and it's kind of in the smoldering stages at around 9 or 10 o'clock, it does take a while for it to actually get to the raging fire stage. So it can become pretty involved, and that's what he had planned to do because now this was at a time prior to a lot of people working at home. Now, when the police say they canvassed the area, did they look at the Walmart security feed? This neighborhood or her home is very close to a Walmart.
To my, at least not presented in trial, there are no video recordings gathered or presented from that time.
Well, I know it's 2001, so I know that there are a lot of things that are, commonplace now that wouldn't have been commonplace then.
But the Walmart had cameras back then. I mean, but again, this back in 2001 was a small quite a small town by Georgia standards. They didn't, and when they talked about, they were black people, black person, which I believe after hearing the witnesses, you saw different people, in my opinion, and the Walmart and everything, and this bright, very, very visible jacket or shirt or both. Was there a construction going on somewhere near? Not in evidence.
No, but if this is a college town, it has a college and then a master's program. So usually there's a regular, bit of the college for your undergrad. You would think that there would be more security around just because parents are spending a hell of a lot of money to send their kids here, and we tend to like security.
Yeah, you would think so.
None of this is adding up, and I doubt it will at the end of the trial, given what you guys have said.
Yes, sir. Were the doors locked when the first unit arrived? Yes, they were. Was there any force of entry? I put no.
Yes, sir. You mentioned the window. I know that it's been 25 years since you responded to the scene. Do you recall what that window looked like at the time that you saw it?
It was a, could have been like a white, seemed like it was a white aluminum frame or vinyl window. It was 2 panes, top and bottom. Like I said, it was to the left of the back door.
Would you recognize that window if you saw it again?
Possibly.
I'd like to show you what's being marked as Defense Exhibit 2 and Defense Exhibit 3.
Yeah, the state didn't show him pictures. That's odd.
Thank you for your patience.
Yes, sir.
And to make sure I have this correct, this window was to the, if I'm facing the back door, it would be to the right. Is that correct?
Left.
If I'm facing, well, let me,
If you're coming in the front door,
okay, it's to the left. Is that
the
right?
window is to the window is to the left of the door that's on the right.
Excellent. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2 and 3. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that image?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the window as you viewed it on the day you responded to 160 Fawn Drive?
Is this the way I found it? Is that what you're asking? I mean, is this?
Correct. Well, do you recognize?
I can't honestly say. I remember, as you can look at this and tell, it looks like it's been tampered with or whatever, but I can't honestly say that the screen was outside, was not on the window. I mean, over 26 years, I had numerous calls, and I can't 100% say that screen was off. I'm pretty sure it was, but I can't sit here and say, I know it was tampered with because I remember seeing this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the screen was still on the window.
But I do like the way this witness is testifying.
Yeah.
Because a
Yeah,
lot
he's
of
honest.
witnesses, they'll fight. They'll be like, look, so I like that he's like, look, I've slept since then.
Mm.
If you're saying this is what they took a picture of, I remember it being bent.
Yeah, and it might be that they later on took it off and put it where and that is what he remembers. But now watching, oh yeah, screen is still on the window.
Yeah, and maybe the police were taking and putting the screen on the window to see if it matched. I don't know why you would do that and take a photo of it, but sure.
Any notations in the report I provided you? I believe that was Defense Exhibit 1, if I'm not mistaken, about the window screen.
No, sir.
Okay. Would you have any reason to say that those images have been altered in any way?
No, sir.
I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 4. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize Defense Exhibit 4?
5 minutes
Yes,
ago,
sir.
we are still waiting for the defense attorneys.
At 160 Fawn Drive. Well, the screen in the window at 160 Fawn Drive. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate? Defense Exhibit 2 through 4. Are those fair and accurate descriptions of?
Yes, that's looking at this is where I got the idea that it had been tampered with.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 2 through 4 into evidence.
Any objection? They are admitted.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
May I publish any to the jury?
Nay.
Law Kong
Tony,
says,
thank you so
I have
much for
some
your
screens.
heroism.
If you take them off, it's an act of God to, to get them back in. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my house looks like there might have been a break-in once or twice too, because, you know, boys or cats running straight at a screen because a squirrel teased them. I don't know who was more shocked, the squirrel or my cat. But probably Mr. Mo when I had to explain to him why he had to put the screen back in.
And if they
Any
did,
regret
it
by the
should
state?
be in a
May
report.
this witness be excused. Any objection?
No, ma'am.
You are free to go, sir. You may call your next witness.
Doug Whitehead.
Could you get Doug Whitehead, please?
Doug.
Doug.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Doug.
Now that's an interesting name. Whitehead.
Yes,
Yeah.
and this is a rewatch.
Yeah. I'm here because I'm having a verdict watch.
Sir, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm your testimony in the matter pending before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and
Oh,
nothing but the truth? so help you
started.
God? So,
Uh,
God.
I do.
Oh,
This is question number 1.
Okay. Hold on. Let me back up a little bit. Here we go.
Taking a break from my calendar this afternoon to go back on the record with regard to State of Georgia versus Edric Faust, SU 24-00547. The jury has been deliberating since 12:30, and this is question number 1. To the judge, the jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. Mr. Yalmanchili, Mr. Bolden, any response before I say what is allowed?
Your Honor, I think the jury has to recall those facts for themselves, both as it relates to the DNA reports. They were admitted into evidence, but I don't believe that they would go back to the jury due to the continuing witness rule. And as it relates to Mr. Ricketts' testimony, the jury would need to recall that themselves as well. That would be the state's position.
All right, Mr. Cruz.
As far as the testimony regarding Ricketts, I do agree. They do have to go off of their notes. But as far as the DNA reports, they aren't evidence. I would say they like to come out here and look at them, and you could pass it around to the jurors through the jury box. We have no issue with that.
All right, thank you. Okay, so this is the law. The law allows both of these requests to be had. The jury is allowed to rehear testimony, obviously, as long as it's in the courtroom. We're going to queue it up for Ricketts' testimony if they still want to hear it. And the jury is allowed to review anything in evidence, but it has to be, of course, in open court. It can't be, it would be subject to continuing witness rule if it were back in the jury room. But in open court, they are allowed to look at anything that's been admitted to evidence. So I'm going to have the jury come on out, just have them come out, and I will respond to their question in total. Thank you.
so Ricketts was the DNA expert, or one of them, I'm guessing.
Oh, I don't remember.
I'm going to ask counsel to go look at the reports while they're listening and make sure you all are in agreement what we're talking about. Thank you.
I was getting ready to push fast forward, and I'm like, oh, this isn't my screen, and it's live.
Yeah. No, I did have it.
We are back here
Mm.
resuming the trial, State of Georgia versus Edric Faust. I've already put this on the record, but since you're in front of us, I'll put it on again. SU 24 CR 0547. The jury has been deliberating since 12:30. Thank you all for being on time today. I'm having you out here because I'm responding to your message. And the message reads, the jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. The answer to both of those questions are yes. You can see anything that's in evidence. It has to be done, of course, in open court. The attorneys are going to get together and make sure they know what reports you're referring to and have you look at them out here in open court. But while they are doing that, we are going to replay the transcript of Ricketts' testimony. And there's no video, but the transcript is allowed by law to be heard again by all of you. So as soon as Ms.
heard.
Satterfield is ready to play it, this is not a perfect system in terms of being able to
They're
sort of
actually going to play
transcribe
it
it
back.
to all of you. And so if it's
That's
faint, sometimes we put a microphone to the actual computer. We'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Interesting.
yeah. In all,
You ready?
almost all
All right,
other
very good. You may
trials,
proceed. Thank you, Ms. Satterfield.
in all other trials, they have to be specific. What parts? Otherwise, because Mr. Ricketts was up there for a while, and we have different. If Mr. Ricketts is if it is the cop hiding from the defense, or if it is the truck customs one.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand and take note. If you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, if you would, please speak towards the microphone and just state and spell your name for the record.
William, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, Ricketts, R-I-C-K-E-T-T-S.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm a supervisor with the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, and what capacity do you, or is there a particular agency that you work with within the Department of Homeland Security?
Yes, sir. I'm supervisor of the law enforcement section of the Transportation Security Administration.
Okay. And prior to working for TSA, were you involved in law enforcement
TSA?
in a different capacity?
Yes, sir. From 1992 to 1996, I worked
He's
with
a
the Clark County
groper.
Sheriff's Office, and from 96 to 2001, I worked with the Athens Clark County Police Department.
Okay. And were you working with the Athens Clark County Police Department on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir. I was.
At that time, what was your assignment or role at ACCPD?
At that time, I was currently assigned with the Robbery Homicide Unit. I was in transitioning out into training at the time, but I was Robbery Homicide during that time.
Okay. And were you working on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. So I want to start kind of at the beginning of the day. Did your assignments at Robbery Homicide take you anywhere outside of that?
Yes, sir. That morning I was, I believe it was Milledgeville, Georgia. I was at the state penitentiary working out a cold case homicide from, I believe, 1996. I spent the morning there and then drove back to Athens with one of the DA's investigators. I came back to Athens that morning. I was in lunchtime, so somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay. And so just to clarify, though, this cold case homicide you were working from 1996, did that have anything to do with an individual named Miss Tara Baker?
No.
Okay. And so when you got back, you said around lunchtime or so, was there anything unusual that you noticed when you got back to the police department?
Yes, sir. We got back to the police department, pulled in the back window, parked, and all of our vehicles and forensics and CID units were gone, which I told the other investigator that wasn't a good sign for us for the day, and it was not. We went inside, and it's early in the days of cell phones, so we went inside, and I got time to go back out over to Fawn Drive.
Okay, and you said go back out over to Fawn Drive. Was that related to Miss Baker's murder?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, and what did you do when you arrived at Fawn Drive?
I arrived back on the scene and met with Lieutenant Durham. Crime scene folks were there. Talked it outside for just a few minutes with folks there. And then I began to talk to Lieutenant Durham, and he took me on a tour of the scene to get a look around so we could start taking some notes and look around. They had already been working for a pretty good bit of time before I got there. He showed me around the location, the crime scene. We looked at that. I took some notes. And then he kind of put me up to where he wanted me to go start doing some canvassing door to door and wanted me to do some other items that he had on his checkoff list that needed to be done.
So I want to start with your canvassing door to door. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Matt Owens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then did you also speak with an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so as it relates to Mr. Owens, what did he tell you about anything that he may have seen that day?
Objection, you're saying.
Any response to the objections?
Your Honor, I do believe Mr. Owens testified in this trial, and then Mr. Cruz challenged the credibility of certain things that Mr. Owens had said. So I believe that this would be admissible as a prior consistent statement.
I did not challenge the credibility of Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens testified. I don't even ask him about that. I didn't ask Mr. Owens any questions. I just think.
Mr. Yalman, showing any response to Mr. Cruz's statement before making
Your Honor, if the defense is contending that he challenged nothing about the truthfulness and accuracy of Mr. Owens' statements, then I don't believe the prior consistent statement would be admissible.
All right, I'm going to sustain it.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ricketts, so you spoke with Mr. Owens. We're not going to get into the details of what he said. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
I did.
Okay. What is it that Miss Riker relayed to you?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Any response to the objections, Mr. Yalman?
As it related to Mr. Owens, I don't have definitive memories of ways in which Mr. Cruz may have asked questions or attempted to appease that witness, but certainly as it related to Ms. Riker, there were significant periods of cross-examination, including confronting Ms. Riker with previous statements and things along those lines. So I do think that this would be admissible as a prior consistent statement.
Yes, sir.
So my second objection based on the state's response to the U.S. Secretary's comment. In regards to our examination of Ms. Riker, the only thing we went through were the statements that she gave to this officer. There was no need to impeach Ms. Riker on her prior statements because the testimony she gave in court used her prior statements from the day she spoke in temporary witness to establish what her accurate testimony was.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. I remember the statements, and I'm taking notes on that. I'm going to overrule your objection. I'd like to continue with that one.
So, Mr. Ricketts, as it relates to Ms. Riker, what did she relay to you?
She stated that morning around 8:15 in the morning, she left to go to class. She saw a male subject, black man, walking down the street from the area of Cooper Road towards her apartment. Now, she said the male subject had to stop in order for her to back out of the driveway and go on. Her description, was a medium, average-looking height, medium, no hat, medium hair.
Walking while black.
Shirt, baggy pants, possible jeans, but they weren't dark in color. She gave us that description while we were sitting there talking to her. She was surprised that morning, and it was kind of a foggy rain morning that morning. I do remember driving down that morning. I wasn't at the scene during that. That morning was a heavy fall, kind of rain kind of morning, kind of nasty. And she said it was kind of odd to have somebody cutting through just the apartment area at that time of the morning.
And was the unusualness also based on the weather that she described?
She described the weather and then how the subject was almost walking into her car. It was one of those where if she hadn't seen him, she thinks maybe she had seen him, they might have run into each other, if that makes sense.
Okay. Did you conduct other canvas interviews?
I did.
Okay. And I'm not going to get into the details of those, but just talking about what you did that day. Eventually, did you end up back at the Athens Clark County Police Department?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Durham sent on several other assignments to take care of, and I did end up back at the police department later that afternoon.
Okay. While you were at the police And this would still be January 19th of 2001, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So while you were in the police department, did you have any contact with an individual by the name of Chris Melton?
I did.
Okay. And who did you understand Mr. Melton to be at the time that you spoke with him?
I understood Mr. Melton to be the boyfriend of the deceased. From being out at the scene, I had not yet seen or met him at this point, but I understood that's who he was.
Okay. And you said by being out at the scene, to your knowledge, had Mr. Melton been brought to the scene at some point during the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know the purpose for which he was brought to the scene?
He identified the body, which I was told via digital camera from the crime scene. And was out on the crime scene answering some questions there. I believe it's Lieutenant Durham.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Melton?
Yes, I did.
Was there anybody else present when you were speaking with Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir. His father came with him. We weren't expecting him at the police department. He arrived, and he and his father were there together. So we decided to do an impromptu interview there at the office.
And where in the police department in particular did this interview take place, if you recall?
We were kind of over in that forensics area. We were not actually in an interview room. We were over in the forensics office. If you think of it, it's like a small conference room. I won't say a common work area, but a small conference room there where we could have a little bit of privacy and a table where we could sit and talk. The area was pretty busy that whole afternoon. Had several things going on at the same time, but that's where we decided to sit.
Okay. So what, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about his relationship with Ms. Baker?
So we sat again to talk.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that Mr. Cruz attempted to impeach Mr. Melton regarding the, status or general place that his relationship with Ms. Baker was in at the time. And so I think that these would be prior consistent statements on that issue.
During our cross-examination of Mr. Melton yesterday, the exact statement he gave to Detective Briggs about his status, Mr. Melton testified to. My concern, Your Honor, is this officer Tiffany Ryder used the state's attempting to use this officer to change the testimonies of other witnesses. That's why we're raising our hearsay objections. Ms. Ryder has testified, Mr. Melton has testified. If it truly is a prior consistent statement that was not elicited or left hanging, which would lead to a misinterpretation, yes, he can bring it up. But just to ask this officer to follow up and give the same testimony that other officers that actually witnesses come in and give themselves, I ask that sustain our consent objection to that.
Anything further before next week?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the prior consistent statement rule for admission has to do with exactly the situation Mr. Cruz just described, as far as the witness having testified, the defense attempting to impeach that witness, and then later that witness's prior consistent statements from the time coming in to show that that impeachment is incredible. So it's the very purpose of the rule.
Yes, sir.
I disagree with that, Your Honor. Prior consistent statement is if I challenge the credibility of this witness on that statement, and then the state comes in and say, hey, he's elicited testimony that the witness has said one thing, but we have a consistent statement from the past showing that his testimony in court is consistent with the statement that he's made before. We don't have that issue here because Mr. Melton, the same testimony that Detective Bridges can give to the other court, Mr. Melton, and I can say the statement I want because I don't want to put it, I don't want to taint the witness. But I would just ask that if there are prior consistent statements that the state would like to use, that's fine. I don't want to take those, but just to ask Detective Bridges what other witnesses told him, would ask them to sustain our consent.
All right, thank you. I think it's the first time in this trial you both are right. You're both correct about what a prior consistent statement is. I'm going to sustain and overrule the objection. I'm going to do both. So this is what I'm going to limit the state to. With regard to the statements that you are seeking to elicit. They need to be connected to the issue of impeachment and any necessity for a prior consistent statement. It cannot be, for example, as Mr. Cruz has just outlined, an entire narrative of the interview with Mr. Milton. So I'm going to ask you to limit your questioning. I'm going to make a ruling that you have to limit your questioning this witness to the specific areas that you're seeking and arguing need a prior consistent statement.
Yes, Your Honor. And so I will not ask the witness, what did he tell you? I will try to be direct, which should give Mr. Cruz an opportunity if he has additional objections to bring them up at that time.
That's correct.
All right. So, Mr. Ricketts, I want to ask you very specifically, what is it that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker at that time?
That is hearsay without exception. I reject.
All right. Mr. Yalmanchili, any response to the objection?
I was just restating the previous question I asked, and I think it is directed in the manner that the court informed or instructed me to ask it in order to be admissible as a prior consistent statement, exception to the hearsay rule.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you the question again. What is it on January 19th of 2001 that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker?
He said they had a serious relationship and had talked and had intentions of marriage in the future.
Okay. And then, I want to take you forward a little bit. We've talked about the general nature and status of their relationship at the time. What, if anything, did he tell you about the plans that he and Ms. Baker had for that weekend?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Mr. Yalmanchili, any response to the objections?
Your Honor, again, it is a prior consistent statement. Mr. Cruz, in his cross-examination of Mr. Melton, indicated that at the time leading up to Ms. Baker's murder, the two of them may not have even been in a relationship. He referred to Ms. Baker as his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. So prior consistent statements regarding the fact that they were in a relationship and had plans together that weekend that both were excited about would be a prior consistent statement that would be admissible.
Ms. Cruz, anything further, sir?
Sure. Mr. Yalmanchili's purpose for admitting this isn't because Mr. Melton or Alice is inconsistent testimony or inconsistent statement. It's a statement that matters. Not the general view, not the general theory of the witness. The statement. We did not get into, on cross-examination, Mr. Melton's plans for Ms. Baker on the weekend after her death and following her death. We spoke about the relationship generally. So I would ask that the board to sustain the hearsay.
Yes, sir.
And I would just add, they had an opportunity to examine Mr. Melton on the direct and redirect examination. I think it's inappropriate to now try to bolster or support Mr. Melton's testimony through detective breakage. As the jury has had an opportunity to hear from Mr. Melton himself.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cruz. I'm making a finding that the very issue that the state is asking to have this witness speak about, which is the weekend after the incident, was in fact brought out on cross-examination. The articulation the state has made about what a prior consistent statement is with regard to that issue is accurate, and I'm going to allow you to the objection.
So, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you again, I'm trying to make this a specific tailored question. What, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about plans that he may have had, Ms. Baker had, for that weekend?
Yes, he went in depth about Tara had plans that evening with friends and family for a birthday party on the 19th for that night, and then he had planned something for her on Saturday night where they were going to meet and get together that evening on Saturday the 20th.
Did he express anything to you about their feelings regarding those plans?
Yes, on the Friday, numerous times when we were talking, he said that Tara wanted him to drive down and be there for the 19th for the party at the winery with folks from the law school and for the law firm where she worked. He didn't think scheduling wise.
I am so sorry, Your Honor. This testimony is an accurate testimony anywhere in this file. The disadvantage that Mr. Faust has right now, when they're bringing in another witness to testify regarding what Mr. Melton may or may not have said, they have no way to cross-examine Mr. Melton on that information. I would ask that the state ask Detective Ricketts questions related to Detective Ricketts' personal knowledge, not information he's heard from someone else, unless it falls under his assumption. But to the last question, to answer our objections.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Gallantilli, I know the witness is in the middle of a statement. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I think it's the same argument that the court just ruled on, a minute ago, that this is admissible as a prior consistent statement. And I believe it falls in that exception to the hearsay rule, as the court's already indicated.
Mr. Cruz, let me just ask you a question so I understand your objection. Are you arguing that this information is not elicited with Mr. Melton's on the stand?
I am arguing that the statement that was just made for Detective Ricketts doesn't exist in the case file. So what I
I'll let you respond to the
sorry, it's not intentional from the state, and I don't think it's intentional. But what's going on here is Mr. Melton testified yesterday. I'm assuming the state didn't get the information that they would have liked Mr. Melton to say, so they brought in Detective Ricketts to now become a serial killer, Chris Melton, and they'll ask Detective Ricketts, well, what did Chris Melton say about this? What did Chris Melton say about that?
Hang on just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take a step outside your presence. That's the yellow credential. I feel the same.
Okay, it seems like the jury was just wanted to hear that part.
Interesting. I thought they wanted to read DNA reports, or was this a
No.
different Ricketts?
No, I mean, the Ricketts seems to be unrelated to the DNA report, so they
Oh,
wanted both
okay.
DNA reports and the testimony from this Ricketts guy.
Oh,
And if I interpret why they suddenly stopped, it was because the jury said they heard enough.
oh, I was
So-
thinking maybe it was picking up a sidebar and they didn't want to hear the
Getting
jury
through
to
that
hear
will
the
be-
sidebar.
As soon as she can find it, thank you.
Oh, they're going to play more parts. Okay.
I mean, I do like that we can just hear the testimony again. I wish it wasn't recorded on a potato.
Law Kong, were they going to his parents' house for a birthday? No. According to everybody, she was on that Saturday. She was going with work friends to celebrate Christmas because her roommates were somewhere else, and Chris Melton had no idea she was going to celebrate her birthday without him. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, we were in such a loving relationship. And still she basically tells him to fuck off.
Well,
On her
yeah,
birthday?
and then he goes out with like 3 or 4 different people immediately afterwards, or
Yeah,
pretty much.
and he's a little bit handsy with at least one of them. Right after your, oh, my almost fiance is dead.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's go on a date.
yeah, that just it doesn't it's not a good look.
the same question again. Did Mr. Melton talk to you at all or say anything to you about plans that he and Miss Baker had for that weekend and their feelings surrounding those plans?
Yes. He advised that Tara was very excited about her birthday coming up the weekend, and that she and friends from law school and the law firm she worked at were all getting together at the winery Friday night. And that Chris had made plans Saturday the 20th to meet and take her out to celebrate her birthday.
All right. And as it relates to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on Friday morning, January 19th of 2001, is that something that y'all discussed in your interview?
Yes, one of the reasons Friday night that he wasn't going to be down is for work on Friday. The new area where he was working and things of that nature was taking time away. He had jobs doing that Friday, so he said Saturday would be a much easier thing. She had her college law school friends and her law firm friends and all to do the on Friday night.
Okay. Well, and so my question, I might not have been clear, and I apologize for that, is did he talk to you about where he was Friday morning?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he tell you about that?
He spent the night and had spent most of the nights that week with his mom and dad, and it was at their residence. I have the address here if you need it, but he was at their residence that night until they went to work that next morning.
Okay, and I don't think we want to or need to say any specific addresses, but when you say until he went to work that morning, did he talk to you about when that was and where he went on that morning of January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir. He laid that morning out for me. So his morning was have his helper, his friend Chris, show up to help him that morning at the house there between 7:15 and 7:30, and then they left to start their day.
Okay. Did he talk to you about where they went when they left to start their day?
Yes, sir. His first on this encounter on the 19th, they stopped at Nash Plumbing first off to load up with gear and equipment for that day for the projects and the jobs that they were going out to do. He said they loaded up to there, and then they were headed over to try to make a stop over at Truck Customs. Chris explained in the interview that he was trying to get a ladder rack put on his truck, then he'd get to measure it, and then he'd go back later in the day and they would install that ladder rack. I understand the conversation we're having. That location is in Loganville, Georgia, and he went there in order to get that measured out. They left there and went over toward Grayson, Georgia, in order to do a job there, a check for some leaks, that kind of thing at that house. From there, they went on to Forsyth, met up with a contractor there to look at doing a house there at Forsyth. Now, the house there, I guess it wouldn't have boarding on it, but no paper and shingles, I guess, if that makes sense. And I think they were just getting pretty wet. They were going to lay the house out to do the initial plumb on the residence that day. But there was no cover on the roof, so they were kind of getting wet. So Chris said he went back by Truck Customs just to stop in and see if maybe they happened to be ready on his way back to his house. And when he went back to the house, he just dropped Chris in there.
All right, any response to the objections?
Your Honor, I mean, I think it's all still responsive to the initial question of what Mr. Melton relayed to him about what he was doing and where he went that morning.
I am going to sustain the objection. I do think it is an error. I'm going to ask the questioner to walk their witness through appropriately.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Ricketts did, so we're at Truck Customs at this point. Did Mr. Melton tell you anywhere they went from Truck Customs?
Due to the weather and whatever else, he went back to the residence, dropped his helper off in order to let him go eat and see if they could maybe wait the rain out and see kind of how that would go. He advised that they would be up together later and try to complete some more work or go back by Truck Customs.
And I'm sorry, let me just ask you some questions as we go along here. So you just testified that he had dropped his helper. What was that person's name?
Chris.
Well, Chris Melton.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to look back. I apologize.
That's all right.
saying. I'm so sorry.
Objection on the ground of hearsay to the witness has no law to testify. If the state would like to refresh the witness's recollection, there's appropriate mechanisms to do that. But for the witness to be able to use his notes while he testifies, that's what you're saying.
All right, thank you. Anything from the state before I make a ruling?
I think that's correct. We can go through asking those couple of questions.
All right, very good. I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to how to refresh a witness's recollection, but I'm going to overrule the objection with regard to having the report on the stand. A witness is entitled to have it on the stand. You just have to use it appropriately. Thank you.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, before you refer to your report, please, indicate to me that you may need to do that. We'll go through the appropriate questions. My understanding from your last answer is at this time you can't necessarily recall the name of Mr. Melton's number. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you think referring to your report would help you refresh your recollection?
It would.
Okay. Please refer to the report. Do not read from it, and just let me know when you've had a chance to review it.
Yes, sir. His first name is Josh.
Okay. So I think, do you recall now, after having reviewed your report, that individual's name?
Yes, John McCurdy.
Yes, sir. Okay, so you would just testify that Mr. Melton dropped Mr. McCurdy off at Mr. McCurdy's residence, is that right?
They were back at Chris's house. They needed both the vehicles from my understanding because Josh went there. When they went back to Truck Customs, Josh, he was going to have to follow him back to Truck Customs in order to leave Chris's truck there. They would need the second vehicle. So he went to lunch at that time.
Okay. Did they ever return to Truck Customs?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what did Mr. Melton, what did Mr. Melton tell you about where he went after he left Truck Customs?
He went to Truck Customs. He said around 3:45, 4 o'clock for an appointment that he had there. And he got a page that he received while he was there. He received that page, made a phone call, and then went to Athens to the address on Fawn Drive.
Okay. And this, when you say the address on Fawn Drive, are we talking about Miss Baker's residence where she was killed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During this interview, this is January 19th of 2001, did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Melton's hands?
I did.
Okay. What did you observe about Mr. Melton's hands?
During the interview, while we sat and talked, Mr. Melton, for lack of better words, just picked at his hands and messed with his hands, pretty much just gluing things off his fingers from his fingernail beds and just kind of making that kind of movement.
Gross.
You can see that. And then I had the opportunity to fingerprint him for prints. And at that time, we didn't use computers like we do now. We had to do manual prints, ink prints. So I printed him both hands on the printing, pretty much with a desk just like this. Start with outside and work the inside. So I had to hold and stay there and hold his hands and roll each finger out as I made fingerprints. And then I would move over to the other hand and do the same exact thing and work through all five. So all of his fingerprints were done there at the police department after we finished this interview.
And you yourself did that rolling of the prints? Is that what you just testified to?
I did.
Okay. And I just want to go through that process again a little more slowly. Did you just testify that all 10 of his fingers would have been printed?
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay. And when you're going through that process, you make contact with the person you're printing?
Sure. So unlike now, you have to take your hand and you hold the print with the finger. You go to the far side and you roll it because you're getting ink. So now with a computer, you can look at a screen and kind of move it around. But with this, you got to dip his hand in ink. You take it and roll from side to side, and then you would move one at a time from finger to finger. So I dip, roll, and then get the thumb, and then you move around to the other side. And each time you do that, you have to grab the hand. and you have to hold the hand and do it. And they have to kind of hold their hand real loose and kind of give you kind of control of the hands. It's a much better system we have now. But that time I had to sit and hold his hand during that time while we were doing that.
All right, and so I want to fast forward a couple of days and then rewind back a couple of days. Did you have an interaction with Chris Melton on January 21st of 2001?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And during that interaction, did you and Detective Newton take any pictures?
Yes, we did. We took pictures.
Okay. In particular, on Mr. Melton's hands, when y'all met with him on January 21st, was there anything that caused you to take pictures of his hands?
Yes, he had marks on his hand on Sunday that weren't there on Friday evening when we talked to him. And so
That is an interesting claim.
those also with the rest of his body.
So when you met with
If
him
they
on
weren't
January
there
21st,
on
and you saw
Friday,
marks, you took
why did you
pictures
take
of those.
pictures
So Detective
of them
Newton,
on
y'all took
Sunday?
pictures.
Yes, on the 21st we saw those.
Why did you do a full
did
body
the other stuff we had to
picture
do, and we
thing
also took those
on
pictures.
Sunday if you saw
Those
nothing
marks on his hands
on Friday?
January 19th
Yeah, that
of
doesn't.
2001, when you interviewed him and then fingerprinted
They were not.
Okay. If they had been, would you have taken pictures of them the way you did on January 21st?
Yes.
Okay.
According to Chris Melton,
And this is a little bit of
according to Chris Milton, he's been on a work site and he got a lot of these plumber's cement on his hands and stuff. So they were covered in discoloration and stuff. Almost as if he covered his hands with something to hide something.
Yeah, but you would think he wouldn't be picking at it and drawing notice to his hands. You would think if he was fiddling with his hands enough for this detective to notice, he would have spotted it, because that's a sign of nervousness.
Yeah, but what if he noticed it? Why didn't he ask, "Hey, let me look at your hands"?
Yeah, that's what it just seems like you're the detective. You're supposed to be the curious one, right?
Yeah. What's all this stuff on your hands? I mean, a skillful investigator, hey, because you probably sat like this, but hands below the table, somewhat peak. Hey, let me check your hands. And then he says, well, we took him and we fingerprinted him. Well, somebody did. Yeah, but he still had stuff on his hands. And
No one thought to take. I mean, I know we didn't have like the digital cameras on our phone at this time, but we did have digital cameras
yeah,
that if he's at a police station, oh, well, first of all, I'd have been grossed out and I'd have probably yelled at him for picking dingleberries off his hands. 'Cause ew, are you 4? No.
yeah. I mean, you're investigating a murder where she was brutally beaten, strangled, and stabbed. Why wouldn't you check his hands on that day? All we have is this testimony. And now, he swore it under oath because we all know cops never lie on the stand.
True.
But there's so much after the fact here. They went out hard in 2024 with, we got him. Look at this. Look at this black man being guilty. And then slowly and steadily through the pre-trial and everything, things started to get picked apart. And all of a sudden, you have this testimony. Why the fuck would you not record
Yeah,
Chris Melton's interview?
it doesn't make sense.
Because
None
he
of this makes
claimed he
sense.
had an alibi?
Yeah. Do we have did we go by the truck place to see if they had security footage to see, oh, okay, well, he has a receipt. Let's corroborate that.
They don't even know if that place existed. He never showed them any pay stubs. He never showed them, and he didn't remember the phone number to it. And somehow they didn't ask to check his phone. There is literally nothing that says that place existed. There's no, he doesn't have a 1099 from that time, or they didn't ask for it. They simply believed him on his word.
That is insanity.
And I'm trying to go through public records to see, because the Logan'sville, Georgia, back in 2001, his parents lived in a fucking big house, 2 stories with a basement. I mean, you can't get closer to an estate than that, more or less. I'm not
Okay, that
entirely
makes more sense now.
Yeah, but since they haven't revealed his father's first name, and since he passed away, and I've been checking public records for, okay, and now Chris says he now lives in his parents' house. But I can't find a public record of him having ownership in the entirety of Walton County.
It would make sense if there was any sort of suspected or a shadow over it. They might have moved it into a trust.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, maybe let's just throw out there that they thought maybe he could be charged with something one day.
Yeah.
That way it protects it for future generations.
Yeah. But no, they have nothing about his whereabouts up until he got to the bank after 9 a.m. They have his friends' words, who at the time they claimed, well, he's my employee or co-worker at this thing, the plumber thingy he was doing. One said, oh, we've known each other for a year, the other one for a month. But that's not inconsistent, because the cop at the time, no, it's okay. And no pay stubs, nothing.
No.
We have jury questions. They are asking then Detective Ricketts to listen to his testimony, and they are listening to all of it. And they also asked for the DNA reports. Yeah, but you will get to it. You will get to it.
Yes.
Mostly through cross-examination. Because the state sure as fuck doesn't do anything to say,
that makes
be completely honest.
Perfect sense.
Yeah, but at the time, you have a guy who picks on his hands, who is forthcoming, but doesn't want to give you pay stubs or the phone number to his place where he collected all the stuff he said he collected that morning for a job as a plumber.
Yeah.
And nobody thought that was suspicious?
Well, not to mention, let's be real, when a woman, ends up not alive, the first person they should look at is typically their romantic partner.
Yeah. What happened in his life and stuff like that. Yeah, but let's go back to listening to this.
Have you ever worked with plumber's glue and some things related to plumbing?
Sure. So there's primer and there's glue, and the glue gets all.
They have the detective testifying about plumber's glue.
On the interview on Friday, I was just watching the individuals who were interviewing, and he was picking at his hands. One, I think coat, if that's a word, I don't know, but he was just trying to pick at his hands and pull that glue off. None of the stuff that I had.
Why would you have glue all over your hands
I got somebody else. I needed
and nowhere
I have
else?
to clean their hands in order to take prints. So there was nothing on his hands that impeded with me taking fingerprints. So I didn't have to go scrub his hands, which I had to do before, where we had to get somebody and scrub their hands in order to get prints. We didn't have to do that. Glue primer is usually purple, and I won't say it's see-through, but it's not. It doesn't block, and glue doesn't either. It just peels up, and you can have to peel it off.
So, well, then let me ask.
So he had purple, according to this. Yeah, he had purple plumber's glue. Now we all seen that on shows, how they mix up and then all the things. We also see every plumber in existence knows that discoloration stays with you. So you use gloves and something to put it on with. And somehow he got all over his hands.
Yeah, that's what I can buy getting a little dirty, looking like you slaughtered a Smurf village. I don't get. Now, if I were doing plumbing, that's what it would look like all the time. But I'm guessing if you're trying to make your plumbing business work, that you're a fairly competent plumber and you wouldn't spill an entire can on your hands.
Right.
This question then. Was there anything about the things on Mr. Melton's hands on January 19th?
And how the fuck does he remember it 25 years later?
No, there was nothing covering his whole. From the picture, you would have had to cover his hand from about where my shirt stops all the way to his fingertips to cover that up, and his thumbs and that area right in there. So you would have had to cover everything. And the plumber's primer and the glue.
He had both primer, glue, and cement on his hands.
Not very good at it, but I got more stuff. But you can see through it. Like if you cut yourself or anything like that, you're gonna see that.
Okay. So I want to go forward to January 20th of 2001. So this is the day between the first day and time that you ever talked to Mr. Melton, and the second day and time that you talked to Mr. Melton. Did you take any investigative actions in order to, I guess, see if you could talk to some of the people that Mr. Melton had mentioned to you about being with him or around him on Friday morning?
Yes, we made phone interviews on Saturday.
They waited until the day after?
As specifically as it related to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th, who did you talk to on January 20th?
I talked to Josh, and I also talked to Mr. Teeters.
Okay. And you've already testified about who you understood Josh to be. Who did you understand Mr. Teeter to be?
From Truck Customs.
Okay. And is that the Truck Customs that you were making reference to?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to turn the Elmo off, or can the court turn it off? I just don't want to put something down here inadvertently and have this way. Because I almost did. Thank you. Okay. Well, and so as it relates to Josh McCurdy, what did Mr. McCurdy tell you about his whereabouts and Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001?
He drove to Chris's house that morning, approximately 7:15. He said to 7:30, and he said their first stop was at the plumbing. They went there first. And if I could refer to my notes, he also mentioned that they went by Chick-fil-A that morning also.
Do you, and so as you sit here, you have.
When you get to, well, we're actually going to listen to the cross-examinations anyway, so let's just wait and see.
Would help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
But it might take a while because he was on the stand for quite some time.
Let me know when you finish.
Yes, sir.
So I get to listen to this glorious testimony twice.
Yay!
Joy.
So he does mention that they buy Chick-fil-A also for some breakfast.
Did Mr. McCurdy tell you anything about where
I
they
got
We
the
should
Sarah Boone suitcase, and so I need to put Google eyes on it and bedazzle it, but it's going to be awesome.
He said he believed that they were
He thought it was between 8 and 8:15.
okay. And from there, did he tell you?
We
anywhere
should
that
not
they
be
may
on
have
spoon
gone?
together.
He mentioned Forsyth and the place with the rain, and he was talking about just how wet they were getting and weren't able to get in out from underneath that rain. He said that it was just too much rain to get any work down there.
If you haven't
And so
watched the trial,
Forsyth, did Mr. McCurdy say
Chris
anything about
Melton
where they
takes the
went
stand.
next?
He did mention they went back to truck customs that afternoon.
Train wreck on trial.
Forsyth in truck customs.
They did stop for lunch for the lunch break that they mentioned earlier. But I didn't mention that.
That's absolutely not a cop reference.
And then did Mr. McCurdy say anything about anything that happened while they were at truck customs in the afternoon?
He mentioned the page
Good point, Karate Cat Mom.
in detail, and then he talked about how they left Chris's truck there and he drove him to Athens. He didn't want Chris to have to make that drive, but he drove him all the way to Athens.
Did he say anything about any fears that Mr. Melton had or any actions that Mr. Melton took as they drove to Athens?
You know, he said that while they were in the truck that Chris was calling information, trying to track down other parents of the girls there, trying to make contact as he drove from that area. I'll just say Louisville because it's easiest to put there, but as they drove down from Louisville to Athens, he was trying to get information and see if he could make contact with family members.
Okay. And did he say anything to you about any types of worries or fears that Mr. Melton had?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
In response to the objection.
Judge, under 24-8035, past recollection reported, I believe yesterday during Mr. McCurdy's testimony, the foundation for that was laid, and this would be that past recollection recorded being admitted under exception to the hearsay rule of 24-8035.
Yes, if the defense wanted the under the same exception later in trial, then what happened?
So, 835 is not a blindness case. The state, if they wanted to use as a court of recollection, is not Detective Bridges. They would use it with Josh McCoy. They could use it with. I'm becoming concerned that the state is trying to use Bridges to ride everybody else's testimony. So I'm just asking the court to instruct the state not to elicit hearsay with something that's a personal observation of Detective Bridges. That's lawful, that's legal. As far as just going through witnesses and saying, hey, what do they say about this, what do they say about that, I believe that is wrong.
But your objection is hearsay.
It is.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Yeah, later in trial, he tried to use it to correct trial, and she still sustained it against the defense.
Talk to you. You've already mentioned that you had a conversation with Mr. Teeter, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't think we need to get into the contents of that conversation. But I do want to go forward with you to January 21st of 2001. Did you have contact with Mr. Melton again on that day?
I did. He voluntarily came back and met with us.
Okay. When Mr. Melton met with you, did he have anybody else present with him?
His family was with him, but they came back with him, but his dad was with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you
They-
spoke with him,
His dad was there on the 19th interview, and both mom and dad went there on the second interview.
Wasn't he
And they
24?
they never separated them.
Yeah, but wasn't he like 24, 25?
Yep. With his own apartment.
Yeah, why are mom and dad there?
over the timeline of events from Friday, and Chris added that he had stopped by the Wachovia Bank in Loganville just after
Perhaps
the time,
because they know their son is a fuck up,
which we took note of that. And then on
which you will
Monday,
hear about.
other detectives went to run that to ground. That information wasn't passed on Friday, but Chris talked about it with me on Sunday. Everything else pretty much stayed the same except for that.
All right. And so when he was meeting with y'all on January 21st, did anything come up regarding blood sample?
Yes, toward the end of our conversation at the police department, we talked about the crime scene, things of that nature. It's the first time that I brought up with Chris that there was the possibility that Tara had been sexually assaulted. We had a brief conversation about DNA and some things of that nature, and I told him that at some point we would need to get consent and he would need to do a sample for us, and he agreed. So warrant wasn't necessary, but he agreed to go with us after our Piedmont Hospital to do that.
Did you attend or observe that blood draw?
I did. We went there. They followed us over. We made contact because it was a Sunday, and we had a nurse in the lab do that for us. And I observed both files be drawn, placed the evidence bag, and then I took them back to the police department and placed them with the evidence.
Did Mr. Melton make any statements to you about the last time he and Tara had sex?
He did. From going over my notes and listening to the recordings, I can't give you a precise date. His voice trails off there, but it was in that week period of time, sometime between that last weekend. I want to say it was Saturday or Sunday would be my best recollection. That the recording goes off, kind of. That might
Let's talk about.
good.
Sorry,
That's okay, sorry.
cut you off there. Let's talk about the tools that you had in 2001. Obviously, nowadays we all walk around with these guys that have a recording function on them. When you were a police officer in January of 2001 and you needed to record an interview with an individual, what equipment were you provided with in order to do that?
We were using micro cassette recorders. Audio wasn't always the best, but we did pretty good on it. You can listen to them. It's pretty hard to. We used those. I laughed talking to some of the officers with the Ranger this morning. They didn't understand that this was the first area of time when we were doing these reports that I wanted was word processing. So if that makes sense, we were done everything else before that on typewriters. So word processing was kind of new, and we were using micro cassette recorders, which weren't great. Athens Clark County at that time was in the process of putting up interview rooms with video cameras and things of that nature, but they weren't. That was not the norm.
So, I mean, is it fair to say that this was a period of time when, like, the use of technology and the tools that y'all had available was in a period of transition? Huge. Yeah. So, as you were there on January 21st, I want to go and retrieve some things from evidence and show them to you. So, if you bear with me for just a moment.
Okay.
For you guys who has been with me and watched this,
All right.
now when the door is opened to play back testimony, Chris Milton said something really interesting during his testimony. That after a vote in my chat, over 70% heard that Chris Milton said on the stand that he said it in first person, I don't want to look at the devastation I had caused.
Oh. Yeah.
And the state claims, no, he was talking about the other person had caused. This was during closing arguments. But I hope the jury wants to have that played back.
Yeah, I mean, I guess since I haven't seen the trial, I do wonder if this witness in particular didn't come off as incredibly credible. Or
do you remember the that we heard trial when
yes.
when Amber Heard tried to cry on the stand?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, same here.
Oh.
Oh, he's so devastated. Oh, he was so devastated. He crumpled up and closed his eyes, and so devastating everything was. And then during an objection, he just what?
Oh, I mean, most of the time, men have a hard time expressing those emotions. You'll find them maybe like going out by themselves, or things like that. What you don't typically hear is them say that they collapsed or cried. Maybe I'm just going by Mr. Moe, but yeah, that's not how he would say things.
Yeah, and you will see it when you get there, but it the first question on cross-examination from the defense was why was there no tears?
Yikes.
Mr. Jingles, you need to stop booping with your claws out. It really, really hurts. Okay?
He says, I'm sorry, I'll do it again in 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. He has never been able to boop without claws. It's just
He's like, I'm sorry you're hurt by me.
Yeah.
But I will continue to do it.
All right. Oh, we are 8 minutes behind. Let's play
Yes.
this in 1.25.
Ms. Ricketts, I'm going to hand you two exhibits. They both have been admitted into evidence already. They're defendant's exhibits 29, and then, I'm sorry, I said two exhibits, two sets of pictures. So D29 has been marked collectively, so all the pictures are D29. And then I'm also going to hand you defendant's exhibit 37, 38, 39, and 40 that have been admitted into evidence already as well.
Yeah, this is when they are showing the photographs of his hands after he
Just let me know when you've had a chance to look through them.
mysteriously punched his wall, because they went to his apartment on the 20th, where he punched his wall 30 times through the inner wall to the concrete outer wall. And that is how he explains all the scratches on his hands.
Except those don't look like, because you would bruise. Those look like scratches, not blunt force trauma.
The scratches and bruising. But here's the thing: if you try to fight a concrete wall, you will lose, and then you go to the hospital. You never went to the hospital.
Yeah, because you might get lucky 1 or 2 times, but out of 30 times, you're going to break something.
And yes, Jen, they did show pictures of his hands.
Depicted on those hands were those present on
Well, I
January
do,
19th of
yeah, I do
2001
think they
when
showed
we
it.
interviewed Mr. Melton and then fingerprinted.
They were not.
And then the other set of pictures that
No
I
broken
gave
bones,
you,
but his hands
I'll
are
ask you a few questions,
filled to the brink
before we
with
talk
bruising.
about those. I think they're defendants
Yes.
With bruising and
37 through 40, if I'm recalling
especially
correctly.
scratches
Okay.
on top
When
of,
you noticed
on
those
the back of his
injuries
hands.
in Mr. Melton's hands, was there any explanation provided by him for where those injuries came from?
I talked to him about those.
And they did show pictures of his, well, not to us, but to the jury, about the holes in his inner wall towards the concrete wall.
That doesn't make
And
sense.
and I mean, if he punched that large of a hole, and he never solid wooded or any stubs or anything.
I believe that's the correct date. Yes, sir. I went and I took these photos
Well,
in the apartment.
Not to mention, again, 1-2 loud thunks in an apartment, maybe 30. Someone's
Yeah.
calling the cops.
Yeah, and his parents were there and didn't stop him. They just looked at, apparently, just looked at him punching through the wall because he was so emotional. He was so emotional that he had to get it out of his system. So he started punching the wall. And the defense then said on cross-examination, so when you're extremely upset, you go to violence?
Dang it.
I mean, the Chris Melton testimony. I mean, I was maybe 20 minutes into, maybe half an hour into Chris Melton's testimony when I just said, yeah, he did it. Nicola Cox, yeah, there are some swelling to his hands, but if you're punching into a concrete wall, you break things. There's no way about it. You will break stuff. He never went to the hospital, no casts, no anything. So I would submit to you that those are the injuries of punching something softer than a concrete wall.
Yeah, that just it doesn't match.
And I do believe that this cop, when he's trying to recreate what he saw on the 19th, he was so convinced that this guy had nothing to do with it, so he didn't actually. I mean, the human mind plays tricks on you. If you're not expecting to see something, you probably won't. And when it comes over here, it's called the chanterelle thing. Because if you're out in the woods trying to find chanterelles, you will find nothing. You can walk around for hours and find nothing until you find the first one. Then all of a sudden, oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another one. And that's the mind playing tricks on you, because if you don't expect to see it, your brain does not register it.
Well, yeah, and it seems interesting that a detective would note him playing with his hands and picking at his hands as a self-soothing thing, but not dig into that. You would think that it would kind of be your natural inclination to say, oh, is that something you do when you're nervous, or or
please let me look at your hands a bit closer. You are investigating a murder where the victim is brutally beaten up.
Yeah, you would think that would be something you would be paying attention to. It's something I find myself noticing, but I'm a weird person. So
all right. We keep getting further and further back.
Us?
I wonder why.
Secretary, thank you so much for your time. I don't have any other questions for you right now, but I'm sure Mr. Cruz may have some.
Mr. Cruz.
Yes. Why don't we take a 10-minute recess? everybody use the restroom. We'll be off the record until about 6:45. Don't stress again.
And I guess they are now moving forward. Hey, they are jumping ahead. What is Mr. Cruz working on while while the jury is listening to this?
I would be curious.
Yeah, but maybe motion for appellate issues, motion for completing the record, motion for what do you call it? Completing the record.
Now, do we know the breakdown of the jury? Like men, women, black, white, furry?
The one that I heard, it is 9 men and 4 women.
Okay.
That makes 13, I know. But I do believe the jury it should be 12 plus 2. Yeah, it could be another client's case he's working on, but I mean, you don't do that when your client is beside you.
Yeah, typically I would be a little irritated, even if you're faking it.
Now, I would assume he's working on something on this case. Or if he's writing down how the jury is reacting. Could be that. Okay, I think I can skip ahead. No. Here we go again. Yeah.
That's correct. Would you agree that ACCPD dropped the ball in this investigation? Yeah. You believe ACCPD fumbled from all leads? Yes. Confirmed all information? I think so. I would like to add something to that if you would allow me to. I can't answer any questions. We can talk about it after those. That's okay this time. No, I think I'll answer that question. Yes, I wish.
They are talking really, really fast all of a sudden.
Fresh out here 25 years ago. Yes, things would have been done totally different. I think with some options and things that we've had. Everything that I can say to, and I will not answer on behalf of ACCPD, but on the days that I was a part of this case, I would say, I think yes, we did. But I think if you look at anything 25 years back, I think if you look at something I did last week, there'd be things that I would like to improve on. But I don't think drop the ball would be a word I would ever use. Sure. Do you believe ACCPD followed the evidence appropriately? Yes, the evidence, to my knowledge, I believe they did. And I'm assuming that you met with the prosecution before you testified today, is that right? That's correct. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to justify why Chris Melton was not arrested? No. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to have to defend Chris Melton? I don't believe I'm here defending Chris Melton. So that is a yes or no question. Please repeat it. Yes, sir. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend Chris Melton? No. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend the state's case? No. So I'd like to ask you some questions about a couple of things that you talked about on the record examination, okay? For starters, would you have any reason to disagree that January 19th, 2001 was 9,153 days ago? introduce this whiteboard over here?
Yes, sir.
So 9,153 days since 1/19/01. Fair?
Sounds correct.
In 2001, can you tell us what team won a Super Bowl?
I cannot.
In 2001, can you tell us what team won the World Series?
No.
In 2001, can you tell us what your favorite song was?
No.
So no to Super Bowl and feel my handwriting is terrible.
This is very common with cops. They have perfect recollection on the state's case or the state's questions. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. But they're totally not helping the state.
No. They are just there as neutral witnesses. Heather, I have never seen played back like this in court.
No, I was just about to type it because I didn't want to talk over any testimony.
You would agree that your notes say nothing about Mr. Melton taking anything off of his hands. Is that correct?
No, sir. I'm going back from the recollection of the audio cassette tapes from that day.
So your statement to this jury is that based on the audio cassette of that day, it refreshed your recollection that Mr. Melton was taking items off of his hands.
Yes, sir. You asked me about the Super Bowl. Not an NFL guy, not a baseball guy.
That's all.
Crime scene for Tara Baker, I'll never forget. The interviews.
This yes or no question.
Well, Judge, your question.
Witness is allowed to explain his answer.
Have you heard on that, Johnny?
You may be. Yes.
I would disagree with that. The witness on cross-examination, my job is to posit to the witness yes or no questions. If the state wants the witness to elicit further testimony, they do that on redirect. And at this time, Your Honor, I pretty much give the witness what the answer is. They can answer yes or no, and we decide which direction we go from there. So I would ask that the witness is not allowed to control cross-examination, to control Mr. Faust's rights to cross-examination. And we're allowed to ask the witness leading questions that the witness answers appropriately.
Okay, so this is not about witness control. This is about what the law allows. And cross-examination questions are yes or no questions, certainly. But the law allows a witness to answer yes or no and then explain if he or she chooses to make an explanation. And so I'm going to overrule your objection. He is allowed to explain if he chooses.
I don't think that is actually completely correct. Yes, they are allowed to answer how they see fit to some extent. But when it comes to explanation, that's up to the prosecution on redirect. That is every trial I've ever listened to, including the 3 or 4 I've watched in Georgia, has always been, sir, miss, please answer the question from the defense.
Yeah, I think based on something or other, you don't have to answer this question if you don't feel like it.
She makes really, really strange decisions.
If there are further objections, the court needs to make with regard to those explanations.
Oh, and before I forget it, thank you to Vetlemai for buying 3 coffees on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you so much. And to Marilyn, who bought 1 cup of coffee about an hour ago.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
probably won't be able to find that one. I could
Nah.
find the other
Yeah.
because I've
No, I
been
did
trying.
post it. I did post in my chat when it
Oh,
happened,
okay.
and
Well,
I
I've been
have
trying to.
yeah, and I've also wrote a reply on the Buy Me a Coffee website. Ah, hey. All right. So thank you so much. And well, okay. And yesterday we, when we watched over at my channel the Laura Owens bankruptcy case, we found out that her podcast made $83,000 when she and her mother had that a few years ago.
What are we doing with our
$83,000.
lives?
Folks, here's a challenge for you. At least half of that each for me and Mo, 41,000 in 1 year. So let's make this 2026 where we beat Laura Owens' income from what we do on
Yes.
YouTube. That 83,000, that is her claim. And she claimed it apparently in the deposition regarding the Clayton v. Eckert. And then in the bankruptcy court, she also claimed that she made no income whatsoever the past 3 years.
You know, I'm pretty sure the government can figure that one out.
Yeah. It's very, very interesting. So that is the challenge for our viewers who are much
Yes.
better informed and everything than Laura Owens' audience on her podcast. Neither of us would mind half of it each.
I would not say no to
I
it.
would not say no to $41,500 in income from my channel in 1 year. Let's just say it. Jokes aside, as I always say on my channel, always appreciated, never necessary, especially not if you choose between bread and me, choose bread.
Yes.
Now, if you choose between 3 Starbucks coffee on a Monday, give me one of them.
Yes.
All right, we are getting so behind.
Sure. Now we'll draw that question. My understanding is the audio is what refreshed your recollection in regards to what was on Mr. Thomas' hands. Yes. And that audio is from January 19, 2001. That's correct. Okay. And you've already listened to the audio because the state provided you with a copy. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay. And if you were to hear that audio, you would recognize it. Is that fair to say? Yes. Or is it no?
This is more interesting, to be honest, since it's current.
If they listen to all of this, then they can go home for the day because it's going to be a while.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I know I was wondering if we would get a verdict today, but I don't think so.
Yeah. It seems like they want to check out what they are saying about Mr. Melton. And then they want to watch the report, the DNA report. Why was Mr. Melton's liquid DNA or DNA at all in her back door? No matter how it got there. If he had schmecks with her Saturday night.
It's closed. It's not. It's closed.
It's designed for outward motion.
Yes. And so even if you have gravity, it's not going to end up inside in here.
Yeah. folks, I know this comes as a shock for some of you. Women poop.
Not to your knowledge. I refute that. Just kidding. But yes, we do.
That's Vetlemi. Did they check Melton's DNA in 2001? They collected it back in 2001. But when they tested DNA at the lab back then, they didn't get any results, or not enough results for any positive match whatsoever. Wait a minute. I don't know if they actually checked. But to my understanding, the results back then didn't make any positive at all. So they couldn't match it. But then again, well, why didn't they check for the mitochondrial? Some
or
alleles.
even blood types.
Yeah, blood
typing,
types to narrow it in.
Yeah, because are you telling me that Chris and Mr. Faust have the same blood type? Do we know if he's an excreter? I mean, there was a time before DNA where that's all that the police had to go on.
Oh, Jens says DH looked up some medical studies. 13% of specific cases they looked at had things going up the back door. Sometimes it was from poor collection techniques, like the swab contacting outside first.
That makes sense. You just think if you weren't getting any answers with the high-tech stuff, you might go back to the low-tech stuff.
Yeah, you would think.
Because even then, you could have said, okay, well, this doesn't eliminate Chris. Okay, we probably need to look more at him.
And one thing that amazes me is that the swabs they took from mouth, the supposed vagine, and back door, the test they claim is from the vagine, didn't have Tara's DNA on it. Yeah.
Also, I will never willingly buy myself a shake weight, but if one goes to my P.O. box, we'll see. I expect many cash donations, though, because if I'm going to disappoint my parents, I expect to be paid for it.
All right, let's continue. We are both commentary channels.
Yes.
And that's why we are always behind. Yeah, the notion was, regardless, he said he had an alibi. And even if they checked it, it was supposed to be there.
Thanks, JKD Buck. The P.O. box, or the post people already think I'm nuts because they're like, your name's not Mo. And I was like, I understand that. I don't put my real name out on the interwebs.
As Mike says, Athens is a very racist county. Or Athens, Georgia. And they took Chris's word. Yeah. And remember, it was happening that somebody saw a black guy.
And Garrett Warhartz, we've got jury question. They're still deliberating, and they wanted to hear all of Detective Ricketts' testimony and also the DNA reports, although I don't know if they're going to play the actual testimony or give them the reports to look at.
Yeah. The DNA reports are separate from Ricketts' testimony. So now they're just listening to his testimony. So it's two jury questions. The DNA reports and Ricketts' testimony. Yeah, and contrary to common belief, now my name is out there already, but yeah, I shortened it to Nick.
Well, and you left out which is, you know, what every American assumes Swedish sounds like because of the Muppets.
Oh, but I understand. There was a wild rumor a while ago that Swedes hate the Swedish chef from the Muppets. No, we love him. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
See, and here I thought that the Olympics were gonna be really interesting because I thought Sweden and Canada, like 2 states that never are not known for, like, their aggression, I thought curling was gonna be the start of I was like, "Do it, do it."
Yeah, we are very, very calm people until it comes to sports. Then the old blood shows up.
Yeah, you could say you were the first traveling team, if you will.
We only went there to, hey, can we park here? Lindisfarne was a pure accident. They just sailed by and saw this church was on fire. So they went in and they saved all the gold and the women and brought them on
Yeah.
board for health reasons.
Yeah, they were like, "Hey, hot chicks, only the hot chicks."
Yeah, have you seen the Brits nowadays? My answer.
Hey,
And
it
look at the
takes
Swedes. Yeah, we took the
I was
pretty
about to say,
ones.
it takes a lot of different genetics to make Bella Hadid, so congratulations.
Oh.
And then she decided to marry someone from One Direction. Or what's his face? I don't look, I have calmly and gloriously gotten to the age where I don't know who anyone is in Hollywood, and I am A-okay with it.
And it's only through my younger sister I have any idea what One Direction is.
Yeah. I wish I didn't know it.
And all of a sudden we are 20 minutes behind.
Us?
Yes, sir. It's followed. Does this sound like a fair and accurate rendition of that recording as you remember it? It does. And what I like you to do is going to mark that flash drive, which has been identified by the witness as an interview between Detective Ricketts and Chris Melton on January 19, 2001, as the then says it 44. Let the record reflect that I'm showing the state what has been marked as the then says it 44. So this is what I want us to do with this. Detective Ricketts. Yes, sir. I'm going to allow you to listen to this. Okay. And can you look up at the portion where you discussed with Chris Melton what's on his hands? Is that fair? Yes. And just to make sure we're clear, this recording, based on your prior testimony, this recording refreshed your recollection about Chris Melton taking his hands, what was on his hands, things of that nature. Is that fair? Yes. May I brush with you? Okay. And if you would, once you hear that portion of the recording, just let us know the timestamps.
The Colin Gray trial. The father of
Yeah.
Colt Gray.
Yeah. It's a slippery slope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again,
because-
I mean, if they can prove that they knew that
He
this
knew.
father
Actually
that this
knew. Was at least was a high risk that his kid was going to do this instead of a multitude of other things. Sure. But at the same time, at the school, a teacher got so worried she pulled him into the principal's office or the vice principal's office. He went there with his bag, with everything in it.
after the Crumbly case.
Yeah, and they had cause to search it, and they didn't. And he walked off back to the classroom, then asked to be excused, went into, yeah.
You would think after the Crumbly case and what came out, and that no school, when they had a suspicion, would send a kid without looking at their backpack.
Yeah, and the Crumbly case is a Foster clock in itself. I mean,
Yeah.
the prosecution gave immunity to the school, everybody who testified for the school.
Yeah. It's very much like Uvalde, except that isn't this child still alive? So
Yeah.
he will face justice.
Yeah. Yeah. He will.
I guess I can understand going after the parents civilly. I can understand that. But you would have to make a very compelling case that this father was habitually, negligent with his force multipliers, that he,
Yeah. But he
was
was, and Colin was a single parent because the mother had her drug issues and other issues, and she was even ordered by a court to stay away from the entire county because she misbehaved so badly. But they are still going to bring her into court to testify. Yeah, convict my ex
I mean,
here.
if you want to make an argument that the instability or neglect was a factor, then wouldn't the mother be more culpable?
Yeah. It's but that's a different case, and
Yes.
a different.
We are never gonna.
Well,
We will be reporting from 9:00 at night. Well,
yeah. If I have time, I might do something this weekend.
Yeah.
Anytime it's 4208, if that would help. Pardon me, sorry. 4208 is the interview anytime, if that would help.
No verdict yet, Dave. Or it might be. We are 20 minutes behind. Now they're just shuffling papers again.
Sure, probably would. Sure.
We're watching them live right now, but we are behind by about 20 minutes.
Shuffling papers. So now we're going to listen to a recording of a recording. That will go well. Oh yeah, Linda. Yeah, this is actually somewhat live.
And you would agree that the statement that you made led you to say that Chris Melton was picking things off his hand, that he had different blues on his hands. Was you need to wash those things up or anything? Is that you?
Yeah, I believe I said, do you want to wash those things up? Is that?
Can you write that down? Do you want to wash those things up?
Yes, sir.
And that is minute mark, you would agree, 4048 to 4051?
Yes, sir. That was helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, I would move to admit the defense exhibit 44 for the purposes of moving minute mark 4048 through 4051 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just to clarify for the record, it's my understanding, Mr. Cruz, that you're just seeking to admit those 3 seconds of the recording.
Right. For now, we're gonna admit more, but for now, just those 3 seconds. So, the statement, do you want to watch those things up? It says nothing about picking at fingernails, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we've agreed that it's been 9,153 days, right?
Correct.
It says nothing about picking off his skin, picking glue off his skin, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it says nothing about whether the glue is transparent or not.
No.
Okay, would you be shocked to learn that Mr. Melton testified himself that he had semen on his hand?
No.
Okay, but that would be inconsistent with the testimony that you just gave the jury here today, is that correct?
No, plumber glue on semen. I would categorize it the same thing.
Well, he said 3, and he included bones.
Okay.
Yeah, on testimony, Mr. Milton said plumber's cement, plumber's glue, and one other thing. So he was.
Yeah,
And folks, that was just after half a day of working, because then somebody called him, and then he went there.
Yeah. And he got his hands.
It's
Well, no,
almost
his
as
hands.
if he covered in plumber's stuff, almost as if he shit my hands and dipped them in something.
Yeah. I mean, call me
Primer,
crazy.
the purple stuff. So purple stuff plus cement. I mean, on the back of his hands? Seriously? I would claim it is to cover something up.
So, was that testimony different from the testimony that you just gave the jury on direct examination?
I don't think so.
That's fair. 9,153 days. We don't remember the Super Bowl. We don't remember the World Series. We don't remember our favorite song. But the simple statement, do you want to watch those things led you to tell the jury that Chris Melton's hands you could see? Is that right?
Yes, sir. It was the totality of this interview, sitting in that interview room, looking across the table at a dad and son, and Chris, as he would make comments.
And why are they on first name basis?
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Pick at his hands and pull. And it was just, I won't say a nervous tick, but it was what he was trying to do, I think, to keep his focus, would be my opinion. That is what we're talking about there. We're ending the end of the interview where I've got to get fingerprints, and I just asked him, hey, do you want to watch those things up? Do you want to get that stuff off of there? That's all it was. If he'd have had a high amount of semen or whatever else on his hands.
There's no response to the narrative.
I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to non-responses at the end of this particular statement.
What you just stated, that's nowhere in the police report, is it?
Yeah.
You have your reports, is that right?
That's correct.
It is not an audio recording you've heard, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as the evidence that you personally provided in this case, the very first time you've ever made that statement is before this jury here today, is that correct?
What do you mean?
Sure, based on your notes and based on the audio recording. You have never said before that Mr. Melton was picking at his hands, picking items off his hands, is that correct?
No.
But we would agree, 9,153 days later, you stated, is that correct?
That's correct.
Isn't that
You also
strange?
said on direct examination that Mr. Melton wanted Miss Baker at his, excuse me. You also said on the record that Miss Baker wanted Mr. Melton at her birthday party on Friday, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you interview Miss Virginia Baker?
No, I don't believe so.
So you're not aware that, but you did not interview Miss Virginia Baker, is that correct?
No, the only people I did were some roommates and other folks who corroborated what Chris said for me there.
But do you know if Chris Melton had talked to those roommates and told those roommates the same thing he told you?
I would have to look at my notes, but one of them mentioned it to me in her statement, I believe.
Sure, but tell us the date that she mentioned
Okay.
that.
Give me one more second, just to make sure I give you a good direct answer.
Absolutely.
And some more shuffling of papers.
What I've got about the, so those statements aren't going to be about the birthday party, and I don't know if you want me to read what I've got about the relationship with Tara. I don't want to say it. So I don't have anyone do what you said. So I'll say no to that because that's on a different relationship.
No. So the specific answer to my question is no. No one else said anything about Mr. Melton.
To my knowledge, no, then it was a different statement.
So the statement that you gave on direct is inconsistent with your notes.
Which was the statement I made on direct?
That Mr. Melton, Mr. Melton and Ms. Baker had plans on Saturday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I asked you, I'm paraphrasing, had that been corroborated by anybody else? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And your answer to that question is no.
Yes, that's the right question, yes.
Okay. So you just simply took Chris Melton's word. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was my point.
So he trusted Mr. Milton's word, but from other witnesses, we know that's false.
Yeah, and wouldn't it be trust but verify? Even if
Yeah.
he's a witness and not the prime suspect, wouldn't you still trust but verify?
But he's a nice white boy who says he had a loving relationship with her. That's enough. Everybody knows white men do not rape, do not murder, do not arson. I checked the statistics, by the way, regarding arsons. It is almost exclusively white people. There are cases.
We're number one.
And
We're number
one. Now, there are some big cases where we also see people, non-white people, do it. But when it comes to the everyday arsonist, almost exclusively white.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing that most crimes, even though it doesn't get talked about, is you stay within your demographic. So
Mm.
white people tend to more exclusively kill white people,
Mm.
you know, percentage-wise. Now you have outliers and you can play with statistics, but typically, if you're going to offend, you typically stay within your own demographic.
Yeah.
Do you think in a criminal investigation, especially involving murder, aggravated assault, burglary, aggravated sodomy, arson, it is important to take more than someone's word? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I believe the question I asked you about the party Friday. That's what we're talking about, not Saturday, the party Friday.
Yes, sir.
So just to clarify the record, the fact that Tierra wanted Mr. Melton at the party Friday, that was based on Mr. Melton's word. Is that correct? That's correct. And the same for Saturday, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Melton did not provide any proof of any plans he had with Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
Did not.
I'm going to allow the questioning that the court has advised us to be cautious about. Can me and Mr. Chili approach the court, please?
Then there are folks on the bench. So we can skip ahead again.
Alright, so you know Mr. Melton's parents' address, is that correct? That's correct. You know how to say the address. And Ms. Baker's address was 160 Fun Drive, is that right? That's correct.
Jesus.
I'm asking on the court to take judicial notice under CPA 24-2-201B.
Now, Mo,
Yes.
we can listen to this on your channel when you get there. Can we vote to skipping ahead a bit?
Yeah, that's fine with me. I
Yeah.
also don't want to get another broken eardrum.
Yeah, and the sound is awful. Now, the sound isn't that good in this trial anyways, but unless there's a question from... Oh, they're standing up. Right. Oh no, they are just walking around.
Oh.
I would agree on that. You know, while detailing his day, Chris stated that Josh came to his house after he woke up on the morning of his day. Where Chris Melton, well, let me change this. Chris Melton says that
Okay, now we are live. So we caught up.
and Josh McCourty says that they went to Grayson at 8 a.m.
Yes, but from the Wachovia video and whatever else, we've got that stamp at 9:08.
You're aware of the Wachovia video, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but our timeline is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. 9:08 is outside of our third timeline. We're saying 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Josh and Chris are unaccounted for. Is that fair?
Well, yes, if you want to say it that way, but to be in the Chick-fil-A is right next door to that also. To be in that area,
Not the Chick-fil-A defense.
from Fawn Road in Athens on morning rush on a Friday, it's going to be very difficult to do.
My question again, why are we defending Chris Melton?
Again, I'm defending what we were doing these first 3 days of this investigation.
But Detective Bridges, you told us that Chris's parents' home is only 40 miles away from his neighbor's home. And you've already said that January 19, 2001 was 9,000 days ago. How do you know what the traffic was like? The route that we're going to their house, I drive a good bit, but I'll just say if you're going to do it in an hour, during that time frame, someone from Athens, Clark County, I'm not sure who did that drive, it's going to take you approximately that amount of time. Now, again, not defending Chris, I'm explaining to you how investigations in those early 72 hours are done when trying to line up those statements. Of course it does. I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. Your testimony is it takes an hour to get from Mr. Melton's parents' home to Miss Baker's home? Yes, with traffic.
Oh yeah, I remember. This was one of the most stupid things in this trial. While this witness was checking on Google, now this was that if I remember correctly, this testimony was before lunch at that time. And at that time, then during traffic, it was an hour. But they were talking about 7 to 8 a.m. that morning. So
Yeah,
he's making
and
testimony. Yeah, it's an hour with traffic. Yeah, now, not 2001. And Logan's Athens, Georgia, has grown substantially since the past 20 years.
well, and for it being a weekend and a kind of rainy,
Or
cold weekend.
Friday morning it happened.
Well,
So it's still.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll check here, actually. It has grown from roughly 100,000 in the 2000 to 130,000 now. So it's 30% more people there now.
yeah,
And that has giant effects on traffic in that area.
yeah.
Especially around the Walmart.
Well, and especially if there's back roads where you know there's not cops that you can go 70, 80 mile an hour on it. If Chris
and
was that familiar.
Yeah, and we still only have Chris Melton and his friends' words of what they were doing between 7:15 and when they got to the bank right after 9 a.m.
Yeah, you would think again when the state makes because I've only seen really the opening statement. So when the state says, admittedly, Chris was our first and most, suspected suspect, I would expect that you would have gone through everything he said with a fine-tooth comb, not like freaking Spaceballs with the pick in the desert.
Yeah. And one thing that was never entered into evidence, I don't think it was ever done. They never swabbed her injuries.
Could that have been because of the fire damage?
Could have. But still, what's the harm? Just swab it and send it for testing. Who knows? There might be, or there might not be. But if you don't swab it, you will never know.
I'm saying yes. So when I Google mapped it just a minute ago for you on the record, it said 1 hour and 4 minutes to do that 40 miles. So that was at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning past rush hour. So you would agree 2001 Athens wasn't the city it is now, right?
Judge, I would ask, Detective Ricketts was in the middle of an answer, Bruce cut him off with this next question. I'd ask Detective Ricketts to be able to finish his response.
You're not allowed to finish his response.
Sure.
Does anything you
No, I was just going off the recollection of what I pulled up at 10:30 in the morning on Google right now. And yes, I'm sure traffic was different in 2001. Well, let's talk about this. It's 10:30.
So why even mention it? It's so
Yeah,
stupid.
and this is cross.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. And he could have been traveling, we don't know, at 6:45 a.m. Is that right?
I don't know.
But you do know, as you just told this jury, that at 10:30 on February 10th, 2026 is an hour before the trial.
Yes, only because you asked me to look at that. That's the only reason I know
But
that.
that's irrelevant to our conversation about January 19th, 2001. Is that fair to say?
Okay.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. That'll be fine.
Now, we have a discrepancy in the alibis, right? We have Josh saying Chick-fil-A. We have Mr. Melton not saying Chick-fil-A. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. They're both saying that. One's saying Chick-fil-A, one's saying that.
One saying what?
One's saying Chick-fil-A and one's saying the Wachovia Bank.
So you're saying the bank and Wachovia are next to each other?
They're close there.
So how do we explain Josh saying Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. and Chris saying Chick-fil-A after 9 a.m.?
Say that again.
Sure. Your testimony was that the Wachovia is right next to the bank. Is that fair?
Yes, they're close together.
And you just made the statement that Josh said Chick-fil-A, Chris said bank. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Josh said Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. Is that correct?
He did.
Okay. Chris says bank after 9 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a discrepancy. Is that fair?
Or both things could be true. They could have gone by that Chick-fil-A and then gone back to the bank. The bank doesn't open until 9.
So my question is this: why are you defending Chris Melton?
What?
Yeah, that is how they make excuses about Chris's alibi. Now, I can freaking guarantee you, if Chris Melton was on trial, they would have hammered this. It's not a real alibi, is it? Look at this. He said Chick-fil-A. You never said Chick-fil-A. You said bank. And it's an hour apart. And what? No, you have no alibi, don't you?
Well,
They would have
also,
hammered this as an unreliable alibi. But since they are trying to convict Mr. Faust, all of a sudden it's rock solid.
yeah, also could be that's what we would call, again, if they were doing the read technique on Chris and he said, "Oh, no, I was at the Chick-fil-A." "Oh, well, about an hour ago you said you were at the bank, so which one?"
Yeah, exactly. And it's this discrepancy between his friends and his accounts of the entire day. But
Yeah.
since they already believe he's innocent, those are innocent mistakes. They could both be true. No, they are inconsistent, you stupid fuck. No wonder you left the force and now started working at TSA.
I'm not. You're asking for information, and I'm trying to give it to you from the 72 hours that we were working the very first. Now, it is from the 19th, 20th, and 21st. Not even working this case. At least I did 20-some odd interviews during that time. Typically, this is what happens during those first 72 hours, is you're trying to get timelines. And then over time, you start pulling those timelines together.
Do you know if Mr. Faust got that courtesy?
I don't work here anymore, sir, so I don't.
But we can't agree that Chris Melton got the courtesy.
I don't think Chris Melton got courtesy. I think we worked the case.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Cruz is trying to, look at all the generosity you gave Chris Milton.
Yeah.
Why didn't you give that to Mr. Faust?
Yeah, I mean, if his story didn't back it or get backed up, I mean, why wasn't a benefit of the doubt given?
Yeah. Because it's a black guy, and we all know if you have to choose between a white suspect and a black suspect in Athens, Georgia, You will step over everything to nail the black guy.
I mean, the DNA is damning, I'm not going to lie, just
Yeah.
being a casual observer, but nothing else fits. And typically, when nothing else fits and you have an outlying thing, you know, is it more likely that this is an anomaly or that this is, some fact pattern I'm not seeing yet?
Yeah. And you will get to this, but for my viewers also, according to Tara's best friend and roommate, there is a clear switch before New Year's 2000, 2001, and after. Before New Year's, she was always with Chris. After New Year's, they can't recall if they ever met her friends.
Yeah.
You only have Chris's word that they were together the weekend before.
Yeah, and, I guess my other thing would be if it was so completely racist at that time, you know, I haven't heard yet if she was the type of girl that maybe would have crossed that divide culturally and gone out with a gentleman because we can't hear, a black guy or Hispanic guy because we can't hear about her past. So,
But
that's another.
we know that Mr. Faust is not discriminatory. He had dated both. He was a player apparently back in the day, so not discriminatory. And when asked, everyone says, even Chris Milton says, she had not a racist bone in her body. We have never heard anybody say the same thing about Chris.
Yeah.
My theory is they probably broke up somewhere before New Year's. And he couldn't handle it. And then we also found out that he called her 5 times the night before her murder. And they haven't spoken, according to him, they haven't spoken that much for months. Is this a guy saying, please take me back, please take me back, go away, click. Calls again, and she eventually says, you know what? You're past tense. I already been with another guy. And that he could not handle.
Yeah, and if she knew that it would really bother him if it were an African American, my guess is if he pissed her off enough, she probably told him that.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's my theory based on what I've heard in this case.
Yeah, a lot of the decisions don't make sense to me. The covering with a fiery blanket, locking all the doors, wiping everything down.
Only taking the laptop.
Yeah, only taking the laptop. Again, I don't know what they were able to do in 2001 to retrieve certain things, but it does strike me that that's the only thing that was taken, and you would think at that time, I mean, 2001 wasn't the, dark ages.
But we didn't have cloud storage.
Fair point.
Yeah. This is before iPhones. It might even be before, well, iMac and stuff like that was, but a laptop was not that usual back then.
Yeah, I think we were in the moment of the BlackBerry.
Yeah. BlackBerry, and everybody was at MySpace.
Yes.
Yeah.
Except for me, because we had a family computer and my mom was afraid of social media.
Yeah. But yeah. Now I know that Mo will make up her own mind. if she hasn't already, based on the opening statements. But I mean, you still need to hear all the evidence.
What bothers me about the state's opening statement is I never want to hear from the state, everything is ordinary. Everything was ordinary. Everything checked out. Because the fact that you have to tell me, normally every story starts out with it was a normal day.
Yeah.
Because that cues you in that something's going to happen because it's never just an ordinary day. So
No.
I don't like that we didn't learn anything with the opening statement. I don't like that. I don't
Yeah.
like that we were basically told, use your feelings, Luke. Don't
Yeah.
look at facts. Don't you
Mm.
feel bad that this is a cold case and the family's been waiting? That's
Yeah.
essentially what I heard.
Yeah, and already back in 2001, you could still do the phone dumps. You could still check the phone records. Now, this is 25 years later. Mr. Faust was never a suspect until his DNA was found. He can't get himself an alibi because people are dead, gone.
Yeah.
Phone records, gone.
Yeah, I mean, who keeps an ATM receipt? Would the bank even have a record of that?
Mm.
If he went to the
Yeah.
ATM, if he went to a gas station or
Yeah.
get a coffee or
Yeah,
something.
and the defense wanted to admit phone records, but the phone records they wanted to admit was from a company that no longer exists. All they could do is a computer-generated phone record, but they don't have anybody who can testify to it, so the judge wouldn't allow it in. Despite her speech about this is a cold case and I'm going to treat it as a cold case, and implying that she would ease up on the burden of evidence. But she was very, very firm for the defense
Yeah.
because they said, but this is a computer-generated phone record. When it is computer-generated, you don't need it authenticated by anyone. Only
No,
that it
and
was computer-generated by someone who is a custodian of records somewhere else, but who was never an
yeah.
employee. But since it was no, not admitted.
Well, and it just also the infuriating part is that the state, just like Uvalde, is using this woman's horrible, tragic death, and instead of admitting, you know what, we did a sucky job
Mm.
the first time, we are going to go back to basics. We are going to go back and see what we can find, and hopefully we can get justice. Instead, they again, just from the opening statements, they found DNA. Oh, they found an excuse not to charge Chris Melton, and okay, we got it. We got a reason to do that. No, where was Mr. Faust during that time? What was he doing? Does he have a record for SA? I mean, it takes a lot to go from, okay, maybe my girlfriend lays hands on me or we get into some ruckus fights and some, hands are laid, to going to some random chick's house and, hey, let's, and let's do some assaulting all the places and then let's, strangle her. That's a pretty big escalation in a little bit. And then to add fire to the mix.
Yeah. And to my knowledge, no, they never got Tara's emails. Maybe, or I have 4 sisters. I say this a lot of times. They keep track. If they write or text to someone or call someone, hey, I broke up with him. But somehow, because Chris Melton met Tara through her friends. So
Yeah.
this is a case where everybody knows Chris and Chris knows everybody in that house. Nobody wants to believe he did it.
Yeah, and you saw the same thing at the Canero trial. The first day of closings, his entire side was full. And then state got through with half of their closing, and the next day there was maybe 2 or 3 people on his side.
But we treaty, should we mention the FBI at this point, Nick? No, that I want Mo to discover for herself.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
We just talked about this. You said that you explained that the reason Josh said Chick-fil-A and Chris said the bank, you said two things to be true at once. You're saying they could have went, this is your testimony, they went to, I guess, to Chick-fil-A by the bank first, and then after 9 a.m. went back to the bank. That was your testimony, is that right? Yeah, when we're looking at this during this time frame. So when you take somebody who's been involved with crime or whatever else, and they've been a victim of crime, and they're giving witness statements. Things are recalled the next day or so. He forgot Wachovia, which is a timestamp thing. Don't know why I forgot that until Sunday. Don't know. Normal people, through the course of doing an investigation for almost 35 years, do not walk through and timestamp their day. They can give you approximates and say this and that. The majority of people I've interviewed for homicides, whatever else, and not saying at bank house at 9:08, whatever else. Now, there's no saying. This was a timeline of 3 days where we're trying to put people where they're supposed to be. And I'm testifying to those 3 days what I did on those. And some of it, like I told you, I didn't do those interviews, so I cannot answer that for you. But we're trying to put people on those spots and then see what evidence moves from there. You would agree that Ms. Baker is the victim in this case? 100%. Since January 19, 2001, Ms. Baker was the victim, is that correct? 100%. And her family were victims, is that correct? 100%. And ACCPD's job as law enforcement officers are to make sure the victims are taken care of.
One of the fire marshals smelled her hair and smelled shampoo, according to him.
What in the serial killer? Who the hell goes to a fire scene with a dead body and thinks, you know what, I'm gonna sniff her hair?
Yeah, but that is how the prosecution claims that this happened after she showered in the morning. So it had to have been between she normally woke up and when she went to class.
Okay, I call bullshit because if you're ever around a bonfire or even a nightclub and you're in there, you come home, your hair smells like smoke, either nicotine or wood smoke. So she couldn't have been in a fire and then her hair still smells like coconut suave. I cannot with this.
Now, there might be some product somewhere, anywhere, that when exposed to heat makes some kind of weird scent, but it's still no. I don't know what that fire person was on that day or why he recalled that. I have no idea. But it made the prosecution claim, well, it must have happened after because she showered every morning.
Here is Dingus, though he's not impressed. He's also 40 pounds, so fighting him is like... Would you stop with the keyboard?
Mr. Jingles is a lightweight compared. He's only like 25 pounds or something.
Well, I might be exaggerating about the 40, but he's huge.
Yeah, we could see that.
I'm explaining away 72 hours.
And how the fuck are we 15 minutes behind all of a sudden?
I'm sorry. I took issue you're implying, but no, it's not. I agree with you.
Let's check it out.
In 2001, you spoke with Mr. Bill Teeter, is that correct? Yes, sir. And Bill Teeter.
Yeah.
On there, there are big scratches, things of that nature, but that's what I mean by abrasions, just that larger. Correct. Did you confirm with anyone else?
Again, you're going to watch this entire testimony at Mo.
But at least somebody talked to his roommate and we're not.
We might as
Will
well
Mo be sober? Probably not.
The only person that would have been in the house is just the two of them. So you don't know if they're talking about this. No, I'm saying somebody else did, but I did not talk to that roommate.
It's weird that they play the objections and the sustainments and everything, because that's not evidence.
Yeah.
They asked for his testimony.
Yeah, but I don't know that they
Yeah.
have time to crop it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hair sample from Kristen, is that correct? Yes, sir. That's correct. And this was done with Detective Newman? Yes, sir. Do you recall requesting and obtaining a court order for phone number 678-725-4136?
I believe that was the 24th that I did the hair samples. Is that correct? I said yes, but I want to make sure I'm on the same page with
This
this.
is correct. That 23rd.
Okay, the 24th. I have the 23rd, 24th written in there, but I just want to make sure that's the date you're talking about. Is that the report you're looking at?
No, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir, we did do hair samples on these days.
And you also obtained a court order for phone number 678-725-4136. Is that correct?
I signed for it, and yes, sir, I did. I don't have a signed copy of that with me. Yes, sir.
They are not allowed, the defense, to even mention it might have been consensual, because that would imply talking about her sexual history, which is banned through the Georgia Rape Shield Act. So they were not allowed to talk about that she might have been seen at a bar the night before or 2 nights before, a bar that Mr. Faust was known to frequent.
Huh.
So the jury never heard that. All we know is, and here's the thing, they never actually tested this trace DNA that didn't show up in 2001, but in 2024, they didn't test it for sperm. All they know that it is DNA. Now, remember, both swabs were labeled mouth swabs. And then they claimed mislabeling. Sent it off to a California lab, who then did a presumptive test that said it might be vaginal. But the test only have a presumptive test. There is no way to test that further for a confirmatory test. So all they know is that they have 2 mouth swabs where one looks a bit different from the other. And the claim is, since it's presumptive, and here's something I will argue until kingdom come. If it is presumptive, it doesn't come in as evidence, because it's just presumptive. So all we actually know, according to the evidence, is that Mr. Faust DNA was found on the swabs that was labeled mouth. Now, this is trace DNA. Do you know, and it is a small amount, that it wasn't rediscovered for 20 years because the technology got there. There are a few cases. No, we actually don't know that. They were labeled as mouth swabs. Now, you can logically come to that conclusion because it was from a grape kit where they tested the back door, the front door, and the mouth. Sure, it could have been mislabeled. Mr. Jingles, your claws really hurt. I have scratches on my shoulders that from time to time get infected. This is not fun. I love this guy, but damn, at the 7th time, it gets annoying.
Yes.
Hmm.
We need to get him some very strong catnip and then clip his or file his nails. I don't know how.
Yeah, but my argument is presumptive tests that could or could not be. It has indications of vagine things, but it's still just presumptive, and that should never go to the jury. Never. Ow. And now you're biting my finger.
I saw that. I was like, oh, Mr. Jingles is reasserting his dominance.
Yeah.
I see you trying to stop me from booping you. I see your...
Yeah. And here's the thing. I do this because he at least stops booping for a while. But then he only learns, oh, if I do this, eventually he will pet me.
We need to make you some chainmail armor just for one shoulder.
Just one shoulder. Yeah. Where was it? Yeah, the presumptive test should never be allowed as evidence. And even and when it comes, they actually never have, as I said earlier, they never tested, is it sperm? They never actually tested it. And still, the prosecution was allowed on their PowerPoint slide to label it as sperm. It was not in evidence. It was never in evidence that it was sperm because they never tested it for sperm. So what we do have is trace DNA, provably in her mouth. Folks, do you know how easy it is to transfer DNA? He could have grabbed the bowl of peanuts, and then she directly after grabbed the same bowl of peanuts and ate. That would have been enough to transfer tiniest amounts of DNA.
Yeah.
There are cases out there where somebody's DNA was found at a crime scene, convicted, but then through evidence and missing video showing up later, no, that guy was not even there. His alibi did check out.
Yeah,
And
that's the problem.
I think they were at the same place. Don't know exactly how the exchange happened, but somehow his transfer DNA got transferred from him to there. And it all. Hey, if I do this on the microphone, and then Mo touches the microphone, and then go touch something else, that DNA here gets over there. That
Yeah. I think the problem is that in our minds we're still in the DNA of the mid-aughts and probably 2010s where we would get a lot of single source profiles. So, we found this person's DNA. The general population hasn't moved forward to this because DNA is so sensitive now that most everything is a mixture of 3 or 4 or more people.
You have a
and
majority and minority DNA, stuff like that. And then with all of this, where Mr. Faust and Mr. Because both their DNAs was in the mouth, there were more, but too small to be identifiable.
Yeah, and that's where I think that defense attorneys, not that the burden should be on them, but they're going to have to work a lot harder now with this trace DNA. yes, I understand my client's DNA is there, but this is how the process works. They multiply it billions and billions of times.
Yeah,
So
the
it
the
might have been
ori-
a single,
yeah,
skin cell that was there, but because they made a gajillion and 12 replicas of those areas that they test, yes, my client's DNA is there, but he was there at Kroger.
mm. They drank from the same bottle of beer.
Yeah.
That's enough. And transfer DNA, the easiest way to explain transfer DNA, do you know what that is? Well, the swab. They swab there, and they put it over there on the glass looky thingy. That's how easy DNA is transferred. Yeah, you're all Scandinavian.
True.
And treaty on your channel, Mr. Jingles renamed the channel to Claw and Crime.
Yes. Well, considering
That-
Law and
that-
Crime is buying everything up.
Yeah, I think that is too close to them. They will file something against me.
Yeah, probably.
Well, maybe I can. I will ask Kathy. Or we are so far. No, we are getting so far behind again.
Calls it, but Mr. or Detective Ricketts was in the process of explaining what he would have done if it were some kind of thick coating, and then Mr. Cruz stopped him in his answer.
I'm going outside.
All right, so Detective Ricketts, I'm going to kind of ask you that question. Okay. During cross-examination, Mr. Cruz stopped you in the middle of your answer as you were discussing what you would have done had you found a thick coating of things on Mr. Melton's hands. Can you explain to the jury what you would have done if you had seen that?
Well, number one, if it's a large amount, you can't be fingerprinted. So that would have interfered with just the fingerprinting if there was a large amount. Now, on the back of the hands or whatever else, there wasn't enough stuff on his hands to cover up anything that might have been there.
And you remember that 25 years later, despite not mentioning it in your report? Interesting.
Ways that we've gone on from that moment on. But those were not noticed.
We are actually back on actual live now.
Holding his hand while
We're skipping ahead.
I mean, my hands are holding finger by finger as I flip that hand over. I'm having to hold his hand.
Also, during your testimony, after the distance from 160 Farm Drive to Mr. Melton's parents' residence was established, you testified to a timing run that was done by ACCPD at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to clarify that because I feel like it might have gotten lost in your testimony and questions coming in while you were talking.
This calls for hearsay. Yes, we explicitly did not ask him about the time scale. We disagree with the time scale. But the reason we didn't ask that is because we know under the law that it's hearsay.
Right? Any response to the objection?
Well, Judge, this is a response that was given to Mr. Cruz's question about what was done. The response is about what ACCPD did at the time. And the answer was given during Mr. Cruz's cross-examination. I'm just going back to talk about that answer. That answer wasn't objected to or asked to be struck or otherwise identified as hearsay by Mr. Cruz at the time. So it's in evidence, and I think it's an appropriate grounds for redirect examination.
Yes, sir.
I was just asking, Your Honor, I'll leave it to the discretion of the honorable court, but if that door is open, the reason I didn't go down the impeachment route with that line of questioning is because I wanted to follow the law. That is inappropriate to withdraw. Bring out the witness. That was not responsive to my question. But if the state is allowed to go down that line of questioning, I would just ask the court allow us to follow up with that line as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. The objection was with regard to hearsay. I don't find that this question is going to elicit hearsay. I'm going to allow you to ask it. Certainly on any recross, we will address any issue that the state might object to, and we'll take it up again if we need to, but you can go ahead.
All right, and so Detective Ricketts, what was it that you stated was the time period when ACCPD or law enforcement did a test run back in 2001?
It was over an hour with traffic. So it took them just a little bit over an hour to make that drive.
Okay.
Did they obey by all the traffic laws? Did they take the route that
Yeah.
took the longest? Did they try any side routes? Did they step on it?
Yeah, there's so many
It's
variables.
yeah, it's so stupid.
Were the traffic lights even the same? Have there been more traffic lights added? Were there more intersections added?
I wanted to talk to you just really briefly about your familiarity with some of these areas in Loganville, Grayson, Truck Customs. During your testimony, you made reference to the fact that you drive that route at least semi-frequently. I'm not asking you an address where you live, but in general terms, what area of the state of Georgia do you live in?
Toward Gwinnett County, that way off 78.
Are you familiar with these areas that we've been discussing, kind of independent of your investigation?
Objection. Gwinnett County's evidence is irrelevant to any facts that are already in evidence.
Right? There's a relevance objection, Mr. Yelchin.
So is the objection to the follow-up question that I asked, or the answer that Mr. Ricketts gave to the previous question? I'm just not sure.
To the follow-up question, Your Honor.
Right? Do you want to respond?
Yes, I do, Judge. The follow-up question was, are you familiar with the areas that we've been discussing as it relates to Loganville, Truck Customs, and Grayson? So I think that is relevant.
Okay. Is that your objection, Mr.
That was not the follow-up question, Your Honor. The follow-up, he asked us about Gwinnett County to these parts around here. That is not relevant. Mr. Mellon stated Loganville is outside of Gwinnett County. So Gwinnett County to Athens is irrelevant in this case.
Okay. Let me just say this. I think you're referring to the question before the follow-up question, but we can talk about that. I think that is your objection. All right. And so that question has already been asked and answered, but let's let the state, if they choose to, respond to the objection about relevance when you asked about the Gwinnett County. Do you care to respond?
Yes, Judge. I think Detective Ricketts, during cross-examination, indicated he was familiar with that general route. And now I'm going back to establish why it is that Detective Ricketts is familiar with that general route. And then, obviously, court heard the follow-up question, which had nothing to do with Gwinnett County. It had to do with his familiarity with these specific areas that we've been discussing.
I'm going to overrule the objections.
So, Detective Ricketts, I'll go back. I'll ask that question again. So, as it relates to the discussions we've had about Loganville, Truck Customs, and Grayson, are you familiar with those areas?
Yes, sir. It's like a small triangle there where they're together. Loganville, Grayson, all those little areas are very close to each other, like in a triangle.
And so when you say very close, let's just talk about Loganville and Grayson. How close are we talking about?
5 miles or so. I mean, they almost touch each other, I would say.
Okay. unable to obtain documents from Nash Plumbing and some of these other locations that both Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy said that they both went to. I just want to clarify, because I think sometimes unable can leave a certain impression. Did you ever actually even attempt to do that?
I did not.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you didn't ask and then someone wasn't able to produce them? It's just that you yourself never asked.
That's correct.
Also want to talk a little bit about differences in timelines. And obviously, Mr. Cruz had Mr. Hill write some things on the flip chart. I don't need a flip chart. Detective Ricketts, in your having received all that information from Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter about Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001, was there anything that you received from those individuals that caused you concern about the integrity of those statements regarding where they were?
No, similar to the whiteboard, we use a similar thing, simply go across. And on any kind of investigation, which started back when I did those and even to this day, we would go across with a timeline, and you get the second subject, and you go across with a timeline, and you get the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, and you start looking for consistencies and inconsistencies in those timelines. In this first 72 hours, just because Chris came back and remembered the bank, again, like I said when Mr. Cruz was talking to me, that's not abnormal for the timelines not to be minute by minute, to be some overlap. On that first 72 hours, we weren't concerned about that overlap. We weren't concerned about any of that. We wanted to move on toward getting fingerprints, DNA, and push the investigation that way. So we were trying to secure all that. But that timeline didn't give me any pause at the beginning. Now, we've had investigations before, just to give you a this or that. Investigations where as soon as you put the timelines on, you're like, these don't, they're in another world. So when they're close together and you can put that line close together on a board, you can kind of work that out. And I wasn't, in that first 72 hours, I was not at all uncomfortable in what we were doing.
And so as far as these variations that you saw that we've talked about between Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter, would those be consistent with variations that you had experienced in other investigations that you had?
Yeah. They spent 7 out of 9 days defending Chris, and then 2 days trying to pin it on Mr. Faust.
It's the same problem Karen Reed's. It's the same problem Karen Reed's trial had, because to an outside observer who didn't watch, all the backstory and came in, I remember asking Baker and Valhalla, I was like, who are these people? And wasn't there a dead guy?
Yeah.
Because the first week was just all these people. No, I had a phone charger and I looked out the window, and I thought that Valhalla and Baker were punking me. I was like, this is not a murder trial.
Yeah. Yeah, the amount of but dials, but talks, but hanging up. I mean, folks, an iPhone, when it locks, did you have facial recognition on it and it opened with your asshole? That's a problem.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Things should make sense. In the real world, things generally make sense. They do. Now, in the real world, things happen that you couldn't even write for Hollywood, though. No one would believe you. So it just, none of this makes sense. It should make a logical thought pattern. You shouldn't have to think about it too hard and ignore a bunch of things that don't fit. When either side is asking you to ignore something that doesn't fit, it's a warning sign. It's not a good thing, at least in my opinion.
Nothing was out of that.
It is absolutely relevant, even independent of Mr. Cruz's questions on cross-examination, but certainly at the point that the information is solicited on cross-examination, it would be relevant in a redirect. Improperly refreshing witnesses' recollection would the law says about that is that a witness's recollection can be refreshed with anything, including things that might not make sense. I could hand him a pack of exhibit stickers and ask him if it refreshes his recollection, and it may or may not. So I don't think that that's a valid legal objection in this circumstance.
Well,
Yes, sir.
I have know what you're saying. Know what you're saying. This report from one person that he's going to show.
Oh yeah, this is the 3 times hearsay they want to get in, because the witness they are referring to is deceased. The cop who interviewed and wrote the report is also deceased. So they are now trying to get in the witness statement via a report. That is, reports are never evidence in itself. And they are trying to get it in through this guy.
No. What in the name of all that's giblets is going on here?
Or just refresh his recollection as to what a third person says. So I add that objection.
Well, and Your Honor, if I may respond to the new objection. So once Mr. Cruz solicits that information on cross-examination, I believe he's barred from raising an objection during the redirect examination as to that same information.
Yes, one more time, yes, sir.
I know Your Honor knows the law. I'll just leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cruz. All right, with regard to the relevance, I certainly find that this is relevant based upon both examinations this court has heard with regard to this witness. I'm going to overrule the relevance objection with regard to the refreshing recollection. You are entitled to refresh this witness's recollection if it does, so you may refresh his recollection with it.
Some time ago, during cross-examination, the defense wanted information in through his blah 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 of recollection. Now the states, they were denied. Now the states wants it in via different channels.
Yeah.
So they test this way, and this way, and the judge does her analysis, which she didn't do on opening statements when they, hey, we know that, but we are going to get it into it via this, and see, no, you're just trying to circumvent. And she fined him $1,000. Here comes the state asking the judge to try different theories. Sure, I'll allow it.
Yeah, that's some bull poop right there.
We're going to take it from there, and then I'll make a ruling on the hearsay. So you may go ahead with your refreshing recollection if you can.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to show Mr. Cruz a copy.
It has to be just looking at a report somebody else wrote 25 years ago about a witness you never saw. How does anything he didn't actually witness recollect him of anything? Because the report in itself is not evidence.
Well, not only that, but if he wasn't the person that was even talking to the other person, how does he know the inflections, the body movements, any of the other things that we use to communicate?
Police report from May 4th of 2001.
I am going to object. I don't understand how another detective's police report refreshes witness recollection. The foundation hasn't even been like, he never asked a question. Do you remember Rebecca Taft's report, May 4th, 2001? He hasn't laid the foundation of this also even read this report.
Thank you. All right, and any response to that objection before I make a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The law is that if a witness does not recall, the state can ask, or the defense, any party can ask to refresh a recollection. It doesn't mean that the witness's recollection is going to be refreshed today.
But he's asking to be recollected about what somebody said to somebody who then wrote a summary of it in a report.
Yeah, that doesn't. Why am. This can't be legal.
Welcome to Judge Lott's court.
Any party is entitled to use a document, an object, an audio recording, a visual recording, anything can be used to attempt to refresh the witness's recollections. I'm going to allow the state to attempt to refresh your recollection. We're going to take it from over with your objection. Allow you to continue, and then we'll take it from there. I'll rule then, if necessary, on the other part of this process.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ricketts, I'm going to hand you this, and for the record, it is a police report from
Let's go up to. Oh,
Ooh. Play the whole thing.
Mr. Chris Melton's father.
Yes, I knew a detective had gone and interviewed them both. I just couldn't remember if it was her or John or Painter. Not Painter, but anyway, I knew it was one of the ones. But yes, this is the recollection of the report that I remember seeing.
Okay, all right. So I'll come get that back from
All right, and at this point, since the recollection has been refreshed, I'll send the jury up for just a moment and take something up outside your presence. Please don't discuss the case.
yeah, now it is 5 p.m. in Georgia. So I'm guessing that is why the judge interfered here or something.
Yeah.
Of you, okay, I'm going to ask the foreperson, or I'm going to ask the jury. Let me just ask all of you. I got a message that you are done listening to the tape. Is that a consensus, or do we need to play the whole thing? We certainly can do that. Which one? That we're all done? Is that correct? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, ladies and
Oh, so they interrupted it in the middle of the state's redirect.
they
I
were
would-
like, God.
Yeah, I would generously I would interpret that as positive for the defense.
Yeah.
gentlemen, we are going to show you the documents that you have asked for. And counsel, if you can make sure that the group that we talked about is what you want to submit. Is that it also? Or is that something different? Okay. I'm going to pass it around. And what we're going to do is start in the front row and have you all look at them and just pass them along because they need to be viewed in open court. And if you change your mind, everyone, and you need to hear the rest of that tape, just let me know and we will do that.
No.
No, God, no, please don't. I mean, jury,
well,
it's up to you.
you're still going to listen to it, but in 1.25 and with good audio, or decent audio at least.
Yes.
And you get to see the cop as he testifies.
Yeah. None of this is adding up to make me comfortable with any of this.
No. Okay, so now they are. Well,
go back with you again to the jury room, but you can look at them as long as you need to here in the courtroom. I also want to tell you this. I'm going to give you a cautionary instruction. And this is based on the fact that you have reheard some testimony in this case. The cautionary instruction is this. Please remember that it is important to consider the whole of the evidence that has been presented in this case and to refrain from giving greater emphasis to any evidence you may have heard twice. Thank you. Mr. Otero, if you will start with all of these exhibits, and I think we just start in the front row and take your time, and you all let me know when you're finished. And everyone.
they already have made greater emphasis by asking for this. What? I thought she would say, remember that when you heard me overruled, that means you can't take that into account.
Yeah, I
that
thought that's
lawyers'
what she was.
questions is not evidence; it is the answers that is. No, she just says, "Oh, remember, don't take too much into account just because you heard it twice."
Yeah,
That's why they wanted to hear it, bitch.
Yeah, I mean, there was a reason that they wanted to hear it and see it again or
Yeah.
listen to it again. There's obviously something that all of them agreed, or a majority of them agreed they needed to hear again.
Yeah. And they came in with this question just, I mean, was it an hour and a half after they started deliberating? I mean,
Yeah.
that's quite significant. It's almost as if they are going through, okay, but this, yeah, but I don't remember it that way. Okay, let's listen to it again. Or it's
Yeah.
already just one holdout or two holdouts that says, no, this is what the evidence was. And the other was, and the 10 others says, no, let's see if we can listen to it.
Be at ease until we are notified that the jury is finished. Thank you.
And we're up to, I mean, now they are just going to look at this, and then I assume they are going to go back to either the jury room or home. I mean, it's 5 p.m.
Yeah. Well, did they say on Friday how late she would allow them to stay in the evening or anything like that?
She gave them the choice to either start deliberating now or Monday at 12:30, and they say, well, we want to start now. And then they came back just a half hour, 45 minutes later, probably only choosing the foreperson. And then they had a long weekend. I don't remember her saying you can stay as long as you want. So, do you want to go back and listen to your stuff?
Okie dokie. Let's.
While we wait for anything else to happen.
Well, what I'm probably going to do is, it is 5 p.m. my time. I am probably going to call it a day for me here.
It's
and
11.
then,
It's 11 p.m. my time, folks. There's not going to be a verdict anytime soon. Now I'm going to keep listening in, just in case, and then I will start. If anything happens,
yes.
I will start a new stream, and I will shoot off a link to Mo. If that,
Yes.
but if she will go on or not, that's a whole other question. But
I don't anticipate, if they do have a holdout, I don't anticipate someone not saying, hey, let me sleep on it tonight. Let's come back in the morning. Because this was some dense testimony that we were listening to. And if it's something they're really fighting about, it might be something that they say, okay, we're not getting anywhere. Let's go home for the night.
Yeah. I actually agree with that. That is more probable. So, yeah.
Yes. So thank you for everyone who's hanging out with Nick and I as we do a speed run for my first time through this trial, Nick's second time through this trial, and we simultaneously do verdict watch. So we might get sidetracked during our speed run, but it's kind of interesting to have this outside perspective when so many people already know different things. So it is interesting to kind of, and I don't mind it when you guys spoil things, because I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Are we going to learn something? And you're like, no.
Yeah. And once you get to these parts, you're going to say, oh, that's why. And it's probably going to be worse than we explained to you.
Yes. I have found that to be the case. So thank you so much. If you're on my channel and you haven't already, please go over and subscribe to Nick. And
same right back. If you're on my channel, go over to Mo and subscribe to her.
And we will be back I will probably start at 10 again tomorrow. That's just my normal time to start. I don't know if she's also going to have them come in later. So if I see that they're going to start much earlier, I might put it at 9. But I generally just start at 10.
I can never say when I'm back, when I'm home from work. I mean, the
I
last few
completely
weeks have been
understand it.
absolutely insane. But if I'm home, I will join, and if something
Sounds good.
happens, they have a new jury question or even a verdict, then I'm going to start my stream, my verdict watch stream, because I want
Sounds
you all
good.
to go and listen and subscribe and everything to Mo as much as humanly possible.
Yes, we have to beat Laura Owens by the end of the year, and her
Yeah,
mom.
and her mom. Yeah.
I just
Laura, that's not a physical threat.
No.
No, we are
No.
meaning, since you got 83,000 from your podcast, me and Mo together this year should have at least 41,500.
Yes.
But that's up to you. That's actually up to you guys. So watch everything we have ever produced. If you have the means, if you are one of these persons who have 3 lattes from Starbucks, give us one of them.
Yes, at least for my husband's sanity, because I'm trying to find so not that that is in any way related, but I'm trying to find, since I'm doing more police reaction video, as a police costume that isn't, also a streetwalker costume. So it's honestly not the easiest thing to find. When I'm on trial and my my history is pulled up and they're like, "Why do you have cop costume not sexy written down?" And so
Reminds me of the Halloween a few years ago when me and Dave, we dressed up as cops and watched the Jodi Arias trial.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. If you
Thank
guys
you.
want someplace to hang out before the trial tomorrow, the speed run, then I do Mornings with Mo. I do headlines, true crime, and the absurd. I skip the politics. I don't give you my hot takes. I don't tell you what to think. I just ask you to think. And my algorithm is crazy. So when I say I find weird stuff, I find weird stuff, but it's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
So I will see you guys. It looks like my internet's crapping out too. So saved by
Yep.
the. So I will see you guys later. Bye, you guys.
See ya. Bye-bye.